Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can I request everyone to please take their seats? Good morning, everyone. School leaders, respected guests, and colleagues. I'd like to welcome you to the very first hybrid roundtable conference for school leaders. This hybrid conference is unique in many ways. It is hybrid because it is both virtual and physical. Our guests are present today physically, but our audience is virtual. This Edvent is organized to bring together education leaders to share best practices, collaborate and debate around education innovation. Let's all come together so that everyone will win. Global School Leaders Consortium is a global community of school leaders started with the aim to facilitate the energy of ideas amongst the schools across the boards for excellence in education. The whole idea of Gslc is based upon collaborative approach, sharing of knowledge and learning, and exchange of best practices. There is no doubt that much more knowledge is generated when a group committed to a common goal undertakes the task of remodeling and refashioning educational practices in the spirit of caring and sharing. Thus, Gslc introduces the relevance of cooperative learning and collaborative networking. Can I please invite on stage the CEO of Gslc, Mr. Pankaj, to please come and facilitate our guests for today. Our partner for today is Learn to Lead, a research-based educational consulting and training company. It believes that education is dynamic in nature and constant upgradation is inevitable to meet the educational needs of society. Thus, it is set up with the vision to become a support system for schools by providing them with tailored programs to suit their specific needs. Can I please request Ms. Kausar Saeed to come on stage with Mr. Pankaj? Please sit, take a seat. Our host school for today is Hyderabad Public School, and it is going to hit the century mark. The sprawling mansion and lush green lawns built over 122 acres of land have a long and interesting history rooted in a rich heritage and deep value system. It is no surprise that HPS is the recipient of many awards and is almost always nominated as one of the best schools of Hyderabad. Dr. Skand Bali is the current principal of HPS, and apart from being an effective school leader, he is also an accomplished author of several geography textbooks. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Bali on stage so that Mr. Pankaj can present him with a small memento. Azara. As the world moves towards the 21st century, the leaders in education are all concentrating towards the 5 C's: communication, critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and what we call citizenship education. All of us as school leaders always like to be prepared. We have events planned and organized way in advance. In fact, from practicing fire drills to preventing abuse, maybe we're always too prepared. This pandemic has shaken everyone out of their comfort zones and put us on a true trial. The survivors in education have all used these 21st century skills to efficiently navigate their way in turbulent waters and emerge as winners. Today, we would like to discuss and share stories of how each edu warrior use these skills in their own unique circumstances. The first 21st century skill has to be communication, especially in these COVID times. To be able to reach out and maintain the trust of parents, to keep students engaged, and to keep the team together, needed some very effective communication skills. I'd like to invite the moderator for the first round table, Dr. Bali, to please come and take his place. The panelists for this discussion are Dr. Usha Reddy, CEO of Meridian Group of Schools. Please come on stage, ma'am. Ms. Deepa Kapoor, Principal of Suchitra Academy. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Padmavati, Principal of Fusion International School. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Richa Jain, Senior Vice President of Extra Marks. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like Mr. Bali to please start the first roundtable.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank my fellow panelists on the dais and this esteemed gathering. It's an honor to be in the company of all of you, and I'm looking forward to learning so much during the day. So our topic for the day is communication, and communication has always played a major role in every sphere of life, in every organization. And it became extremely important, not that it wasn't earlier. For the schools especially, communication had always been very, very crucial and important. You are interacting with the prospective parents, you are interacting with the guests, you are interacting with your current parents, your students, your faculty. But during pandemic, it became even more pertinent, even more relevant, and even more critical. Because there were many issues which were thrown at us during the pandemic, be it issues related to fee, be it issues related to how we conduct online classes, be it issues in terms of addressing the cyberbullying, if at all there was any, be the issues in terms of student-teacher engagement during the class, which was virtual. And communication became extremely critical during the COVID time. So I have a question which is common for all the panelists here, and I'll request all of them to take it one by one. I'll start with maybe Dr. Usha Reddy, who's sitting next to me and maybe one of the most experienced amongst all of us. What 2-3 steps you as educational leader have taken to make sure that the communication between the schools, between the teachers, between the parents, students, and maybe yourself was not only maintained but effectively maintained? So if you would like to share 2-3 practices of effective communication which you have incorporated in your school, and I'll request others to take the lead from Dr. Reddy and share your experiences. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bali, for setting the tone for today's roundtable on communication. Well, I think I'd like to begin with Bernard Shaw's quote, which says that the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So I do hope as leaders, I believe that great communication is the language of great leadership. So all of us, I think, have been making an effort to systematically ensure that good communication has happened in our institutions. Well, if talking about best practices, I think, when the pandemic struck, the first thing was to accept that it had happened and adapt to, what was required to be done and get into action mode, and then assess what was being done. So the 4 A's was our mantra to get ahead. Fortunately for us, before the pandemic, before the lockdown was announced, we had about a week in campus, and we actually had an opportunity to have physical training for our teachers on, in case something like this happened through foresight, what is it that we would do? So various platforms, were experimented with and teachers were trained. And then when lockdown was announced, I think people were already ready to take on the classes. But I must say, when you talk of best practices, one thing is to be, early in doing what needs to be done, but then there are always teething problems. So I felt that, we immediately started having some online meetings with the parents. We called it P2TM, where we had principal, parents, teachers meetings, and we took the feedback from them and then kind of reorganized what we were doing. So some of the simple things that we decided was teachers taking from home, you would understand, like just having a proper lighting, when they're sitting in front of their cell phones or their laptops or the background, so that it is professional. And, ensuring that there is no other disturbance, when they're taking their classes. And when it came to the students, we had to also effectively communicate to the parents that, yes, some of them were saying, we have to sit with the younger children, it's a punishment for us. But then we said, there's no way out now, so let's accept and, move forward. And slowly, it came as a surprise that even the primary children were able to log in by themselves. So I think, the success in implementing the practice of going online was only because of a two-way communication. So, for anything to be effective, you always have an encoder and you have a decoder. And to make sure that whatever you're communicating is received well in the manner that the decoder understands is what makes things effective. So we got ahead with that. When it came to even teachers, one thing what we realized is when you talk of good communication, it can be vertical, it can be horizontal, it can be diagonal, and it can be in any other direction of communication, the tone and manner in which you communicate. So, sometimes, like I say, it's a communication that is for all stakeholders of organizations. So you have to have a platform that can enable everybody to log in. And suppose it is just for all the teachers, then it can be across, so it is like totally vertical. Sometimes it can be horizontal, which is just for that particular class or middle school or whatever, so you can have it that way. So when we decided that this is what we created codes for this. So when we put in our WhatsApp groups that this is a vertical meeting or horizontal meeting, everybody just knew at which level what they were to do. So just sharing some of the things that we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I think it was extremely important for us to pick up. I'll just summarize 2-3 takeaways from her discussion. One is that you have to take the challenge as a leader from front. So you should always be willing to accept the challenge and stand up for that. And secondly, very important is the early communication. Do not wait for someone to ask a question to you. You should always be upfront and ready to convey the message. And I think that makes things much more simpler between the school and the parents. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Mrs. Kapoor?
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for this platform. I would say the pandemic has, as ma'am said, that it has opened new areas in the education sector that was never really exposed or explored earlier. And if you remember in the early 2000s, when I remember my kids studying in school, and there used to be circulars floating around, on the entire sheet of papers. And, now things have changed so much that it is completely paperless. And we just, at a click of a button, we have meeting organized, we have, communicate so easily. So I also feel that right now digitalization has actually made communication much more easy. There is nothing like too much communication, I would think, because right now people have been anxious. In fact, now things are getting better. So people were very anxious. They needed to know a lot of things, a lot of clarity in, in thought and mind of what the school is doing and how things would pan out for them. So definitely that was something that parents, were looking forward to. And if we as a school do not communicate, then we'll leave a huge lacuna in the entire process. Going by that, the day-to-day operations challenges that were there during the lockdown, and first that it started with mails and messages that was anyway common. But then we started with which we never had earlier, and that is the WhatsApp groups that we did. And mind you, it wasn't the broadcast groups that were there, but we just left it open because this is a time when parents needed to possibly ask as many questions. So that was okay with us to, just have the normal WhatsApp chat groups for parents to interact with the class teachers and the other mentors who were in the groups. For us, luckily, we weren't new to technology as such. So training of teachers wasn't very difficult because past 10 years of the school's existence, we have always used technology as a tool very much. So it was that when the lockdown, before the lockdown started in 2019 of October, there was a transport strike in Hyderabad. And that was the time actually we started exploring online classes at that point for 9th and 10th. And that held us in good stead, and we were able to move forward with the online classes as soon as the lockdown started. And of course, then, it percolated down to the junior classes too. So going by that, the training of parents was as important as training the teachers and of course the students too, So having regular interactions with parents we thought was extremely important, and we kept at that at each and every stage. For that matter, when we started with any of the online platforms that we did, from Zoom we moved to the Google Classroom. So it meant that parents had to be trained for it. You are putting up homework in Google Classroom. So how is it that the parent knows what needs to be done? So a training of that had to happen. So, the constant hand-holding that is required for parents, that definitely was ensured. Also, I feel that when a new strategy is introduced, any new strategy we introduce, it is important that we see that its implementation is 100%. So, and for that to happen, of course, it is just training and nothing else, and that is only communication, getting across to people. There's a lot that was done in terms of parent engagement also. We started with fitness classes for parents, so because it was complete lockdown, we just wanted to do something to keep them engaged too. So we had fitness classes, as I said, and then for students also, since we have a very renowned badminton academy along with us where PV Sindhu trains. So we have a host of fitness experts. So we also had fitness sessions for students online, entire curriculum designing of online fitness classes. So all of that became a norm. Coming to going by that, then of course, how do we deal with students? So I feel that students were the most affected. At the same time, we were focusing so much possibly on parent communication, but that somewhere, it was okay. The teachers are anyway taking care of them in the classes. So what more? We also realized that there were a lot of mental health issues that came up in children, especially the adolescents and the teenagers, and how is it that should be dealt with. We started with the happiness class that we called, and that was that the teachers, the counselors interacted with them. In fact, on a one-to-one basis, the children were given a free hand to call the counselors. We sent out their numbers saying that any issues, reach out to the counselors. I think that helped a lot. We also had a mentoring program with teachers. So a teacher was designated about 5 to 6 students, and teacher again getting in touch with those 5 to 6 students to understand any academic issues, any mental health issues, anything that the students were facing. So I think this is how this strength and engagement, is definitely what was the need of the hour. And I think each and every school lived up to it in some form or the other. Coming to the parent engagement, the staff engagement, I think that is, again, a very important aspect. We would be having by now at least one, member of our staff or staff families that would have been affected by, the COVID. And the stress and the trauma that the family goes through is immense. So the kind of support that we can give to them, talking to them one-on-one, that is what I always follow. Just making random calls to teachers, asking them their well-being. I think that holds, an institution or the management in long stead. The leadership definitely is looked up to for any source of inspiration, and people look to us for right answers. We need to understand the pulse of the staff. Some of them are ready to get back now when you ask them, but some of them are still, in that mode where possibly the work from home has become too comfortable for them, or they have family issues where they have little kids, they do not know who will handle the children, their nuclear families there. So definitely that hand-holding of staff and looking at it from a one-to-one angle would really help us, and that is what I have been doing. Women being the family's caretakers, as I said, leaving children behind has been, like, I have an issue of a child, of a teacher who has an autistic child, and she doesn't know where to leave the child and come right now. So, giving, this kind of one-to-one concession or giving them this kind of a lead would help them. This is a stage of recovery, I would say, and as leaders, we have to help our teams shift from the crisis response mode to coming to the normal mode. And, we have to orient ourselves to future strategies of how to get back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kapoor. So I think what the takeaway is that maybe you looked at all of them as holistic approach. Parents, students, staff were all made to feel one part of the journey.
Yes.
Padmavati ma'am, what's your take on that?
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's a bright morning today with so many people, principals around. It's a long time since we have looked at each other in this perspective of doubtfulness whether such a conference would ever be held. Slowly we are recovering, and definitely we are going into the new normal. Just as according to, I think the question says that what are the 2 to 3 best practices at Fusion International School, which I feel that they are worth sharing. Therefore, first the message should have a content. That is, what is the intent of the content? Why it should be posted to the parents. Just as in the classroom you have approaching, meeting and exceeding children, there are also parents who cannot read the messages, not by the language perspective, but by the comprehension perspective, and communication is only done to have an effect of it. Therefore, the messages, whatever we did, the first, best and the important practice we did was give it in multilingual message. Maybe at Fusion, we only had 3 languages where the messages have been sent. The first one English, Telugu, and then Hindi. Then the response was very quick. Because sometimes if we look at the parents' studenthood, it would have been more than 20 years that he has gone to school, and so much of evolution we can call has happened. Therefore, every day even we are evolving with new strategies and nudge management. We are thinking small and like Kaizen rule, we are thinking big also. Each time we are putting a small step forward, nudging ourselves, and see that the communication and over communication reaches to the parent in all 3 languages. Therefore, then the effect was much, much higher. Of course, parents don't read fee messages, that's another thing. Rest all messages are read. And how is the message made very interesting to the parent that they don't miss that school message? We started adding GIFs. We started adding emojis, that's emoticons to the message, so that the parents read the message. Now, how to make them read the message? Honestly, I'm very frank and candid. How to make the parent read the message? Because the single point of contact first we have confirmed is whether it's the parent there or it's a student. Because the messages, when students read it with a different perspective and the parent understands it differently. Therefore, we thought that we should have parent single point of contact as a prime contact in the WhatsApp group or whatever the emails, whatever we have, and there are no dummy emails. Therefore, this is how, that's the second thing which was very interesting, evolving and understanding it with a big thing. And the third most important thing was audio and video messages, which we thought that which will go to the parent. Just because when they come to school or when they reach us, it was very easy. And now at least the situation is a little better. At least in the beginning, when we had to go totally from one platform to another platform, where principals, teachers of our age have never imagined that completely we would be sitting in front of a computer and doing this kind of job. Therefore, yeah, how to evolve out of it. And this is a very good chance because we've been using so much of resources, flip learning has been happening. And then we thought that audio and video messages, even for coordinators, for students, because communication need not be only to parents, it can also be to students, and from the students to the parents. I believe in audio messages because it adds intonation also. Therefore, when there is an intonation, we understand the right perspective of the parent as well as for the student, because information need not disseminate from top to bottom. It can also go from bottom to top. Suddenly, things come handy. And the one important thing out of these messages which I depended on, audio, video messages, anything, then we made a class leader a part of this parent group so that any small information immediately, maybe we might not remember whether 19th of whether 20th is an annual day celebration, what time. Yes, we do have, we should be having that information handy, but class leader can also do that information because the class leader had no role to play this whole academic year. Therefore, therefore, when the student gives the information and the rights are given to the student, and very importantly, make that group where that it should be a webcast group and not a replying group. I don't know what to call the other group. Parents need not give the information to us time and again. It's enough if they understand the information. And along with that, there is a suggestion cell opened. Of course, that's working hard. Suggestion Cell is working hard day and night. But that email which I have opened for the parent is something for the parents to vent out. It's okay, let them vent out. If there is anything handy for us, we will take that as a cue also. Therefore, I think these are the very best practices which we can use at any other school. Of course, things didn't come up overnight, you know. There was so much of struggle. This butterfly didn't come out of the cocoon so easily, you know. It took a lot of time for it to come. But only the communication is having its peak and visibility after COVID. Earlier also we were doing the same job. Everybody else was also doing the same job. But now it is more visible. Now it's come out with partying fancied up. But that's all. These are the practices which we have at school.
Well,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very interesting points which you brought forward. At least I must confess, I never thought that audio and video messages can be used. I think it's a very, very interesting and very effective way of communicating with the parents.
Yes, sir. Say hi and hello. Also, the parents will love you.
Absolutely.
Very
absolutely.
important. You know, that's very important for us to manage our finances.
No, I have taken a note of it very, very seriously.
Seriously, sir.
But,
Sir, this pandemic has taught me to be more humorous rather than being upset about what I have with me. Thank you so much.
So, takeaway from ma'ams is that there is creativity in everything. You should look for opportunities with humor, with a good positive vibe, and then nothing is impossible. Thank you so much, ma'am. There are some brilliant takeaways there. So, Ms. Richa, I'll ask you first. You are the only person on this dais who is not as an educator or not an educational leader, but you are a parent. And you represent a company which has been dealing with the educational sector and education. So, as a parent or as an observer from outside, what you feel are the important practices or good practices which you have noticed when it comes on communication between the school and the parents and school and the children? So, would you like to share anything?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. But it's so interesting, hearing everyone talking from the school's point of view. But, from the parents and kids' point of view, it's so important to actually put across. And the best thing which has happened is the PTM. You don't end up wasting or, kind of utilizing those 3 hours going and waiting there for the PTM to happen. This is from the parents' point of view. The kids come later. So that's definitely, it has changed. And it might just continue like that because that's the beautiful way that you give those 10-15 minutes straight away to the parent and the kid who's sitting with the teacher online, but you're also saving time for the teacher as well as for everyone around. Another thing, when I have a kid who's 8 years old right now, so pretty young, and you get very nervous, when she's sitting just in front of the screen. What exactly is she doing? It's so interesting that the kind of things which happen during this COVID is, or during the teaching is, that implementation of what you were doing. So when I say that, for example, they had discussions and they had breakout rooms where the kids were actually, let's say they've started just nutrition. So they were around groups of 5 kids who were sitting in a breakout room, not manned by the teacher, but just sitting in there discussing to make a meal, which is your meal for the day. And they would rather make it, discuss it, and then they also know how to actually present it, in the sense their presentation skills, their social skills are much better when you talk about it. And then one becomes a noter and everybody is discussing, which never happened at our times. We were at a stage where, it's only when we were in graduation, we started discussing things formally, and where to stop and where not to. These kids are actually very clear on what they need to do, what they don't need to do in the online class. So their online manners are perfect. And we have been saying that pre-COVID, it has been almost every conference I've been to or every meeting, we have been discussing about digital natives, and these are the digital natives and what exactly should we do with them. We realize that they have evolved. They understand how much to research, how much to, talk while in the class, and what exactly to do. So I am, as a parent, I'm glad that, the kids have now gone into a different mode. Though they miss school, but at the same time, there are that mode that they have understood exactly. They're ready for the global, globally they're ready for anything to happen. They can do their own research. So there's a lot which has happened during this time, and we wish the schools reopen very quickly. But yes, there has to be a blend of both the things together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's highly encouraging for all of us to hear from a parent that schools should reopen anytime soon. There was a joke which was circulating, a kind of a cartoon where the mother is saying the schools should reopen, and she's just pulling her hair and thanking that I pray the teacher now. The teachers have been doing exceptional job. So, Ms. Sancheta, how are you? Ma'am, we have been discussing the communication aspect here, and I'll request you as well to share the practices, what you have as a leader incorporated in your school, especially during the COVID times. Some of the practices which you felt were very effective in communication between the various stakeholders of the school. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. I'm Sanchita Raha, and I'm the principal of Chirek International. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this platform. Yes, the importance of communications has never been felt as much as it has been in these COVID times. Communications has always been important, and there are certain basic criteria for every communication to be effective. It has to be cryptic, it has to be to the point, and it should be able to drive home the message. But in COVID times, it's not just that. It was very, very important to keep the connect alive, to keep learning active, and for that purpose, communication became even more important. In our school, what we did was, since the inception of the lockdown, we decided to choose one single platform. And we had been working on Microsoft Teams, and we found that to be effective. We did not, venture into multiple platforms. So we made sure that all students were using their school mail IDs, and they were using this one particular platform, and we really found that to be very effective. Not just learning happened, not just classes happened. We had our graduation day, we had our, recently we had our Republic Day celebration, we had all the big events virtual, and I think I would say in the month of March, sometime around the 23rd, the lockdown started. But we were preempting this, and that made things a little simpler for us, because we were thinking that school might go in for a very long period of closure. So we have to be prepared to be able to deliver these lessons, to keep the communication alive, to connect with the children. So we had started preparing for this. And then we took help of Microsoft, as I said, and across all classes, right from the primary, in fact, even pre-primary classes, till the 12th grade IB, we were delivering all lessons there. And as Ms. Richa just now mentioned, the breakout sessions, the kind of collaboration that took place on this virtual platform, it was amazing. And also in the, when we spoke to the students, of course they were missing the human touch, they were missing the social interaction, they were missing coming to school. But what was very important and very rightly pointed out was that, there was no loss of time that usually happens when a teacher moves from one class to the other or in between classes. Some might say that it becomes very mechanical, but I would say we were able to condense these 8-9 hour sessions every day to a 4-hour period. and we were able to complete the syllabus. So it opened our eyes. As I said, we shed every extra ounce of flab and became very, very lean. And this is one thing which COVID has taught us. And regarding the kind of communication that we are talking about, we were earlier we actually even now have a particular school information systems through which we connect with parents over that. But when we were operating on Teams, we decided to use this as the single platform, and it worked very well. And you see, whatever we were doing, it was very important because a lot of collaboration happened. As I said, it opened up a wide range of possibilities. I think we never collaborated so much with overseas schools as we did during the lockdown. We had collaborative sessions with schools in Chile, with schools in Rome, with schools in Singapore, with schools in... It was amazing. Even as I'm sitting here today, we are having the parliamentary debate, first school level parliamentary debate, and that's why I'm a little late today. And in that, we've got about 20 schools, 20 teams participating from different parts of the world. We've got, which would not have been possible. This link was developed, was built because the pandemic compelled us to move to the virtual platform. It opened up a wide range of possibilities. And now I think even post-lockdown, things will never be the same. We have, this is the boon. I should not use this word. We should be calling the pandemic a bane, but there are certain positive aspects of it. And this is the positive aspect, that it has opened up a whole new range of possibilities, and we can access learning, we can communicate with people from all parts of the world to make teaching learning more effective. I think...
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I think it won't be fair if I don't share the practices which we have done, because I am asking my friends here to speak. The lockdown happened on the 22nd of March, and a lot of people in the community were apprehensive as to what will happen. On the 25th of March, we went online. So we were one of the very few schools in the country which started online learning immediately. 22nd was Sunday, 23rd was the lockdown announced, and 25th our online classes started. The first thing we did was, immediately on the very first Saturday, we conducted a PTM for the parents, which was very important, as Dr. Usha Reddy also mentioned, that you have to be ahead. So we started with the online PTM, where we briefed parents about what are we going to do, how we are going to move forward, and we went on the Zoom platform initially. And then because the communication with the parent was open, so there were some concerns which were coming from the media, there were some concerns which were raised by the parents as well. So we immediately switched from Zoom to Google Meet. And then during the holidays in the month of May, we took sessions of the parents, where our computer science teachers took sessions of the parents and the students alike, because the initial online classes were for the senior school. The youngsters had completed their session by end of March, so they had to come anyway in the month of June. So they were all made aware of how the online classes will be, how the Google Meet platform works, how the worksheets, etc. will be shared, etc., etc., etc. So it was a very smooth transition for us. And then we went ahead with our online classes from 1st of June. We conduct 2 PTMs in a month on every first and the third Saturdays. And the idea is to keep that communication with the parent going, so that they can tell us what is working and what is not working. Like our initial timings were 2 slots in a day, morning and the evening. So within 15 days, the feedback from the parents came that it's not working. Some students have to do something else in the evening. So we reworked our timetable and we brought it all together in the morning hours. And just an example of how the confidentiality of the PTM works, we divided PTM into smaller groups. So like if a class has 40 students, so we divided those 40 students into 4 sets of 10 each. And the teacher could communicate more effectively with the parents. I'll just share one example. We have a system where every PTM, whatever the parent question raises any question or doubt, that is recorded. It's minuted by the teacher without naming the parent. Those minutes go to the coordinators. Coordinators compile the minutes class-wise and section-wise. And then those minutes come to the vice principal and the principal, and we go through the minutes. So I just want to share one thing without any hesitation or embarrassment. One of the points which came in our minutes was, and both vice principal and I went through that, it was, I think, I don't remember exactly, but maybe a month or 2 months back, where one of the parent had written, which was unexpected, that the teacher's camera is off and the teacher is teaching. So we were taken aback. We said, how on earth can that happen? Because you hear from the teachers that students are not turning their cameras on, but you've never heard from anyone that the teacher's camera is off. So we immediately asked the coordinator, we said, look into it. What is happening? Who's doing it? Then they went backwards, which class it came from. So then we saw the recording of each class of that particular section, which teacher's camera is off. So we identified the teacher's camera. Then we called that teacher in. The coordinator spoke to the teacher and wanted to understand what the problem was. I'm saying how the communication is effective. There was no knee-jerk reaction neither from the vice principal nor from me stating or shouting at the teacher or giving a letter to the teacher or, telling teacher that you're doing wrong. The feedback we got was the teacher said the laptop crashed. So she had no option. She was using, and a phone wasn't working or some issue was there. So she was using the desktop. She could convey with the speakers, but she didn't have the camera to project. So I'm assuming now, the problem did not come to me again, so I'm assuming that it's been rectified and corrected, but what I'm trying to tell you is how important that communication channel is. That it's not necessary that something is happening at a certain point because of certain things. We also have discussed, Mrs. Chandra and I think a couple of weeks back, that from the next session, we are going to incorporate one more component of effective communication. We are going to start with PCTMs. PTM is parent-teacher meeting. We are planning to start parent-child-teacher meeting, which will be a three-way communication. So there will be a slot of 15 to 20 minutes given to each parent and the child. And the parent, the child, and the teacher will sit together. It will not be a teacher speaking or a parent speaking. The child will be equally given the opportunity to speak what is working and what is not working. So these are some of the ways by which we are trying to work out things. And I think this pandemic has taught us that PTMs can be held more effectively and confidentially. Unlike earlier when parents would stand at the door and one parent is inside, and then the teacher is thinking, oh, so many parents are outside, and the parent who is talking to the teacher is thinking, I hope that parent hasn't heard what I'm talking. So I think this pandemic has brought that online component which we did not realize earlier. So that's what some of the things which we have done or we are thinking of incorporating in future. Another important point which we have to address here in this panel is, as per the new education policy, they are talking about collaboration. They are talking about clusters of schools. They are talking about bringing schools together, right? Now, we know how the education system works in India. There are multiple layers. There are very dynamic educational institutions. You have international baccalaureate schools, you have Cambridge schools, you have CBSE, ICSE, state board schools, you have government schools, you have schools which are budget schools, you have schools which are doing exceptionally well, and corporate run schools. Now, how will that cluster work? How will that communication amongst the schools will work? It's an ideal situation if that works, but I would like to know from my fellow panelists here that what they foresee in terms of whether it is challenges, whether it is opportunities, that how will that pan out, and if they have any ideas that how they would like this cluster, because we are from Hyderabad, all of us, to take it forward. I'm a little blank on this, so maybe Dr. Usha Reddy from you again.
Thank you. But before I answer your question, I'm so tempted to take off from what you shared, your best practices, because, I think many of us are doing it. And my take on this is, it is something that we should continue even after the pandemic. In fact, this is something I put across to the management after getting the feedback from parents, where each child and parent were given about a 10-minute slot, and all the subject teachers were available. I thought it was more effective. And also, I think some parents were hesitant to ask questions because they were not pressurized that somebody else is waiting and so on and so forth. I felt that children and parents were opening up a lot more. And on a lighter note, I think that parents have got extremely trained, to view what's happening, and there's a lot more respect for the school. So I do believe that the pandemic has its positive sides also. So this Teachers' Day was absolutely awesome, where, we had more messages from parents as we get from students as well, because they finally understood how much of effort a teacher is actually putting in, for their child. So, I think it's nice that, we kind of acknowledge that things are only getting better. And also, we're looking at, probably on Saturdays, not to have school at all. For the senior classes, we worked on a couple of Saturdays. But I think going forward, I think it really makes sense now that things are in place, children and teachers are comfortable with online classes. I don't think we should be troubling the teachers on Saturdays or the students, and get ahead with this hybrid model. So they come on 5 days, and the sixth day they kind of, just stay at home and do it. And I think it'll have a lot of benefits. So now getting to your point, and sorry for that, because I couldn't stop myself from adding
Most
on to that.
welcome, ma'am. Anything you say is extremely important.
Yeah, thank you. So when it comes to the NEP and talking of clusters and collaboration, I'm not quite aware how it happens in the other boards, but with the CBSE, there's always been a system which is called the Sahodaya. Now, a Sahodaya is a localized thing. In different states, different cities have Sahodayas. And under this, so anybody who gets an affiliation becomes a member of a Sahodaya. Now, the Sahodaya obviously will have a lot of schools. So we break up zonally into clusters. So for example, we have about 8 clusters as of now in Hyderabad, and we'll have about close to 30 schools in each of the clusters. Now, this communication that you are building between your cluster is to share best practices, to kind of clarify any doubts that one would have regarding CBSE circulars, and also to bond with your fraternity, which I think earlier on, I would say decades ago, was in isolation. I'm doing this, I do not share what I'm doing lest somebody else picks up this. No, I think that was broken long back. And today, I think respect comes when you share best practices, and all of us are learners in it. Nobody is better than the other person. But I'm sure there would be a takeaway we could take, even from a new school or a young principal. There may be some best practices. So this has been an ongoing thing, with the CBSE, as far as I know. And when it comes to rural schools or government schools, I think as a Sahodaya in Hyderabad, because many of us have been partnering with these rural schools, we shared this idea, and we do have a lot of schools who are actually connecting with them. I'm not talking of the government's public-private partnership and those kind of things, but just out of goodwill, for empathy, I think we have been networking with them and we help them. Now, how does this whole process go is, we identify these schools through an NGO. Firstly, like if there's any deficit in the infrastructure, that whatever can be done is pulled by the students, and it's done effectively by them. And they raise the funds by themselves, crowdfunding, so on. So I think it's a good practice. And then also, what are the gaps, need-based analysis of what is required for the schools from the teachers' end, that is looked into. So they're invited to come to the city when you have holidays, stay on the campus, and we train them, probably in communication, in IT skills, and so on and so forth. And resources, like sometimes they ask for teaching aids and things like that. When it comes to the students, I think all we're doing is to show them what life has in store for them if they are educated and if they study well. So I think just that, it's like this, I'd like to put it like, many of our students, would like to look at the best Ivy Leagues and look at going to universities abroad. For these children who are in the rural sector, for them to come to a city itself is a big dream. So unless you open up, to them the vistas of the probabilities of the future, then they're probably going to study much better and with a lot of zeal, and that's going to help them. So when it comes to what the NEP is saying, that's networking, I think it's already happening. But you're right in saying, even now, I'm so happy that we've come to an organization which is not restricted to affiliation to any board, and we're here as a group, which I think is good. And I think in the larger perspective, certain things are common irrespective of which board you belong to, because all of us, I think, understand that the child is the center of everything and anything that we're doing. So the board is only for the examination and probably a few pattern of examination and a little bit of philosophy. But I think there's a lot of common sharing that can be done. So it's a great thing, for us to look at how we can share practices. I also do believe that, when it comes to these budget schools and things like that, we should be assigned, just like we picked on these government schools and we're helping out, even the budget schools, I think, can easily approach us as a group. Once a group is formed, and anything that is required by them must be willingly shared, which is happening, but happening in a very informal manner. Anybody who approaches any senior principal, I'm sure, is giving them every input that we can. But I think it has to get formalized. And I think as a group, I think it's going to be a great beginning if we could do it across boards as well and see how we can exchange ideas and share best practices and ensure that it doesn't matter to which board you begin, because we're all working in the interests of a child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reddy. Thank you so much for those thoughtful views of yours. Mrs. Kapoor, briefly, if you could tell us your views on how that engagement will happen. If you could just share your views as to how you see that engagement panning out, the collaboration between different schools.
Yes, thank you. So actually, yes, I do see a lot of disparity in terms of the different segments of schools that we have across the country. And it is important to get everybody on the same page, on the same level playing field at least. Because as Usha Reddy ma'am said, that the child is the center of, all the delivery that school transaction happens. And so it is very, very imperative that a child gets the right kind of education, the right kind of, I would say, decent education actually, and is not restricted only because of financial constraints or things of that nature. So also that it falls on the students, who steps out of the community, that he is given a level playing field. So having said that, I feel what the NEP has suggested of the Anganwadis or the government schools to be part of clusters and the knowledge sharing ideas is happening. But at the same time, we have it only with our own CBSE schools, So if that is given forward in terms of that, the small schools that are there, the government schools, if they can be clubbed, or one school is given one government school to mentor, I think that will be a great move. In fact, what we have done is that we have a small primary school, very close to our place, and we have kind of taken that over in terms of we ask them in case they need any help, even in terms of pedagogy, in case we can help them out in some way. In fact, we have recorded certain classes and passed it on to those to the government school principal so that she can take it forward in this pandemic time. So this kind of hand-holding, if it is done, a little bit of teacher training, I think that is the most important segment. If we are able to train the small school teachers, I think that would be a very great help that we can render to them.
Right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Padmamati, ma'am, what's your take?
Yeah, this is a very good question. Like national education policy is asking all of us to come together. Yes, the genre of schools which we have is, say, budget, government, private, low budget, high budget. That means the cohort which is attending these schools is totally based on the funding of the school. It's the fee structure which is dividing the schools this way. But the important thing is, last year also we had hubs of learning. I don't know if ICSE schools are aware of it or not. Hubs of learning had, there were 5 to 6 schools in each group, and there was a lot of distance between the schools, because earlier, pre-COVID, we used to visit schools for such kind of information and pooling. When region and proximity are a concern, then online and technology can help us. The challenge is region and proximity. That's the first thing. Therefore, when we have hub of schools, then we can approach them online. That is the first issue that can be solved anyhow, because now we are a little better in technology. And the next thing what we find it difficult is, based on the cohort, the lifestyle of the students will differ. Therefore, how it has to be matched up is, first the hubs of learning should have a coordination and connectivity between them. If there is a lot connectivity within first 1-2 meetings, we will come to know the two options what we have. Either we get the information from the school and the learning, knowledge and wisdom, or the school gets the information, learning, knowledge and wisdom. That's how it is classified for hubs of learning. There is a need base over here. Therefore, how we are going to get it connected, it is very important. What information we can give the other school, whether, and the important thing is, how are we going to make them realize their dreams. For example, if mine is a private school, I am going to a government school. Everyone has a dream, but some children do not know how to dream too. Therefore, that dream we have to start creating, give the dream wings, and then see that the children fly and make it happen. This is what the NEP says, that there shouldn't be any slow learner, or there shouldn't be any learner who doesn't learn by experiential learning. Everybody has to learn. It's an experience for us also. All the NEP doesn't go to the students themselves, it's also a part for the teachers. Therefore, how are we going to stay connected, and what is it we are going to exchange? Maybe now, if a school is, say, 20 kilometers away from my school and there is a time constraint, I can connect my school with the other school teacher within no time, and the problem will automatically be solved. The intention of improving the student should be the limelight for these genre of schools. Principals are different, yes. The way they work is different, but we can always tutor them, like this is going to happen worldwide. Because we've always been talking about global citizen, that's what the 21st century skills. The speaker first told that there is collaboration, etc., and citizenship. This is very, very important. For on technological advancement note, we have to see that all the schools are just bifurcated only on the way of proximity. Maybe a school is very close by, the parents are working, therefore it will become difficult for the parent to send his child to a school which is far off. Therefore, looking at all these things, dreams, exchange of knowledge, and online communication, if we are able to take this, and everything, we have clusters, but the first thing which we have to shed is ego over here. Every paper, every question paper can be transacted to another school. Informally also we can make a cluster. It is not necessary that everything comes as an order, because the intent of the teacher and the principal should be the right one to improve their school and the schools which they are associated to. Therefore, it is very important for all of us to come out of that nutshell of thinking that we are the best schools, and as people are speaking about learning happening every day and every minute, takeaways are happening, but are they being implemented in the schools for the evolution of the student learning, as well as converting that learning into knowledge? Information is always there, but how are we disseminating that information to be shifted into wisdom of the child, ultimately to grow these skills, maybe into life skills or skills for them to live for life. That's all. I think this is very important for all of us to give a serious thought on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Sanchita, ma'am, what's your take on it? How can we collaborate?
I feel, in spite of the differences that we have in the curriculum, some schools, as Mrs. Reddy rightly pointed out, some schools are offering Cambridge, some schools are offering IB, some CBSC, some state boards. But we have to look at one thing: what are all schools aiming at? What kind of citizens do we want our students to become? We are looking at overall development of the child. We want these children to become future citizens who would be responsible, who would make the country and the world a better place to live in. So for this, even if there are differences in curriculum, I think the schools can come together. And as far as collaboration is concerned, there already exists, there are clusters of Cambridge schools, just as there is a cluster of CBSE schools working on Sahoday. And we have IB schools also. But we need to engage in events which can bring students from every curriculum together. But yes, the large number may not be possible to manage, and perhaps for that reason we segregate ourselves into schools belonging to separate curriculum. Now, I would say events like MUN, events like debate, events like we recently had something called Cascade, and CAS is an integral part of the IB curriculum. It is creativity, action, and service. It's something like community service that is offered by every school. And it was a wonderful platform where we had about 19 national schools and about 12 international schools participating and showcasing what they have done for the community. Similarly, when we are talking about community service or CAS, we are looking at the government schools, where the funds are not, adequate to meet all their demands. So it is a good idea that these things become a part of the community service that students undertake. During the lockdown period, there was crowdfunding that was conducted, and children from our school raised about 1 crore to provide 4 lakh meals to these migrant workers. So these are the things where you can extend a helping hand, you can collaborate. We've adopted 2 government schools in Masjid Banda. So these are these are areas where you can extend a helping hand. If you are organizing a campaign for no plastic use, it's not just one international school taking part. There can be several schools in and around that area taking part. If you want to clean up a lake, so these are areas that we can look at. And the NEP is very closely linked to the SDGs, and that takes care of the environment, sustainability of the environment. So I think if we can collaboratively engage in projects that deal with sustainability, sustainable environment, I think it would be a wonderful way to connect with each other. And apart from that, also there is a question of well-being, which is another area that the SDG is looking at. Again, a very important, very closely linked to the NEP. So these are the areas I think that schools need to look at and connect. And I would say it is better to, if schools can connect in a particular area rather than, spread out too much, because then it becomes more effective, because you are in close link with the surrounding schools. Your problems are similar, so you can address them in a better manner. That's what I feel.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Richa, ma'am, what's your take on it? How can schools collaborate?
In fact, if the school collaborates, it will be actually something which will work. It will work as a dream, because if, let's say, and as ma'am said, that if the schools which are in periphery come together and take it ahead from there, it will make so much sense, because the environment in whatever they are in right now is absolutely in line. So I would always imagine if they work together, it will be anyways a better development for the kids as well as for the schools as well. They can come together and have a better place for overall development for the students.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think collaboration is the key. Why wait for NEP to get implemented by 2025? I think we can start from today. Thanks to Pankaj and Mrs. Said that we are all together here. So I'll request maybe Mrs. Kausar Said to make a group of all these principals and make a cluster of this in itself to begin with. And since your organization is into the training and the well-being of education and learning, maybe we could share practices, like one of the school can host all maths teachers to come and share their best practices. Another school can have a session for all counselors, irrespective of the curriculum you come from. And as Dr. Usha Reddy said, that it's not the curriculum, it's the practice or the delivery of the curriculum which is important, and those practices can be shared. So I'll request you to form that group. I think we have overshot the time, so we will not take the questions, but if you have any questions, you can discuss with the panelists later on over tea or lunch or something. So I think with that, we come to an end. Pankaj, thank you so much. Thank
you so much, Mr. Bali. We had quite a few interesting takeaways, a few quick terms, encoder, decoder, nothing too much of communication, intent of the content, digital natives, online mannerisms. I think it was a very enriching session. Thank you so much. Can I please invite on stage Ms. Kirtana of Kinder Dance to felicitate the participants, please. Along with Mr. Pankaj, please. Mr. Pankaj.
I'll just request ladies, while you are stepping up, especially if you are wearing heels, please be careful, because there are some, just be careful while stepping on that, that's all.
Yeah, the first, Mr. Bali, please. Sorry. Ms. Sunchita. Ms. Sanchita Raha, Principal of Chirek International School. Dr. Usha Reddy, CEO Meridian Group of Schools. Ms. Deepa Kapoor, Principal Suchitra Academy. Dr. Padmavati, Fusion International School. Ms. Richa Jain. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Our chief guest for today, Mr. Shyam Mohan, is the president of Hyderabad Public School Society. He is a man who has many feathers in his cap. Mr. Shyam Mohan is also president of Hyderabad Management Association and president of Total Quality Mission. He is a true public servant and has participated in elections from Panchayat to the Parliament for almost 4 decades now. Mr. Mohan has a keen interest in education from primary to postgraduate level and is a keen supporter of teacher training and skills upgradation programs. He has a long list of accomplishments. I read his profile and it was really difficult to choose what to say today. Please welcome, sir. Can I please have you on the stage? It's my honor to welcome you today. Can I please invite Mr. Pankaj and Ms. Kausar Saeed along with Bali sir to felicitate our chief guest. Can I please request Mr. Mohan to come and say a few words?
Yeah, I can take outside. Mr. Pankaj is the president or chairman?
He's the CEO of Gslc.
But he, for this particular meeting,
He's the one who's organizing it, Mr. Pankaj. And Mrs. Kausar Saeed, she's the CEO of Learn to Lead.
You give your experience, that's enough for us.
No. The burning spirit of this session, the chairman of this particular organization, Mr. Pankaj Sharma, our dear principal, Mr. Bali, our vice principal, Amrita Chandra. I have known lots of people here sitting. I can say a few names. I cannot but say our dear Usha Reddy Garu's name. She's been a very close family friend of ours for a long, long time. And they've got a very good history of the family. So we are so fortunate to have an association with that. And I take a lot of pleasure in referring Usha. I will call Usha, don't mind Usha, so much younger to me. She's like my niece. Well, a lot of other distinguished and dignified personalities are sitting here. Also, my back staff, support staff, teachers, I don't know who are all there. I'm extremely happy to be here this morning, although I'm not a good speaker, but yet I'll try to convey one or two messages because you have been discussing all about the education, its improvements. Frankly speaking, Mr. Bali, you can be seated, no problem, you don't have to be, please. Hyderabad Public School has got a great magnetic force. Not only the land and the buildings, but also our principal has got also a good magnetic force and he believes in attracting people, getting people together. Now, if I have to share anything, honestly, I have been talking for quite some time about this kind of a cross-cultural exchange of knowledge from different schools in Hyderabad and also elsewhere in the country, so that, you know, all of us have got different notions, different values, different systems, different experiences. This kind of a cross-cultural exchange of knowledge will enrich everyone. And that enriched knowledge could be shared amongst the teachers, amongst the students, whoever are achievers of the day today from different schools. I'm not saying just a Hyderabad public school. They are the products of yours. It's you. Today, if the nation is proud of them, I am proud of you all, personally. I acknowledge that particular contribution of the education system and the teachers, principals, CODs. I always call them COD. CEO. For the simple reason, once I enter something, broadly, give our framework, it is for him to look after, not for us to interfere. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. They say a few words, but unfortunately, my nature is not to share a few words, but I'd like to talk a little longer. I've been extremely busy in the last 9 months, not moving out of the house, not meeting anybody at home, excepting attending the warrants of Mr. Bali. This is the second or third meeting in Hyderabad Public School in the last 9 months. We had a vision, mission, committee meetings. We had a couple of other meetings where when Mr. Bali wanted me to come and speak, I spoke. And this is the third meeting or fourth meeting. Other than this, I think at some Novatol, I was felicitated for my Lifetime Achievement Award by Mr. Kishan Reddy, so I had to go there. That was a must. But today, also, let me share my personal things. I am monitored day in and day out. If I go up to the gate, my son sees me from America and says, "Why did you go up to the gate?" If the car is not seen in the garage, I said, "Where the car has gone?" Then he'll ring up to the driver and check up where dad has gone. That kind of a control, honestly, I'm not joking. I'm happy to share that. But then, see, today also, I told my driver, "Don't inform Vijay Babu about my movements." So, I mean, after all, it's a part of life, you see. After all, they're all concerned about these things, uncertainty. So, till this morning, 6 o'clock, I was not sure what to speak. But then suddenly I thought, during these pandemic times, the whole world is in the process of a change. So what are the challenges of change? I thought I must speak. Education, learning, unlearning, teaching methods, all these things I'm sure you would have discussed. Since I am from a management background, all managements lead to self-management first. Please focus on your self-management first. Then you share your self-management with the rest of the members of the society. That discipline is essential today if you have to fight these pandemic times. There are challenges. I said, as Paul Coelho said, when you aspire something, when you want something, the whole universe will conspire with you and you will be able to achieve what you want to do that. So first we must win over that particular situation of self-management, especially during these pandemic times. Health is wealth and wealth can come only through health. And it's your knowledge that should be shared. It's your experiences that should be shared with the society to make this society vibrant, knowledgeable. Today, we are all focusing on bringing up our children as global children. Just now, sorry to share again a personal anecdote. I just got a message from my son that my grandson got into some best of the best universities admission. I mean, I was in tears when I saw the mail, out of happiness. I want these tears of happiness should come from every parent of the schools. That's the reason I'm quoting this. I mean, day before yesterday I got some message, today I got some message. In the morning, my wife showed me that, and I couldn't control myself. I was so happy to see. I'm sure one day he'll be a global fellow, global leader. I want every parent to aspire for that, want that. As Paul Coelho said, I'm sure the whole universe will conspire and bless. So this is what exactly I'm trying to say that. Mr. Bali, if I talk a little more, maybe it's flattery. It's not flattery. We are quite proud of his presence here. He has been initiating lots of such good things. We are very happy and proud that you are all here to participate with us. And what else can I say that? Talking about the leadership, I'd like to share something. I was going through a lot of literature, attending some seminars, conventions. There are three types of leaders. The transfer value leaders, transformation leaders, and transitional leaders. What would you like to be? You want a transitional leader? You want to be a transformed leader, transformation leader, or transfer value leader? Transition is something that goes on and on and on. It's okay. You will continue this transition. Whatever is there, it will go, the transition goes on. But transformation is important. What kind of a transformation are you trying to bring to your institution and to yourself too? Your inner self also, you need some transformation. You have to look beyond yourself, beyond the globe. You can't be confined to your schools, your city, your state, your country. Today the challenges are that you'll have to look globally. That kind of a transformation is required. And once that kind of a transformation is there, what kind of a footprints are you leaving for the next generation to learn and to unlearn also? Unlearning is the best quality for anybody, because a lot of people, even like me, sometimes I'm more dogmatic than pragmatic. So I also question myself whether that unlearning quality in me has faded out or not, or still I have to improve myself. So one should not be dogmatic, one should be pragmatic in the life, in approach itself. And that is how you should transform yourself. And then also, that transformation would lead you to get you the transfer value. If Mr. Bali is transforming my school here, Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet, if I have got several plans of growth and development for my institution and my society, he would be the first choice for me to upgrade himself, upgrade. If I find somebody else who has got the better qualities in this, who has exhibited that kind of a leadership, we'll have to look for that. So all of you, don't think that I'm sermonizing, please. I am certainly much older than you. By virtue of my age, I can talk to you. Even if I have to sermonize, I am sermonizing you. You think like that, but then take me positively. Don't think that I am trying to give you some sermons and lectures. No. You have to create that kind of a transfer value for yourself. Leave your footprints. What best you can do for the society. You see, one more thing. Believe me, what I do is, in my association with this institution is 42 years. When I first admitted my son, then my two daughters. Then I got into the system as a vice chairman, board member, vice president and president. This is the second term of my presidentship. I'm so happy, proud. I treat this as my temple. And if I have to say that, believe me, every day what I do is I pray 2-3 times a day. I am quite spiritual from that point of view also. I always say, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atiti Devo Bhava. I want guests, I want to mix up, I want guests to come and go. I want to feed as much as possible. It's just not the feeding of the food. Knowledge also is feeding. Knowledge also is that's for Aditi. And finally, Vidyarthi Devo Bhava. If Vidyarthi is not there, we are not there. It is for that particular stakeholder, we are all here to sitting and standing talking about that. So please let us not forget our end user. He is the first user. He is the first point for me. Vidyarthi. If Vidyarthi is not there, we are not there. Shall I stop? Oh, sorry. No, whenever I see a person coming to me, I get myself cautioned. Thank you very much. Shall I stop it? No. No, see, I'll tell you what, I have to share a lot of things. The only thing is, what can I say? You're all leaders, you're all CEOs, you're all, we have all witnessed lots of things. We have witnessed tsunamis, floods, and what call cyclones. Some of you may not have experienced and seen what is famine. During my very early childhood, I have seen what famine was. People were suffering for food. Not only that India was not ready, we did not have enough foodstuffs in the country. We had to import sometime in late 60s or 70s. Under PL 480, we imported some wheat and rice and things like that. Today, we should all be happy and proud and keep our heads high. We are exporting food. We have got surplus food. Our godowns are full. I was also a member of the Food Security and Public Distribution System of the Planning Commission Working Group for 10th five-year plan. So I know I can confidently talk about that. What makes an Indian proud? These are the achievements today. Take education sector, health sector, agriculture sector, industrial sector, scientific development. What is that we lack today in the country? Why not we look for number one position in the world? This is my ambition, this is my dream, this is my vision. So, if I aspire for 100 marks, at least 90 marks I can get, 95 marks I can get, 98 marks I can get. But my ambition should be that 100 marks, not certainly less than that. Well, I think I don't have to be a class teacher for the principals here. I'm sure you will pardon me if I am exceeding my limits in my expression of thoughts. So, as a leader, the point that I was trying to drive is when I was talking about tsunami, pandemic, COVID and all that, as a leader you should be prepared for any exigency and contingency all the times. We never expected that we will have to go for online classes. And believe me, I think we are the first people in the state to start online. I remember that. I only called for a meeting of our team to discuss about online education. I also discussed about what percentage of students are participating in this online education, whether they have got the computers, laptops and telephones or cell phones and whatnot, what is the method, how do we reach them? That was my sense of concern. And we also have a lot of, we have a cross-section of students attending, coming from rural areas, different sections of society, and whether they can afford, they have them or not. We have gone very well deeper into the subject and discussed about online education system. I'm sure all of you must have done that, not that you have not done that, but what kind of a transformation that is taking place in the country, in the world. It is not for you and me. The whole world is going through this kind of a process. So, some of these things, you should all... then one more thing I'd like to tell you as a leaders, and you should all, you must have, I know you have got your own system of managing your institutions, but at the same time, I'd like to tell you all the time, don't centralize the power. Decentralize yourself. Delegate. Identify the sheet anchors for your organization. Good sheet anchors in different sections, different areas, whether it is security, safety, academics, administration, accounts. Identify those people. Treat them as sheet anchors, whether if you have to go abroad on a mission, travel outside your own institution, these sheet anchors should be able to handle your institution without any hassle. Delegation we are talking about, but I have seen most of the organizations, they talk about delegation, but they don't believe in delegation, they don't delegate themselves. They would like to centralize the power. I have seen public sector undertakings, private sector undertakings. I can understand, of course, proprietary concerns, it's always there, and they have to have that hand-holding system. But institutions like this, we have to progress. So, one thing I'd like to tell you, with your permission, Mr. Bali. Early and middle 80s, I was traveling to London quite often. One of my visits sometime during 1985, our Prince Mufakamja was there and he invited me for lunch at a Turkish restaurant off Oxford Street. Myself and one Dr. Shubhakar from Hyderabad, we both went there. It was about 1 o'clock appointment. We were there by 1:05 or so, because I had to go from Heathrow, to Oxford Street, and from there to change and go there to the restaurant. So I was late by 5 minutes. We went and inquired at the reception, told them that we are the guests of Prince Mufakamja Bahadur. Then she looked into the list. I'm sorry, sir, there is no Prince Mufakamja Bahadur. There is no table reserved for him. I said, no, ma'am, I'm sure he would have reserved something. He has invited us for lunch. Dr. Shubhakar knew him very well. That was my first meeting with Prince in London. Shubhakar said, no, ma'am, he is a very stickler. He is a disciplinarian. It cannot happen. It must be there. In the meantime, a senior manager came to the reception and said, what's the problem, sir? Can we help? I said, yes, we are the guests of Prince Mufakamja Bahadur. He saw the list and all that. Sorry, sir, there's no Prince Mufakamja Bahadur. There's no table reserved for him. But one Mr. Jha has reserved a table for 3. And he's already there sitting. He's waiting for 2 guests. Trust me, it moved me quite a bit. The moment we entered inside, in a royal, absolute style, he just got up. I was very young, 85 I'm talking to you. He stood up, I said, did like this. I didn't know what to say myself. Aiye Shamon Sahab, Aiye Shamon Sahab. My God, where I was, I said, okay. Then he said, baithiye, baitha. Aur kaise Shamon Sahab, kaisa raha aapka trip ye? All such things were happened, then okay. Then he said, boliye Shamon Sahab. I said, Pasha, with your permission, if you don't think otherwise, can I dare asking you a small thing? Boliye, please, he said. Very interesting personality. Sahab, you are Prince Mufakamja Bahadur. You are from Nizam's family, background. Nizam's. I am from Hyderabad. We Hyderabadis have got a lot of respect for Nizams and their culture, their background. And to me, to the world, a prince is a title, prince is prince anywhere in the world. It is not something that you can change yourself. It's a Prince Mufakamja. And how's that you did not write Prince here in the list? You only said Mr. Jha. This is something, oh my God, I can never ever forget in my life. He said, Shamon Sahab, when the whole world is in the process of change, why not India? India cannot be an exception. Hyderabad cannot be an exception. The Nizams cannot be an exception. We have to change along with the change that's taking place in the society. Otherwise, the society will march forward and we will be left behind. This is exactly what Prince Mufakamja said, and it is registered in my mind so much, I tell you. Again, I shed tears of, I didn't know, a person like Prince Mufakamja, the wealthiest man in the world. This is the humility that we should learn from them. This is the culture that we should learn from them. This is how, a personality comes up. Sorry, I'm taking a lot of your time because, you see, I thought I must share this particular thing. Good things we must always share. So, thank you very much. I'm really obliged and grateful to all of you for your patient listening. And I'm thankful to Mr. Skand Bali for inviting me for this meeting. I would have lost myself an opportunity of meeting all of you and sharing had I not been present here. Thank you one and all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. It is now time for a knowledge talk by Extra Marks. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Richa Jain, Senior Vice President, and Ms. Kusum Rao for sharing their knowledge. Ms. Richa Jain has been associated with service and education industry for more than 2 decades. She believes in engaging with all clients with a strong gumption to help in adoption of technology by all practical means. Welcome, ma'am. Please come. Ms. Kusum Jain is the Assistant General Manager, Extra Marks. Her core area of expertise is to understand and support educators implement various curricula, CBSE, ICSE, Cambridge, and International Baccalaureate through digital means of delivery. I'd like to welcome them to share their knowledge with us today. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I was just wondering, how will I see?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Charging now?
HDMI? We will take 2 minutes.
ये कौन सा?
वो नहीं ये छोड़ो
ये किसका? वो वाला स्नैप में देखो जाके।
डुप्लीकेट करो।
नहीं है, एक बार चेक करो।
सॉरी।
ये डायरेक्ट है ना?
डायरेक्ट।
केबल लगने से थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है।
लैपटॉप डायरेक्ट केबल पे की हो।
Allow us 2 minutes to set this. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Till the time, they're setting up, this is also a technology hiccup here. So till the time they're actually doing something on it, we can talk through and, we can start where we need to start. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges we've faced during the last year, and we realize it's been a year of a lot of shocks and surprises. Topsy-turvy altogether. When you end up looking at it, you see, things were, there were a lot of tsunami came, and then you had earthquake, and of course, how can we forget COVID? So everything together last year was absolutely, lot of us I've heard end up saying that it's a 0 year for us. Whereas for when we from me, when you talk individually, I think for me it's been a year which is a learning year altogether. And I think as an educator, you would also agree to the fact that I would like to thank all of you as educators that it's been a year of learning altogether. And of course, other than that, it's more about, you've unlearned and relearned how the whole process of teaching happens now. It's been more interactive, and you've kind of enjoyed and have your own ups and downs on everything. So, and of course, the most important thing is you've shown the world that we are learning our own, we are also ready to learn. So a round of applause to all of you who've been here, who've done it all, who've pulled it up all together. Lovely. And in fact, you've had a lot of challenges. So what sort of challenges you had in your, as while teaching or while managing the teachers or whatever? So how was it? Do you want to share in before, all this gets started and we start with this? Anyone? Sir, the challenges which, Jain Heritage has had, from the time we have had COVID, this time, last 1 year, what was your experience? Can somebody take mic, please?
Well, I think the whole COVID pandemic began with the challenge of accepting the reality that students will not come back to school anytime soon. So I think in the physical context of the word challenge, it was all about we understanding that, okay, there is going to be a different way of reaching out to children and to families and to conduct our classes. But in my personal opinion, the challenge has been more at a mental state level for everyone, whether it is a parent, whether it is a teacher or a student or even a school management.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the whole thing. Of course, technology and tools like these are definitely there to bridge the gap and to overcome those challenges. But I think it's easier said than done. So there are a multiple dimension to that particular challenge. Yeah.
Yes, of course. The time everything started, the best part is how you all pulled up. I could see that untiring, I've been talking to schools and there has been an untiring effort day and night on how the schools are preparing their curriculum, what exactly they need to teach, how creatively they can teach, what is the interaction which is happening between the students and teacher. It's also intact and beautifully done. That this period, the initial period, first 2 months, I think were the most challenging one. And then I think as a parent, as a teacher and kid, all of you got so, so easy with it. It's almost like, you get up and you know what I need to do. The content or the curriculum is already, whatever you have to teach is already created in there. And with groups, they have already made that, the central standard curriculum which is there or the content which is there, which they teach, which works really well altogether. So, Kusum, shall we start or is it going to take some more? It's okay. Okay, good, great. So I can stand here. Okay, great. Yeah. So that is what we have a solution again. Because that didn't work, so the solution was get in somewhere else and start doing it. So that's how we all work. But technology is absolutely a boon and a bane, which we all understand. It has to be a blend of both the things. So taking it through, now of course, you can plug in and, go forward. So I would rather straight away put it across as, you being warriors and thanking all of you together. Go ahead. Yes, just put in the video. So thanks a lot for your efforts and whatever you have done in the past 1 year. It has been really, you've worked effortlessly on it. We at Extra Marks, we of course have been catalyst as well. 23rd was the day when, was the last day of us working with the schools. But interestingly, that was the day when we were already, 22nd was the day we were already ready with the platform. And 23rd, when the lockdown happened, we were already in one of the schools actually, doing the presentation on that, which was actually interesting. So the way, when we came out and we had to actually send the whole, the proposal to the school, to the group of school, we were standing in with that because there was no coffee shop which was on. We couldn't anyway sit anywhere, and we wanted to send it at the same time. I still remember we were actually standing with our laptops on our car and sending the proposal and the presentation for it, which was interesting. So the crux is that we were actually ready with the platform. We had actually worked towards it, but in the interim, when we started talking to the schools, we realized that what improvisation can happen, and we've actually improvised through and through with it. Now, other than that, of course, when we end up looking at it, okay, it's there now. So we have been able to connect the schools, the students, teachers, and parents all together. Our platform is just not a very basic platform where the teacher, it's a live class which is happening, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond to a different level where the content, which is mapped with the curriculum, is also a part of that curriculum. And over and above, instant tests and assessments can be given in as well. So it works beautifully because it's almost taking care of, holistically taking care of the whole, whole platform altogether. But when you end up looking at it, you would see that the, earlier, pre-COVID, we had around 5,000 students only who were part of online learning with us. But today, I'm proud to say that we are more than 2 lakhs students who actually worked together collaboratively within the schools to be a part of Extra Marks online learning. And of course, it has worked seamlessly. Obviously, initially we had few teething issues, but it has gone to a level that now you know exactly where is the problem. Getting on to this one itself and the teething issues, it's interesting how we take it forward. A very basic thing on communication, that when we started and we had this issue of, there is a server is down for whatever reason for 10 minutes, and you could see the parents calling up the teachers and the teachers calling and the principals calling us up to say, oh, there is a problem. So we sat down together and said the only way is communicate. We communicated. If there is, by any chance, you have a server down or there is some problem which is happening, if automatically there is one message which goes to all the students, say it's not going to work for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, it becomes so easy and seamless then that they know that in 5 minutes I can go back to it. And that's what, with time we all have learned, and so did we learn, but now it works very seamlessly. So we go forward. Okay. So talking about how, teaching the way we learn or they learn, we are talking to a very different digital native, a very precarious, set of users, internet users, who understand how to use the computer, how to use the technology of the computer. And for that, there is also a need of smart curriculum, a curriculum which suffices the need of understanding the concept, but at the same time, it should also have, adaptive testing and assessments as a part of it, which we created. And and of course, when we talk about it, there are, we have been aspiring as educators, and whatever forum we end up going to, we talk about bagless schools. So, and this is a time the parents will easily accept what we are actually talking about bagless school. There are very few schools who've been actually successfully been able to do. But I would imagine that now this is the time that most of the school may end up actually going for bagless by picking up something or a content which can be used by the students on the other hand as an app or a browser based thing, And that is what we have. We have e-books, which is not just it is much more than an e-book. We are talking about a book where you have the adaptive test, assessment, self-assessment, which is a part of that thing. And of course, if you go forward, so we end up, there is a lot which happened. Now, these are the things which have been already used by some of the schools in the past 1 year. So we'll just talk through a few of the clips to see how the schools are using it right now and how beautifully it can be used.
So we're going to Mumbai first. Hiranandani,
Yes.
Foundation Schools.
One second, stop. Hiranandani started working with us from July onwards, and they've been continuously, using it through and through during the COVID, and continuously, they're actually continuing to use it as well. So just what they think about what they're using right now.
We have almost come to the close of the year 2020. What a year it has been. It has gone down the annals of history as a year that has brought tremors to mankind all over the world. March 16th, the schools shut in India, and teachers had to act very quickly. Did we adapt to the new methodology? Very quickly, very stoically, very patiently, we made the transition to online teaching, reaching out to all our students at home. Safety and security of our children was of prime importance. At HFS, the transition to online teaching was done by connecting with Extra Marks. Extra Marks was helping in our smart boards in school. They had the content and they gave us the required support to assist our teachers. A glimpse into the teaching learning done through school, through the online portal. We are going to take you through these glimpses of online teaching. But just online teaching was not enough. We had to look into the mental health of our children too. So we ensured they participated in dance, in music, in physical activities, in aerobics, and kept happy in the confines of their homes. The word lockdown was not easy, and we as teachers had to ensure that children got the best of everything and above all remained happy.
The world looks pretty grim right now, but there are important lessons to be learned every day. What values have I learned in this critical time? What will I carry with me into the future? We are all at our homes inside because there's a lockdown outside. We have no idea what is going to happen next, for this pandemic has brought us a lot of uncertainty and anxiety.
The Kabuliwala by Rabindranath Tagore. One morning, I was hard at work when Minnie, my 5-year-old daughter, suddenly ran to the window crying, "Hey Kabuliwala, hey Kabuliwala." I showed you all the video. You all saw initially in the start of the video what happened. Minnie goes to call the Kabuliwala.
फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ पढ़ के बताओ क्या लिखा है।
मैं यहाँ कुशल पूर्वक रहता हूँ और आशा कर रहा हूँ कि तुम भी वहाँ
deep blue solution.
Giggling outside the school.
यार होंगे ना होगी पाबंदी ना रोक ही कोई फिर से सड़कों पे सब नाचेंगे पटरी पे पहिए भागेंगे गूंजेंगे खेलों के मैदान बांटेंगे हम खुशियाँ गम भी हम मिलकर बांटेंगे फिर से होगी सपनों की उड़ान जो साथ दे दे सारा इंडिया फिर मुस्कुराएगा इंडिया
we want. The next one, where are we going?
Now we are going to, where should we go? We have so many. Mayur Chupasni, Rajasthan.
Yep. So this is a school in Jodhpur, Mayur Chupasni, where we are working with around 1,000 plus students. And they've taken our live classes as well as the content altogether.
Digital stay, and the seamless learning is here to stay, and the seamless transition that we could have with the help of Extra Marks digital platform was really very helpful. Children did not find it awkward to switch from the classroom to app-based learning, and the teachers were only too happy to switch over from classrooms to the comfort of their homes with the help of rich digital content from Extra Marks.
Okay, now we visit the state we are in. We go to M.V. Raman.
Hi everyone, so I'm Anthony from M.V. Raman School, Atmakur, Vanaparthi, Telangana. So I'm giving out my review about Extra Marks Go to School. As we have been searching like a great platform for online classes during this pandemic situation. Marks for their great support and service they have been providing right now, and the parents, the students are really happy with the service that we are doing for us, and during this pandemic situation is really helpful, and we are really thankful for the Extra Marks for providing it.
It's basically, if you see that a lot of schools have actually adopted it, but it's more about, other than adoption, how easily and, smoothly they've actually taken it in. Going forward, of course, when we talk about, we are here to talk about the 5 pillars, and which is communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and citizenship. Looking at our content, where we go is, the next one. So we have learn, practice, and test, where when we talk about learn, we are talking about conceptual learning and exactly what we are actually wanting to do with the new policy. We have the adaptive testing, as I've already spoken about. We have proper testing, MCQs, and case studies, which are a part of the content. So anybody who would want to actually look at the content, or can ask for a demo, we have a stall here. You can just book it, and we'll be more than happy to come and take it forward. Right. Yes.
Thank you so much for being patient, and I know I'm standing between you and the tea. So I quickly want to give you a glimpse of the magic that we have been creating across the country. And you all see there are devices already on your tables. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick look at how learning content can be delivered in a hybrid fashion, be it in school, after school, even when children are coming back. Okay, Sikand sir is telling him time is really running out short. So we're going to move this really fast. What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick assessment. I'll show you a glimpse of the content, and then we'll quickly move to the devices, and in 10 minutes we will wrap it up. I hope you'll allow that, sir. I'll try. Or we want to do this? Yeah. Okay, let me rush it. Okay, let me move it quick. We'll just do the assessment piece. Okay. Sure. So, we can just, okay.
So we're going to skip the part where you get to see it. I'm sorry about that. So I just wanted to tell you that with extra marks, it is possible that your complete school goes live online. You can float assessments to your students, irrespective they're physically there in this class or they are away, maybe at home. Looking at the way things are panning out in the new academic year, we have also aligned things to the national education policy. And like the policy says, you need to have bagless days, you need to have a lot of interdisciplinary approaches. So all of those have been embedded to the content. We do have a stall here. Please feel free to walk up. I'll be happy to show it to you in person. And there is a 100% possibility of taking everything on a single device or just through a user ID where you can log in from any device just like you do on your Facebook accounts. Thank you. I'll just play a quick video. This will be the last one that we're playing.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. And it is now time for a tea break. You will find an exit on your left with a sign that takes you for tea. We will meet back in exactly 10 minutes, please, as we are running behind schedule. Thank you so much.
Volume, mic volume. Laptop.
Excuse me, can I request everybody to have their tea and converse at the same time? As we come towards the second topic of the roundtable conference, collaboration as a key element to help future of the school education. Can I please invite on stage the moderator for the second roundtable conference, Dr. Chandrasekhar, CEO of Jain Group of Schools. Welcome, sir. The panelists for this conference are Ms. Madhavi Chandra, Principal of Gitanjali School. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Carolyn Ross, Principal of Springfields International School. Ms. Rekha Wade, Principal Mukarram Jah School. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Debi Prasad, Finance Keeper.
Finance PO.
Finance PO. Welcome, sir. Without much ado, let's start.
Yeah, I think this is working. Okay, good afternoon. I think this morning we have a little bit of overdose of collaboration, but that's the way it is to be as far as COVID is concerned and pandemic. So we heard the first panel and also other speakers who have come up on stage speaking in their own dimensions about collaboration. We heard about the traditional approach to collaboration, which is whether if you talk of CBSE curriculums, then we are organized, not now, even before, into Sahodaya complexes, hubs of learning, or clusters, or even other boards definitely are venturing into different ways and means of collaborating themselves. Now, along with that, we also heard how the three challenges to collaborations are. First of all, you talk about geography. Earlier, pre-COVID, the challenge was, okay, the school is too far or that institution is too away in another city. How do we get them together? But technology has solved it for us. You talk of demography. Like you see on this panel, we have people sitting and representing different group of stakeholders. They are all the same parents, but they are not the same. They are all the same students, but they are not the same. They are all the same stakeholders, but they are not the same. So now how are we going to solve that? I think that's going to be the conversation which we will be having in this panel as to how can we align in spite of the different demographics we cater to. That's number one. And then the last but not the least is collaboration can happen at multiple levels. One, within the school, among different departments, different human beings, different individuals. Second, within a group schools. Say for example, I come from Jain group of schools where I have schools in Nagpur, Aurangabad, but I also have schools in Bangalore and Hyderabad. Now there are two different ways to look at it when it looks at collaboration. So that's another cycle. And the third one is the most important cycle, is irrespective of all, as the president of Hyderabad Public School Society said, irrespective of where we are, where we come from, we need to keep the child at the center. And we need to collaborate among ourselves. So I think without much ado, we will kind of pass it on. My first question will be from the obvious. Speak about the collaborations which has happened within your schools. And then we will take it from there, right? Ma'am?
Good morning. I think we're all refreshed after that coffee and tea. So speaking of collaboration in schools, there was a study conducted by UNICEF a couple of years back, and it showed that about 40% of students in a classroom find, they're bored in the class. They don't find classes interesting. And about 25% find no relevance to what's happening in their real life. So I think collaboration is what helps bridge that gap, because when they are collaborating, students are collaborating over lessons. They are sharing ideas. They're applying it to their into real life situations. They're doing a lot of discussion, understanding others' point of view. So they're not just learning, understanding, making connections, but they're also learning multiple life skills that help them through life. So I think collaboration has multiple advantages, and within a school, collaboration can be at multiple levels. So you have collaboration between students, collaboration between teachers, collaboration between teachers and students, collaboration between teachers and parents. So there's multiple levels and layers of collaboration that you can have within a school. And I think that comes from the leader. As a leader, as leaders, I think we are all leaders here, we need to build an ethos of collaboration where it's okay to share. And I think that is what was discussed in the previous group also, that sharing of ideas, sharing of information, sharing of resources, I think that is what really needs to be encouraged. And only when we feel comfortable sharing and collaborating, that's when we build a better society. And develop kids who are more comfortable going out and collaborating. In fact, in the workforce, about 80% of large to medium-sized companies are looking for collaboration as one of the key elements in while hiring. And only 40% of kids have those skills. So there is obviously a gap there, and we do need to encourage collaboration.
Thank you, Mrs. Madhavi. A very good afternoon to one and all. Continuing from where you just mentioned, yes, collaboration is the new buzzword in the education sector. But to me, when I was thinking of what I'm going to speak today, I just thought that we were always brought up with unity is strength. We believed that, being together, connecting with one another is where the team won. And together, everyone achieves more. That's the team. So at our organization, we have collaborated not just within our organization. We are a group of schools, so we collaborate with every school. We pool in our resources, our minds, and today we are speaking of sustainability all around the world. It's also important that we bring in sustainability within the education sector. So collaboration is the key. Today, we are all focusing on project-based learning. Children are involved to connect with each other, to collaborate with each other. Not to see who wins, but to bring in or to bring out the most valuable product. So project-based learning is something that we focused on, and even though it was the pandemic and everyone thought that you couldn't connect, but actually it was easier to collaborate online. Having these breakout sessions for students to connect with each other and having a mentor teacher with them to guide them, because design thinking is what is the need of the hour today. Children must be able to think creatively and think beyond. So we've involved children in different projects. We connected with schools, not only in the city, but across India and across the world. Because today, as we are teaching the 21st century learners, and we are training them for jobs that you don't even know exist or would exist in the future, we must train them to communicate and to collaborate with an open mind. If we be selfish, then we cannot learn and we can't grow. So yes, collaboration again is the key to school education. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rekha Vade, Principal of Mukramja School. As now the question is for collaboration, I must say I really had tough time doing that. The reason is my school is a budget school which is residing in the old city area, and the most importantly, the children are of first generation learners, and we had tough time managing them in this task. We have to make them understand the importance of education. We have to make them understand the holistic nature, which was really a very, very tough task for us to do it in this pandemic time. As you know, mostly in our areas, children are residing very close by. Families are nuclear families, and technology is the major problem. Hardly they have computers, hardly they have laptops, and even the smartphones. Might be in the whole family they have one smartphone with 3 or 4 kids, 5 kids together. It was really tough time for us to manage the timetable and plan out timetable and the online classes for them. Though it was tough, but we were able to manage. First task what we did was we had meeting with the teachers in Zoom. That was again a big challenge. The teachers group again from the old city nearby, and they are never exposed to the technology. They are also always, they are very permanent teachers, there with 20, 25 years old, but they were never exposed to any other school, never exposed to technology. Again, that was a big task for us. And again, we had to train them, and I'm really thankful to Learn to Lead team to help me monitoring teachers and training the teachers for online. And we have made the teachers collaborate, plan the timetable, plan out the syllabus, and we started in the month of April only the classes for 9th and 10th, which I'm so glad to say that the classes are going so well, and now we have completed our syllabus. We had a lot of challenges coordinating with the students. As you know, student group is also, as we are holding a budget school, again is the same problem. Neither they are interested in studies, nor the family supporting them. So again, it was a big task for us to collaborate them and bring together and make them understand the classrooms. And I'm glad things were so good, so successful. We had to do that. So in that also, children, we made leaders. We coordinated with students so that student to student, they convey that how important the class is to attend. Initially, we had only 40 to 50% attendance, but slowly now it has come down to 100%, I can say that. And with that, even the parents group. So initially, we started what is online classes, no parent knows about it. And we started training them, we started telling them, orienting them, what is online classes and how you have to help the students in understanding the classrooms. With great difficulty, we had to convince them. Time to time, we had orientation meetings separately for pre-primary, then high school, and somehow they understood because they are never used to sitting with the children and making them understand. They are always busy with their things and they just send the children to the school. But now, this was a task where they have to sit with the children and make them understand, attend the classes. It was really a big challenge, but as this is a digital process, we had to undergo all the procedure, and it was a really challenge, but we could undergo everything very well, and now I'm very happy that things are going on very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing that. Of course, it's not all that easy. When you want to collaborate, you have different challenges. But let's hear from you, sir. Your perspective and your take on collaboration, because you see schools from an outsider perspective. You look at what is happening in the system and you try to add value to the system. What's your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. I would probably come up with a very, very different perspective that madams already have. They are talking inside the school collaboration. Let me see how good I can do around this. So I think collaboration for me, it's if we can provide the affordability for collaboration to kids, it can change their personality to a great extent. That's what my personal experience have been. To give you an example, I'll give two examples so that it stays in your registers in your mind. I came from a very humble background. Rather than using the word poor, I will use humble. So there were situations when we did not have money to afford education in terms of tuition fees and all those, right? But despite that, I remember that in class 10, when I was like a top 10 in state, I been invited into an event on a Vivekanand Jayanti where a book has been given and a prize money of 2,000 rupees has been given in 1997. That is a huge amount, right? Now with that, it really depends that what kind of thing that you can do with that 2,000 rupees, right? Then I created a group, then we had I'll come to YouTube at a later stage. I was talking about that in an event, but I created a group where we are actually spending time buying book, discussing topics, right? That's what I'm talking about, affordability, giving affordability to students for collaboration. Because collaboration inside a school happens. It's a social network for the kids inside the schools anyway. But outside the school also collaboration matters a lot, right? And right now in the era of technology, a lot of digital collaboration can happen. You cannot think a child can extend his knowledge to certain point beyond your imagination, right? A 7-year kid probably talking about astrology, if you have seen any kid in YouTube, talking about astrology, just learning astrology from YouTube kind of stuff, right? Numbers, numerology and all those. Even probably a 30-year young adult could not talk about that, right? My own kid actually does trading. Can you believe? Anybody does their trading in stock market, right? Yeah. So she does trading just looking at YouTube videos. I do trading, of course. She is inspired by me. But she goes into the YouTube, learns about the technology, understands it. You can't imagine at the age of 6 to 7 years, somebody reading finance, right? Even where people in probably bigger top tier 1 institutes in India probably would not have cracked that. So the scope is so big. If you can do digital collaboration, I'm just giving an example, right? And I was talking one of the event, probably a lot of people do not understand. YouTube right now has become the free university of the world. The kind of content that is there, right? and the quality of the content that is there, probably you might see better than schools, right? Or probably the teachers are teaching. So these kind of collaborations, I would request people to basically encourage in kids. And sometimes I get complaint that why we are forcing so much into the kid. No, we don't need to force. If a kid has an interest, he or she will basically do that collaboration herself. You just need to tell her that these are the touch points where you can do the collaborations, right? So talking about affordability, when we are talking about these many collaborations at different touch points, affordability will come into picture where money matters a lot, and that's why I have given the example of mine, the Vivekananda one and the prize money. And that's where our company FinanceWare comes into, where our main vision is to provide affordable education in whatever term that we could do in a country like India, right? And I will talk a lot about, in my knowledge session, about our company, what we do, the value that we bring into the ecosystem. Probably some of your minds probably will blown away with the facts that we will talk about. I will talk in my session, so do watch out for that, right? For the time being, this is what I can speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing that interesting perspective on how affordability can foster collaboration. But moving forward, if we go to the next level, now we spoke about collaboration within our systems and how are the challenges, what are the issues, and how did we overcome them. But can you talk in specific, maybe a couple of stories on how your inter or intra-school collaboration happened? I mean, in your own community or in your own vicinity, you must have collaborated, not just during COVID, even pre-COVID, and you will intend to do that post-COVID. So share that, because I think there is a learning for all of us in those stories. Now, before you start, ma'am, audience, I've got a message from Kausar that we need to involve you in collaboration. So after this round, we will come to every table. Tell us one idea how we can collaborate going forward, but do not repeat. So if the first table tells you an idea, then the third table cannot repeat it. Okay, so start thinking.
Okay, so coming to collaboration with schools outside, I think there's a huge learning when you collaborate with other schools, not only for the students who are learning about a different culture, because we've been collaborating with schools in New Zealand, in UK, and also in Singapore, Turkey. So various schools with different countries. So we find that kids have these preconceived notions about how kids in other countries are or how things are. So it's been a huge learning for the children, because they learn how those children stay, how they eat, what is their thought processes, attitudes. So it's been really nice for them. Along with that, they've also shared some academic content. So they, with Singapore, they had done a lesson together, and they did the biodiversity there here. So it was really a great learning experience for the kids. And coming to collaboration can also help with teachers, because when you're sharing resources, so when we had done that collaboration on biodiversity, we shared lesson plans. So our teachers got an idea that, oh, we could have done it like that too. So there is learning happening. There could be learning at the level of principals also, which we didn't go that far, so I haven't reached that level as yet, but I'm sure we would soon. So there's learning happening at multiple levels when you collaborate with schools. But not just collaborating with schools abroad, we can collaborate with schools in our own country, in our own state, in our own city. We were trying to collaborate with a government school where we were sending our kids and we visited, but then the principal changed and then our collaboration closed. So, you have all these issues, but it's always good and it's always a learning at all multiple levels. So it's a great idea. I mean, I'm all for it.
Yeah, at our school, we coming to first within our city, we've collaborated with our sister concerns to organize programs together. Within the country, we've taken on the government's Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat program. So we've collaborated with a school in Haryana. Then moving on to the international dimension, we collaborated with a school in Egypt wherein recently also we had a collaborative Padlet made, where the students had to exchange ideas about, or make a presentation on the indigenous handicrafts of our state and their country. Then thereafter what we did was we took it to the class. The student had, it was like a lottery where they had to pick up. So before that they had to study that Padlet because you didn't know what you're going to get. And then, so you could get from any country. There was like 2-3 countries involved in that Padlet. And then they would pick up the, handicraft of some country and they had to speak. Now this was a huge learning for all children. 1, they exchanged ideas. 2, learning cross borders. 3, the confidence to speak of a content which you didn't necessarily prepare. So I would have read hers and presented to someone. I would have added another perspective where she would not have even presumed it existed. So this is the way we have collaborated, not just within the city, but across the globe. We've also collaborated with a school in China for learning their festivals as part of one of our projects. And there are so many similarities when you come across the different cultures. But the roots and the values remains humanity. And so by collaborating with different people, children also learn to respect one another. That's my take on it.
Thank you. See, as in terms of school-to-school collaboration, in the beginning we planned actually. Because as I already expressed to you, our school is a budget school and all the teachers are never exposed to any other school. Even children are not exposed to any other thing. We had a lot of plans, but due to pandemic, we couldn't do any kind of collaboration from school to school. So we want to do it as the schools becomes normal. Definitely, we'll go with the school-to-school collaboration and we'll go with the pedagogical growth. Sorry? Exactly. So we are still in a planning. Definitely, as the school becomes normal, we'll go with that. Thank you very much.
No, I'm sure having come here, you will find a lot of people who are ready to collaborate with you, and you can also collaborate with them,
Yes,
because
yes,
we are all in the same
exactly.
city.
Definitely, we'll collaborate, we'll plan it out, and we'll make sure that things grows accordingly.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think across school collaboration, ma'ams have already said a lot of things. What I can say is that if you need any help, then let us know. We help a lot of indirectly, help a lot of school to do cross-school collaboration anyway, right? So you might not know, a lot of people might not know. So Rohit Sharma and Vivek Oberoi are our company's ambassador, right? And I'll talk about Rohit Sharma in my knowledge session, but he came to us in a very, very small price. I mean, if you guys don't know, Dhoni and Rohit Sharma kind of people charges like 5 crore rupees per annum to be an ambassador of a company. Rohit Sharma came to us at a very dirt cheap price because he somehow attached himself to his, and if you don't know, Rohit Sharma also had a lot of problem in his education while he was a kid. His family also from a very, very humble background. So he kind of had liked our idea, attached himself to us at a very low, dirt cheap price. But what we do actually using these celebrities, we bring a lot of, we have been doing it in the higher education sector a lot more because they directly relate to them. And basically, with the school's permission, we bring a lot of people across schools and basically try to create events where a lot of collaboration can happen based on themes, of course. So we choose a theme, do a lot of collaboration, and we also give away prizes. There are many prizes that we have given, like iPad, MacBook, and all those stuff, right? And that is again attaching to my story where I started off giving them something based on which they can grow themselves, right? So that's the only point I want to say. Collaboration, cross-school collaboration is important. I have given the example so that if you need any help, then let us know. We will try to do it on behalf of yourself also. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I think maybe on behalf of all of us in Hyderabad, we will ask you if you can get Rohit Sharma to talk to all our students online let all the children log in for an hour or 45 minutes and let us listen to him. And I'm sure we don't have any problems. Okay, my school is not participating, your school will participate. We don't have to be your customers, but our children will always be your subscribers. Okay. So, shall we go to the audience now and come back? Okay, so audience, anybody ready? One idea for collaboration. You are not an audience. You don't qualify to be an audience. Organizer. Yes, madam. I will give the mic to you, ma'am, but from here on, you pass on.
See, this is about my personal collaboration which I've done during this time. I've been watching a lot of Korean and Turkey serials, and I feel the language that I have I started understanding the languages so well that if I visit Turkey or if I visit Korea, I would know everything about it. So I think that was my learning during this and a collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, Pankaj.
I think the new education policy has a dimension to collaborate a lot. One idea which I can think of is, taking it from her, there is a tremendous amount of life skill which has been focused on. Every school can come up with some innovative life skills and cross-pollinate and share how to learn. That's languages are much, now the prominent thing is the languages are going to be in the forefront as far as national education policies. And every state can make sure that they can, cross-pollinate, and languages can be the most important thing to collaborate with.
Thank you, sir. I'm right blind.
I think with the NEP coming in and with the vocational education being in the front, the biggest problem for schools will be resources. So I think if you have a pool of resources and say for Monday and Tuesday one school uses the resources, Thursday and Thursday we use the resources, because it will be high on our budget if I have to have that many vocational people, resources. So I think if we can be a little magnanimous and form a resource pool for your hub schools and then share the resources, I think that will be a great opportunity for giving multifaceted, our thing for exposure to our children. I think that will be a great score, but we have to be a little magnanimous.
Thank you for that idea. Before you go on, I think Mr. Bali said make a WhatsApp group or a community. I think we can start with resource pooling. Whatever is up for collaboration, we can put it in the group, and whoever would like to take it will take it and benefit from it. I'll come to you.
Yeah, to take it from where Gauri left off, I think collaboration can be possible only if schools stop functioning as business units. As long as we think that, a school is for business, and as long as we have the apprehension, if my kids go to that school, perhaps I don't want to complete it. Okay? Or those kids come here. So I think we should come out of the mode of comparison first. We must look at kids and that conducive environment at large. And most importantly, schools must stop, the idea of business units, and only then collaboration in true spirit can happen. We're not looking at collaboration, across countries. We can do it within our own vicinity, within the schools, that are just around us, perhaps in Hyderabad. I think it's a beautiful idea to collaborate with exchange programs in Hyderabad schools. I mean, we do have exchange programs. I mean, thanks to British Council, the International School Awards, we do have collaborations taking place cross borders. But I think firstly we must look at knowing ourselves within our vicinity. So it has to be local first, and then it has to be international. Right? Okay. Thank you.
Go vocal for local. Yes. And then last is Kausal.
Yeah. So I'm completely with Ms. Gauri and Ms. Chakravarti. Actually, the idea given by Gauri was like taking from my mouth. So completely I agree that coming to the skills education as a mandatory thing for few grades as per NEP, all schools cannot afford teachers as specialists. So pooling those resources in between schools makes a lot of difference. And we principals, directors, and the vice principals, like senior leadership team, gets a lot of platforms like this to exchange our thoughts. How many platforms are we creating to create such platforms for our teachers and the second level leaders? So, and we all are busy. Yeah, so-called we should be busy. So after going from the conference, hardly we get time to share what all we got from the platform, only 1 or 2. So I think we all should collaborate to create platforms for teachers and the second level leaders, and we should just become the organizers for such platforms. Enough of principal conferences, CEOs conferences. We shared a lot. Now I think we have to act on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, your last words.
So, I just want to add a fresh perspective to the whole thing, and I think I'm the only odd one out here from the tertiary education. I belong to the higher education community. Listening to all the panelists and the moderators, the idea which comes to my mind is that we are talking about collaboration, the inter-school collaboration or the intra-school collaboration at national or international level. Why cannot we think of collaborating the secondary school community with the tertiary school community, right? So this is, again, you know, as one of the members here spoke about resources, we are talking about skills, the future skills. So what more better, you know, that the tertiary education or the higher education is given a chance to collaborate with the secondary school, conduct workshops, give that industrial perspective which is required, because high school students eventually will be joining the colleges or the universities. So why not make them ready when they are in the school itself? So that's my thought.
Thank you for sharing. In fact, I think what Dr. Usha Reddy said in her session morning, horizontal, vertical and diagonal collaboration also, not only for communication, but it can also be a code for collaboration. Thank you. Yes, Kausar.
We raised this point about NEP talking about cluster schools and then we bridge between the boards. So maybe an answer would be pedagogical collaboration, where we fill the gap of equity of learning experience. We bring about equity in learning experiences. And if we collaborate on pedagogical process, maybe that can be a key for clustering the schools.
Sure. I think that is one thing what in the morning session we heard. If we can have a center for excellence for mathematics, irrespective of whichever school the teachers are, they can come and get the best practices of imparting math education inside their schools, and that way you can ensure equity and also collaboration. So, okay, so I think we got a fair idea of what the audience is thinking. Let's come to the last part. One quick word from all of us. What is more and more evident is it's not because of NEP we have to collaborate. It's not because of SDG we have to collaborate. It's not because you are collaborating so I have to collaborate, or I am collaborating, he has to collaborate. It is not peer pressure. I think it is pure intent. It is pure purpose of giving the best in this space called education we are all in. So culture plays an important role, the culture of collaboration. Now let me give you a simple example. I mean, this is a true story. So we had this challenge in one of our schools in Nagpur, where the kindergarten department overnight collapsed because of COVID. Okay. But when we were looking for solutions, and we are coming from pre-COVID mindset, right? What to do, who's going to be there, how can we send the resource there and all. One of our own teacher came up with an idea saying, anyway classes are happening for Kondapur in Hyderabad, why can't all our children log into those classes? I mean, it's a collaboration, but coming from bottom up, not from top down. That's the culture I'm talking about. Maybe if you can quickly, in 2-3 lines, share culture's importance on collaboration.
Well, like I said initially, the culture comes from the freedom that people are given to express their views and points across. If they feel safe saying something, they would be more open to collaborating, to failing, to suggesting whether it is accepted or not. So I think that is the culture we build as leaders. That's what I had said earlier. So I stay with that, and I'd also just end with, this old adage that it takes a village to bring up a child. So it talks about collaboration. We do need to collaborate across multiple levels and layers to bring up this child. We are responsible for that child being in the education sector. We are partners with the parents, and it is up to us to give the best to those kids. So I'm sure most of you will agree these days parents send their kids and they expect a finished product by the end of the 12 years. So the large part of that responsibility falls on us. So we need to take that initiative as educators. So I think it's up to us to take the step forward.
Just like you said, the child is the center of learning and the center of all of our purpose of existence for our schools. It's very important that we collaborate with the parents as partners in education. It was once upon a time, yes, that they expected the schools to do everything. But now, by and by, it is moving on. And parents are taking that interest also to see or to partake in their child's educational journey. So I feel that in order to make the child ready for the future, to be able to connect with the world, it's very important that we connect with the parents, and together as partners in education, we make a difference in the child's life.
Thank you very much. As same thing, I want to put it here as the collaboration means, first we have to talk about, as we are in the secular country, and my school basically residing in old city, so it requires a diversified culture, basically. So with the collaboration of the school, definitely the children will learn different varieties of culture. So that's how we require the collaboration. I think the school to school will have a different culture, and we have a different kind of activities focusing on our festivals, focusing on our all celebrations. So if we collaborate, definitely it gives a big help to the student for learning what is the meaning of secular country. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'll give some complete different views, different perspectives, but it would be interesting for you to listen. Culture is, as Mr. Chandrasekhar said, is a very, very important thing. That's my own belief is, because culture drives a lot of things, how people are going to perform, whether they're going to be productive or not, right? So my personal belief is, if we can build that culture, which we Indians have anyway, I think, compared to other Western countries, if you go to India, everybody is interfering in everybody's life, right? बाजू में if your पड़ोसी है तो घर में घुस जाते, क्या चल रहा है, कैसा चल रहा है, that you don't do in a Western countries kind of thing. So that's a kind of collaboration, forced you say, whatever, just a very rude example. But what I think is, if we can build a culture of collaboration in basically in our kids, right, the generation next can be changed to a quite significant proportion. I'll give you an example from a corporate, from my experience in corporate. 30, 40, even 50 years back, when our grandparents were there was a culture of industrialization, right? A lot of people you will see walking in mills, even in Mumbai, walking in mills, staying in a company probably for their entire career, 30 to 40 years. They join a company and they actually never left the company, right? So there was a need of kind of like literally roti kapda makan, movies were made around that, right? But if you look at the next generation, like our fathers, right? So they are into the kind of these IT companies where you see Microsoft, Google, Salesforce in Hyderabad, you see, right? Cognizant, Wipro, TCS, which has changed the style of, living style of Indian people especially, right? A lot of people. Now the third generation which is coming, right? In the second generation, if you look at, to retain talent, people has to actually give them incentives, right? Like work from home in a week, once in a week, foreign tours, on-sites and all those stuff. Now, if you look at their next generation, because their roti kapda makan is taken care of, their living style is taken care of by the parents. Now our kids, you will see a huge problem and a significant change in culture, where you have, if you want to retain talent or if you want to have somebody work for you, you cannot force them with anything, right? And that's why, because they don't need money. Their parents have their money in their bank account, right? These guys. So what they need is basically which is aligned to their passion, which is aligned to their goal, right? That could be a good hiring policy you will see in future. Now coming into that kind of philosophy, what generally you should follow to build a culture of collaboration, never retaliate to any of your subordinates and staffs. That is the only last line message I will give, which I follow in my company. Even the smallest developer in my company in tech team, or even the smallest operation guy in my operation team, the only thing that we tell them in every retrospective meeting is, if you have anything to speak, you have the freedom of speaking. Just don't shout, but convey the message. And if you are speaking against anybody, we have a zero retaliation policy. Generally ये corporate में आपने देखा होगा, अच्छा तूने मेरे बारे में बोला, मैं तेरे को अगले मीटिंग में देखता हूँ, right? Things like that. So don't do that. If we can build that kind of culture in our kids, I think there would be a significant jump in the culture that we are bringing. Collaboration will automatically happen. Collaboration doesn't happen because of retaliations.
So appreciative inquiry, that's the whole thing. Encourage and catch them right rather than catching them wrong. All right, so I think with this we conclude this panel. Thank you very much. We are all for collaboration, and let's collaborate.
You can stay seated. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. The school leader in me can't resist sharing a few points about my own school. I think we have collaborated with sponsors, and I work in a low-budget school in Old City also, in Nurkha Bazaar. And we collaborated with sponsors, donors, philanthropists, and we had a huge device drive. So we actually supplied devices and smartphones and tablets, used ones, not always new, to children. We oriented parents and gave them technology talk. And now we are able to send Google Forms and surveys to get parent opinion. So, and then we have outreach programs where we collaborate with anyone who approaches us, and we have worked in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kargil, Ladakh, Srinagar to do teacher training. And right now the pre-primary teachers of our school collaborated with Lone Star Community College in Texas, and we had a virtual exchange. So yes, collaboration is the key for the future, and thank you so much for sharing all your valuable thoughts. I would like to now call Mr. Amarnath from Future Learn to accompany Mr. Pankaj to felicitate our panelists and speaker. Yes, now you can. Dr. Chandrasekhar, Jain Group of Schools. Mrs. Madhvi Chandra, Principal, Gitanjali School. Thank you so much, ma'am. Miss Caroline Ross, Principal, Springfield School. Thank you so much, ma'am. Miss Rekha, Principal, Mukarram Jah School. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Prasad, Finance Bureau. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a very enlightening conversation. I'd like to now call upon stage Mr. Hemant Sharma from Rishi Wood University for a quick knowledge talk.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you, and very warm welcome to Hyderabad Public School. And I wish to thank Mr. Skand Bali for organizing and Mr. Pankaj for organizing such a beautiful hybrid conference here today. I'm Hemant Sharma again from Rishiyod University, Sonipat, which is around 1500 kilometers from here. And I was just thinking, sitting at the back, what should I speak? So the last panel gave me some ideas about collaborations. We being from higher education industry, and recently our university has got accreditation last year only, but due to COVID we could not approach student, or student could not approach us. So now we have started collaborating with different schools across the country and as well as in the South countries. We'll be very happy to have collaboration with the schools here as well. This is why I'm a virgin visit here, and would like to carry it forward for a longer period. So there's one thing. Secondly, I'm from education background, education industry background, and keep counseling students across the country and across the world as well. One thing is absolutely common in all students. They don't know what to do after 12th. And what I felt, they also understand that they don't know. But what I understand, that they need counseling at the right time. We might be giving them heavy dose of counseling day and night by parents or teachers, but we don't know when to counsel them. For this, I think collaboration will play an important role when we can counsel students from 6th class onwards or 7th class onwards. And we at Rishiyod University will definitely pitch in and can, shake hand with the schools across the country. Now, if I see from the student's point of view, when we counsel student, good, this is a normal phenomenon that goes on. But what if, in case if student try to counsel us? We have around 900 universities in the country today, but we do not feature in top 100 of the world. And if students ask us, where do you stand today? We don't have any answer. And students studying in Hyderabad, they travel to Delhi, or students from Delhi, they travel to Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, or any other destination in search of good quality of education. Why can't we restrict those students in their home city as well? Like in schools, we have seen that they admit students within the 5 kilometers periphery. We don't have that system in university. We invite or we take students from across the country, across the globe, and we feel happy that we have students from 45 countries, we have students from 100, and we have teachers from 50 countries. So I don't know where we are going. So this is an abnormal phenomenon or abnormal situation that we are seeing here in country today. I was in Kathmandu few days back. There also I saw students, they sell their home, they sell their land, and they fly out just to study abroad. This is what their mindset and mentality is. I don't know how come this mentality has gone deep into their mind. But now coming back to our session here, I think I am not qualified enough to give a knowledge talk to the most knowledgeable school leaders here. But I would like to just give you a brief introduction about my university. We are into a sort of liberal education and offer courses in entrepreneurship, healthcare, creativity, and also in healthcare, creativity, education, and entrepreneurship, MBA. So here we nurture students, in entrepreneurship particularly, we nurture students not for the job market. We nurture students to create a job market under two specialization, that is startup and family business. And in creativity, we have some beautiful courses in product design, and come on, help me. So in product design, fashion technology, styling, and visual arts. And in Healthcare, we offer courses in cardiovascular technology, medical lab technology, and also in optometry. So these are some unique courses which I have not seen universities offering normally. And also observed that these courses are great in demand in southern part of the country, that is in Kerala and in Punjab and in northern part of the country. So we are focusing there to create awareness about these programs there. And then we offer BA in psychology, again great in demand. So these are 4 schools we have, and I would be really grateful to you all. My humble invitation stands to you all that whenever you plan your visit to Delhi or northern part of the country, you are most welcome to visit us. My address and complete details are in your kit. You may approach us at any point of time. You can plan your educational visit to our campus. I'll be really very, very happy to be your host. And I think you will also be very happy to become our guest. So with this kind note, I won't take much of your time. Would like to thank you once again for inviting me here in Hyderabad. Thank you very much. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Can I please invite Mr. Savio John from Torrance?
Very good afternoon, everybody. I'll begin quickly with the presentation. If I could only have these lights off, please, because they're casting a glare on the screen and I believe it's difficult to see what's happening there. All right. Next slide, please. So I'm from Torrance Music. We are basically music education aggregators across all schools. We are in 85 plus schools across India. Next slide, please. All right. If I want to begin by asking a question, if you like something, to what extent can you go to achieve it or to probably preserve it? Would anybody like to answer from the audience? Anybody? Anybody? If you like something, till what extent are you willing to go to preserve that talent or to pursue it? It could be anything. It's a very vague question, I know. Absolutely. Well, nothing predefined that I have in my mind right now, but just want to begin by narrating a very small incident. So the guy you can see here, this is an operation theater. So this is an operation table right now, and his brain is being operated upon and he's playing the guitar. Now what is happening, this guy's name is Abhishek Prasad. He was one of our earliest subscribers with Torrance Music, which actually started as an online service in 2010. That was torrance.com. So what happened is that he would suffer from a condition called as focal dystonia. Focal dystonia is when your extremities, that is your limbs, his fingers would start curling backward. And so he wanted to preserve this functionality. Why? Because he loved playing the guitar very much. So what he did is he went and spoke to his neurologist, the surgeons, and they said, all right, fine, we will try and preserve this functionality for you, but how are we to know which part of the brain is responsible for this activity? So the doctors came up with a plan. They said, all right, you do something what you really like to do on the operation table. And so what they did is they sedated him, and after a little while they woke him up and he was in a little condition. So they said, all right, so play the guitar. So he's playing the guitar on the operation table, and the doctors inside his brain are checking, which are the impulses, which are the neurons which are firing, and which is the region which is responsible for activities related to playing the guitar. So this is the love which this guy had for music. He's a Torrance subscriber. Hence the power of music, and that's why I asked, till what extent are you willing to go if you want to preserve a talent or something. So this is Abhishek Prasad for you. Next slide, please. We all know, all of us are educators, and we know the current situation the children are going through right now, especially cases like anxiety neurosis, fear psychosis, depression. According to a research, every single minute there is somebody or the other committing suicide in this country. And the cases of these mental issues between the ages of 6 and 14 are on a rise right now. Next slide, please. So what does music do? Nothing which is very new, which we do not know about. Just reiterating a few points. Music produces certain happy chemicals, dopamine and serotonin, to name a few. Whenever you listen to music, there are these happy chemicals which are secreted in your mind. So that is a trigger response. That is a response of the mind, a happy response to negative situations. In 2010 in the United States of America. This is just a glimpse of the website. We are in over 200 public schools in the US. We have a subscriber base of over 240,000 customers, over 165 countries. And please go ahead. Yeah, these are some of our schools where we are currently involved as full-time music educators. Some prestigious schools are here. We have the Sri Ram Universal School, we have the Hyderabad Public School, and we've got the Harvest School. Next slide, please. So we began in India in the year 2017. Our pilot program was in a school called SNBP in Pune. Next, please. So this is what we do. We set up the entire classroom, we bring instruments, we provide instructors, we provide a curriculum, we have a training format, we have assessments, we've got an entire online system through which you can track and control everything that is happening inside our music program. Next slide, please. So this is how, if you can just, I know it's a little difficult to see the screen right now because of the light glare, but these are empty rooms which were given to us. So this is how we asked for rooms. Next slide, please. And this is how we transform it. So these are images of our actual music rooms. You can see the guitar room down, the piano room on top. Next slide. These are some live classes. This is from a school in the Northeast. Next slide, please. Right. So what is it which we have? We've got trained instructors. We provide personalized attention to children. We have curriculum from levels 1 to 10 across various instruments: keyboards, guitars, drums, vocals, ukulele, tabla, Hindustani vocals, and a whole range of new and innovative courses which we came out with during the lockdown. Slide, please. So this is just a very small glimpse of the software. On the left-hand side, you can see this is the attendance aspect. On the right-hand side, there is lesson marking, which shows the lesson progress in every single class. This is just an overall glimpse about how many children are in which stream. The image is a little small. I'm sure you might not be able to see it. Yeah. And this is a report which is sent to the school, and the school can access this on a real-time basis. It is graphically represented. It gives you an immediate understanding of what is actually happening in the class on that given day. Next. These are courses which are curated by us, books which are written by us, and our instructors who have written the books, they are from the US and they are world-renowned musicians. Many of them are Grammy nominees as well. Next slide, please. Next. 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 All right. So these are some curriculum, some courses which we came up with during the lockdown. What happened is that the lockdown was just randomly called, and we were not very prepared as to how should we go ahead and tackle this situation. So there were many schools who came back to us and they said, all right, let us go ahead and continue teaching music to children. But the problem was many children did not have instruments at home. So what we did is we innovated and we came out with a few ideas. We put them all together and we gave them some names. So this is beatboxing, songwriting, home percussion, body percussion. This is how you continue teaching music to children without them even having any instruments at home, right? These are some images of our live classes which were conducted. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then this is an all India band competition, the Battle of Bands, which we conduct every year. It's witnessed by at least 7,000 to 8,000 people who come to Pune. It is judged by the Bollywood, the celebrities of Bollywood. Next. So the children get an exposure like this to perform in front of huge audiences. Last year, during the performance, children from the Hyderabad Public School also were here in this band competition. Next slide, please. So Ehsan Nurani of the famed Shankar Ehsan Loy. He's our mentor, our director, our brand ambassador, and he conducts guitar workshops and instrument sessions across all the schools where we are. Next slide, please. These are some contact details. Torrance Music is there in that corner. I would request you all to please spare a few minutes, and if you could visit a stall, we could give you a little more information on this. Next slide, please. All right, just don't play it. This is a collab video we did out of all the children who were participating in the Torrance online program. You can find glimpses of children doing beatboxing, body percussion, home percussion, and they were very excited. And this is for Children's Day. They wanted to do something. And also you will find children of the previous years who have played the guitars, the keyboards, and the drums. We've tried putting all of them together. This video has been shot entirely in the homes of the children. So parents taking videos of the children, and we've all put this together. All right? Please do play the video. If you just press the next slide, it will play. Oh, definitely, you can share the video through WhatsApp. It'd be lovely if they can just, watch it for like a few minutes. It's hardly 4 minutes long. Just play it. Just press the play button. There's the play button on the lower left corner.
Artificial intelligence is all set to become the next pervasive paradigm in our lives.
I'll come. Just 1 second. If you just give me 1 quick second. Sorry for the... before we could just see what we need to do about the video, I request Mr. Pramod. Yes. Mr. Pramod Pillai, he is one of our principals, one of our esteemed clients from the Harvest International School. Now he is in Meru School, and I would just...
In fact, I picked them from one of the Chandigarh such a type of a conference and brought them to Harvest. These people are magicians and musicians, I should say. Because 6th month down the line, children picked up instrument and they went to stage with Ehsan and performed. I could not believe that music can be that kind of celebration in a school. When I met Sunil today, I thought that it is so important probably to speak this, and I was so glad to see them today. My school turned to be such a great celebration of music. Shankar coming to campus, 3 to 4 months training, instrumental music, children, drum and guitar coming to the stage and performing with him was unbelievable for me. I just thought of sharing this, my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We are facing problems. This video is not playing here. So I would request ma'am if she would be kind enough to share the video through WhatsApp. Sunil, are we done here? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. I'd like to hand it over to the organizers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savio. It's now time for the third roundtable conference, How Critical is Critical Thinking in the Context of School Education? Can I please invite on stage the moderator for this conference, Ms. Anjali Razdan, Director, Solan Public School. Welcome, ma'am. And the panelists for this conference is Dr. Lakshmi Rao, Academic Head, Jain Group of Schools. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Veena Murthy, Principal, Delhi School of Excellence. Mr. Pramod Pillai, Principal, Meru International School. Ms. Lalita Naidu, Principal, Rockwood International School. Welcome, sir. Ms. Manika Walia, Rishiwood University. Welcome, ma'am. Hello. Ms. Amrita Chandra, Vice Principal, the Hyderabad Public School. A very warm welcome to all the panelists. Ms. Anjali, you may take over now.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting us. We're going to be very quick, I can assure you all that. Because I know it's time for lunch and, we earned our lunch. Okay, well, I didn't have this intention, but changed my intention right sitting on that table. I was reading this lovely book of poems, and I thought I must begin with this. It's amazing. Whoever has written it, may your tribe increase. It's so much befitting what we are going to talk about. I think we are going to talk about how critical is critical thinking. Yeah. In school education. I don't know whether that's different from college or anywhere else. Critical thinking is critical thinking, So here it says, I'm going to read out these 4 or 5 lines, beautiful lines, I thought. They say, struggles are many and challenge is one. To take struggle as stimulant to run. If I can turn this thought, the worry is none. Just turn the struggle upside down and challenge is done. I thought that was beautiful. I think you all would be having these books, just go through that. And then they've drawn some challenge and one curve, and then challenge and struggle are upside down. Beautiful. So with this, I'm going to start on this. Critical thinking. I got a little paper here with me. Normally I don't read it, but I thought I must because I forget definitions. So I thought first what we're going to do is, we're going to define critical thinking so that, we all understand what we're talking about. And and we go on. So apparently 21st century thinking and learning has 4 pillars. I'm told there's a 5th pillar that's added today, I was told, citizenship. The 4 pillars, I believe, are the 4 C's. One is collaboration, one is, what is that? Communication. One is creativity, I like that the best. And one is critical thinking. And then there's the citizenship. So we are into critical thinking, though I love creativity. I would have put that on the top. Okay, so I'm going to just give you the definition of critical thinking, and I think we'll take off from there. Not more than 2.5 minutes per participant. Yeah, so critical thinking says, before I even define it, you know what happened? When we were in the first round, I was observing Dr. Skand Bali and his team out here, and I was thinking what he did was critical thinking. So I'll give you an example of what he did. I don't know whether you all saw that or not, but I definitely saw it. And so they were all sitting here, and the last person who came was there. That's yourself. And then there was this nice little banner there. It was as light as a feather, and it started falling down. So critical thinking is what Dr. Bali did, and he called one of his gentlemen, do something he said, and the person understood. So there was wonderful communications. Because if you don't say what you have to say, and it doesn't get understood the other way, it's not communication. So it got understood, so the gentleman put it back there, and there it lies till date. Didn't fall down. critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen. Very small example. So it says, yeah, it's critical thinking and a lot of things associated with that. Don't worry, your chance will come to say problem solving. So analyzing information and experiences in an objective manner, plain and simple. Analyzing information and experiences in an objective manner is critical thinking. A little more add to that. Critical thinking occurs when we are analyzing, interpreting, synthesizing, informing, applying creative thoughts to form an argument or to solve a problem or to reach a conclusion. I hope that answers you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also developed through experiential learning. Once you don't put your hand on something, you cannot be a critical thinker. And critical thinking equips individuals with competence to manage challenging situations. Who doesn't know that? Come on, everybody is a beautiful critical thinker out here. I don't know why I'm doing this out here, but just because we are used to that. No, once a teacher, always a teacher. So critical thinking, it equips us and it gives exciting opportunities. These skills enhance coping resources and personal and social competence of individuals. CT, I call critical thinking, enables individuals to translate knowledge, attitudes, and values regarding and all the concerned issues into actions and empower learners to observe the process involving. Now this is critical. Involving what? Involving what to do, why to do, how to do, and when to do. I thought that is critical thinking. What to do, why to do, how to do, and when to do. So never in your life will forget critical thinking now. Right? So I have beautiful panelists around me, all my lovely friends from the past and the present. They are here. I think whether you like to introduce your own selves, I think that would be better. But a very quick names I'll come across. We have Miss Amrita, who is, of course, this is her homeland out here, Vice Principal out here of the school. And Mr. Pramod, he just now spoke in favor of music. I don't know why, but he is from Miro International School as a principal. I thought he was from Furtados or whatever that music institution was. And we have, of course, Dr. Lakshmi, good friend of mine. We stay in the same complex. See the critical thinking, but we don't meet. We meet here. So Dr. Rao, a wonderful friend of mine, Lalita Naidu ma'am, and that's Manika. Manika, of course, wonderful. So we have all of them here. Now, we have all faced pandemic. All of us has faced pandemic of, what was the pandemic about, by the way? What was it about? There was a wonderful virus by the name of coronavirus 2019. I don't know why it jumped to 2020 as well. But this coronavirus taught us a lot of lessons. It literally hit us hard as teachers, as educators, as students, as parents, as business collaborators, whoever. It taught us wonderful lessons of life. Thank you, Corona, wherever you are. Right now, I'm not wearing a mask, but please forgive me for that. So, it taught us how to endure. It taught us critical thinking in our classrooms and schools. And that's what we're going to ask as the first question. We're going to ask two quick questions to my participants. So, how did you think that, maybe start with Madam? How do you think, first you can introduce yourself, and then how do you think your school and yourself coped up with, all this, the pandemic, in terms of critical thinking? What do you think you all did it as there? I know Dr. Bali said a lot of things, but you're not going to repeat those things. You're going to say something more, because he talked about communication and she's going to talk about critical thinking. So critically, what do you think you all did to keep up the whole spirit alive? And then your mic will go over to maybe all of us, right? So over to Ma'am Amrita.
So good afternoon, I'm Amrita. I'm the Vice Principal at the Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet, and it's wonderful to interact with all of you. It's been a long time, and thank you so much. I have 2.5 minutes. I won't use all of them. Yeah, but that's fine. Right, as far as critical thinking is concerned, we began asking questions, we began thinking differently right from the word go, from the day probably the Janata curfew was announced on 15th of March. And more importantly, after we did our entire training to put things in place for an online module, what we considered was that children have to be given back their childhood, even if it is online. So how can we do this? Is it enough just to conduct online classes, or should we go co-curricular as well? Extracurricular was definitely not on our cards because sports, there was very little we could do, though we did incorporate art, music, yoga, a fitness regimentation into our daily online module, because we felt that would give them a more comprehensive learning experience than just to give them classes. And we did this in a phased out, well spread out manner so that there was not too much of screen time either. So this was one of the things that we thought about. We also thought it was a great class 12 that we had, and we were probably not able to do too much for them. So we introduced a little bit of collaboration in the sense that we put them to other schools. There was a request from our Munnar school saying that we are beginning our MUN journey. Can you do something for our school? So we put our children onto that, and our children actually trained students of the Munnar school to take part in MUNs. So they were given their, though we had an investiture ceremony, leadership was almost this year on paper. We couldn't do too much by bringing in our councils, bringing in our children, and making them brainstorm and discuss, which is vital for critical thinking. But we thought we'll put these events to them and let them come up with solutions. So they came up with ideas about how we are going to have our investiture ceremony, and they did this no instrument music challenge using things like a spoon and fork in their kitchens to come up with the most delightful music. So we normally organize sensitivity campaigns by sending them to hospitals or to challenged homes, but this year we couldn't do that. So we asked them what they would like to do. So they said they'll make postcards for all the essential health service workers as a thank you for all that they've been doing for them. And they made a lovely video. It was a heart-touching video that had garnered thousands of likes. And what did they do there? They just thanked all the essential services and staff therein. So it was a collaborative, critical thinking year. But yes, I'll be honest that everything you did in a classroom was not possible online. Group discussions, encouraging a lot of questions, where we would, let's say as a teacher of English, I do ask, as I'm teaching Doll's House, what would you do if you were Nora? I probably couldn't get all 15 to answer because it was a screen time and it was a kind of a truncated class. Nevertheless, we did as much as we possibly could, and I think we did encourage that habit that Aristotle said, that it's the hallmark of an educated mind that you entertain as many thoughts as you want, but you don't accept all of them. So we did teach our children that you listen to everyone, you entertain as many thoughts as you want, but learn what to accept and what not to accept was probably one paradigm move that we did make in our regular routine. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the lighter moment, and I'm sure that Sunil will invite me for a dinner today. Coming back, so taking a little dip into it, when critical thinking as an educator, when I look into, more than talking about the school, I would like to ask the educators in front of me, do we really need critical thinking or creativity in our present education? How many of you agree? Please lift your hands. All right. Okay. One more question. Children at 3, they come to school, and at the age of 10 or 12, can you see the creativity and the laugh or the curiosity to learn in them in your school? The 3-year-old child, 2-year-old child, the parents are really at mess to answering questions of them. But when they come to 3 year and they come to school, they still have the curiosity to learn. But when you look at a child at 10 or 11 years at your school or my school, are they the same? If you agree, how many of you can see those kind of children at your school? All right, okay, at least 1 or 2, there is a hope, a ray of hope. So I would like to share the 1 minute that left is about schooling, learning, and education. So, for my understanding, learning is very much there in every human child as a species, because there is a severe appetite to learn. That you can see without a teacher, how do they learn a mother tongue or rest of the things you might have observed it very well. When come to education, we all started this from a different segment and requirement, which was 300 years back. So we put all the learning that has taken place into a curriculum, and that is education. When come to the third aspect, that is schooling, it is my understanding or what I heard or in my experience, it is all about social interaction. So you might be asking, where is the critical thinking and creativity and imagination? Because we cannot ever say critical thinking standing alone from creativity and imagination, because it's a combination of all three. As a species, I think, as the crown of creation, because there is no such organism evolved like a human being, has the ability of critical thinking, imagination, and come up with new ideas that has values, which is creativity. I don't understand, or I have never felt ever in my 22 years of career, schools are really providing an opportunity to make our children remain creative and critical thinking, or have the ability to imagination. If you feel that, it is absolutely great. But I think structurally, without structure, or consciously or unconsciously, when a child joins your kindergarten classroom, we systematically kill the creative, critical thinking and imagination of children. So I would like to listen from my rest of the panel members also about their insight on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pramod. I was just wondering who is questioning. I think Mr. Pramod began with question for a question, right? Just a little bit on to Mr. Pramod, what he said. Critical thinking is gone in the open air, the learning creativity is gone to the dogs, etc., etc. Why are we here? So the point is that it is there in the children, it's there in the schools, it's there with the mentors to inculcate it onto them. And let's not lose hope and put it in a way that it's gone. It's not gone, it's very much there. And I'm sure Dr. Rao is going to tell us how it's there and what's happening, and be a little more positive to this side out here.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And but one thing, Anjali, I would like to tell you, within 2.5 minutes, I won't be able to complete. As you said, teachers are teachers forever. So let me just make this point very clear. I'm taking the last statements that whatever you have made, questions. You said that what, why. Then immediately I remembered Rudyard Kipling's poem. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I know. Their names are what and why and when and where and how and who. Then I send them over land and sea, and I send them east and west. I'm not reciting the whole poem. It's going to take a lot of time. Right. Yes, I remembered it when I was in grade 6. I learned this, because this questioning is very, very critical for critical thinking. And critical thinking is most essential for all the leaders first, then we can get it percolated down. So that is the reason why I said that this questioning of what we are doing and why are we doing, how are we going to do, when are we going to do, and then where are we doing, all these things are very, very essential when we talk about critical thinking. Unless and until we have this kind of a thought process, I don't think that we can get it percolated down to our school at all. Having said this, yes, she has given one very best example of Mr. Bali. In fact, I wanted to quote that, but anyway, since she has used, I would like to take the example of Padmavati. Padmavati, when she said that, she has used audio SMS. That's again a critical thinking. That was a requirement. She understood, see, why are we doing and how are we going to really reach? Problem solving is a crucial thing in critical thinking. Unless and until you have a proper critical thinking, you will never be able to solve the problem at all. She has solved her problem by sending an audio and then video, SMS also. That's a critical thinking. Then all of us have this inbuilt in us. At the same time, we also have to see to it that it is getting percolated down among the teachers as well as among the children, so that they will be very, very successful in in their life. So when I'm talking about this, I also quickly remember one small this thing from Mahabharata I would like to talk about, because it is critical thinking. So there was a time when Krishna went and then spoke to Kauravas and Pandavas, but they did not agreed. They said that, okay, we are not going to compromise, we are going to have the war. And at that point of time, everybody agreed to have a war, and they just went. And Krishna went back to his palace and he slept because he couldn't do anything. Right. At that point of time, Dharmaraja called Arjuna and he said that, go to Krishna and meet him, because you need to seek his help for this war. Then at the same time, Shakuni also told Duryodhana to go and meet Krishna. Both of them went, and it so happened that Duryodhana walked into the palace a few seconds before Arjuna, and then followed by Arjuna, right? And what happened is, at that point of time, when he walked in, he saw Lord Krishna sleeping. Duryodhana went and stood behind the head of Lord Krishna, that is at the threshold of that cot. He went there and he stood at the head side of the Krishna, and then Arjuna, he had no other place, so he just stood at the foot, step of the, cot. So he was facing Krishna. Okay, and spiritual, speakers and all those people, they talk about devotion that Arjuna had towards Krishna. That is the reason why he stood near the foot of Krishna. But I take it as a logical thinking, because the moment we open the eyes, we see what is there right in front of us. Yes, so he thought critically, he very logically he thought of capturing the attention of Krishna, and he stood right in front of him at the footstep of the cot. And the moment Krishna opened the eyes, he directly looked at Arjuna, and he said, what do you want? Then immediately Duryodhana said that, why are you ignoring me? I came before Arjuna. Then see what happened. He was little negative and he stopped thinking logically. Then Krishna said, okay, fine, whatever you want, you please ask me. Then Arjuna said, no, let him ask. So then what Duryodhana asked is, I want the whole army of yours. Krishna said, okay, go ahead. And then he turned towards Arjuna and he asked, what do you want? Then he said, I want you. And see, Krishna himself is an institution. And he has chosen Krishna because he can give strategic ideas and he can motivate them. Right? Whereas Duryodhana, because he was little bit apprehensive or aggressive, and under that kind of a moment and mood, he could not use his logic at all. What will the whole army do? And that's what has happened. So that is critical thinking I would always see. And the same critical thinking as leaders, what are we supposed to do and how are we really implemented that in this COVID, all of us know. Right? So quickly we have adapted ourselves, and then we have changed the mode of teaching. And this time has this pause button, I would always call pandemic as a pause button, by the nature or Mother Nature, which made us realize our strengths as well as our weaknesses. This made us analyze the results that we are getting. This made us realize where we were going wrong. We are able to analyze. So critical thinking, as leaders, we have to focus on every department, and then we have to analyze the results. I'm not talking about only academic results, which we usually do for the board examination, but we need to analyze every department the results under each and every department. Then what would happen is we will be able to introspect ourselves and we will be able to correct ourselves. That is the best way of, thinking very critically and then bringing in the solution for our school. Automatically success will follow. This is what I feel about critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lakshmi Rao. I must tell a little secret about this lovely lady out here. She has a sister who's almost looking like a twin. And she talks lovely stories. She's a wonderful storyteller, Dr. Sharada. And we've been in different seminars a lot of times. And today I see the same trait in the sister here, telling something about whatever in the form of a story. Story is also critical thinking. It makes people, get out of that notion and come out. So wonderful. Love the story. And over to a good friend. That's Lalita Naidu, madam. Let's hear from her.
Thank you, Anjali ma'am. And when it comes to critical thinking, most of the people say it's a 21st century skill. What did we do in 20th century? We did not have critical thinking. Okay, so this is something that has been there. Now, what Dr. Lakshmi just spoke about, critical thinking from time, very ancient times to, the time when we had the Mahabharata. So, from that time, from the time the human beings evolved, critical thinking at every stage was essential. And when it comes to right now, the present scenario, let me ask you all a question. On 20th of February 2020, how many of you knew what was Zoom, what was Cisco, what was Google Meet, what was Microsoft Teams? How many of us knew? Yes, she did. Because she is, associated with. But, all the nuances of how to operate it, what are the different ways in which you can manipulate it to suit our needs. Not many of us knew it, okay? But within a very short span of time, say from 20th of March to now, we are almost masters of these various platforms, isn't it? And how did we come to that? Well, it is the need and the necessity. Whenever there is a need and a necessity, all of us will rise to the occasion. And when it comes to the students during this pandemic time, I think they have been heroes. All the children, be it, children in schools which are affluent, or be it children otherwise, you will find that critical thinking has been at its peak during this time. Okay, I was just seeing, some remote place in one of the states where the walls of the school have been converted into boards, and each student individually was working on whether it was math or various other subjects. So that is the level to which. So when it comes to, what our schools have done, or, what we have done, we have not let anything stay at rest. Almost, I can't say 100%, but almost normalcy was there in terms of curriculum transaction. Whether it was virtual labs, whether it was, project work, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, you name it. And that's all been there in all our classrooms. And when it came to collaboration, there was so much more that we did. There were so many people, so many parents who came forward. And they said, ma'am, we have a contact of somebody in Oxford who will give your children a talk on fluid thinking. Okay, he's a researcher in Oxford. So I got people from across the world who were collaborating with us. And the students themselves, the students and parents, they actually rose to the occasion. They were all collaborating and trying to bring in people from different walks of life to, give us more knowledge, give us more, what I should say, aspects of critical thinking. So nothing stopped. And students, believe me, they have been, at least my students have been my teachers too. Okay, I can say that very proudly, because they, sometimes, when, say, I am taking a class or I am taking a session, I forget something and I say, how do I do this? How do I disable this annotation because somebody is doing something with that? So I have somebody saying, ma'am, you go to that, you go to more and you have this and you do this and then you can disable it and then you can clear it also. So, they have been wonderful teachers who have been teaching us. Yeah. So when it comes to critical thinking, I think it's absolutely critical to have this. But how can we, and it's a very innate quality. Life itself is very critical. And if we leave children to their normal selves, they can be wonderful critical thinkers. So sometimes I come across, parents who are constantly spoon feeding their children. And I tell those parents to please stop doing that, because you are making your child dependent on you, and your child will never start thinking independently. The minute you allow a child to think independently, critical thinking is an automatic process that comes about. They need to learn to solve their problems. A child should not, I tell the parent also, that you need not come and tell us this. The child should be able to be taught to fight his or her own battles. They need not have somebody coming and telling them, okay, I lost this, or somebody is not doing this for me. That need not happen. So children are natural critical thinkers. Allow them to be what they are, and they will certainly come out with flying colors. So this is my take on critical thinking, and I should say that the COVID times have probably been the best possible time, because every single aspect of our functioning, whether it's the online classes or whether it's the various online programs or every single thing that we did, everything has been with a lot of thought process, and I think critical thinking has been an integral part of whatever we did. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic, Lalita ma'am. Taking off a little bit from her, where she said critical thinking didn't start just in 21st century. I was just suddenly thinking of the Taj Mahal. Who made that? Shah Jahan. Had he not been a critical thinker, I think today Taj Mahal would not be Taj Mahal. For that matter, there's a lovely 1,000-pillar temple at Warangal. Who made that? When? Years ago. Critical thinking was there. It's just that we have to scratch the surface and make things, come out. So over to you. Ma'am, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, lovely. And thank you, Dr. Lakshmi, for that lovely anecdote from the epic. So to continue forward, Ms. Lalita, critical thinking has always been there. We are all born with it. I mean, there's too much of hype and buzz which is attached to critical thinking, design thinking, creativity. What is critical thinking? We are humans. We are born thinkers. We are born creators. We create what machines cannot do, right? So critical thinking certainly is very, very critical. What the topic is it critical or it is not critical? It is definitely critical. And it is recognized as one of the most crucial and the essential skill set for the future workforce. Leading thinkers from various disciplines are seeing critical thinking as one of the catalysts for the much evolved and a much better thinking process. Whether we talk of critical thinking or whether we talk of design thinking, the idea is that what the panelists have said, just let the students or the individuals be free. This is basically, this thinking, what the thinking process is, we call it critical or we call it design thinking vis-a-vis. This entails effective communication. It comes out, where we are into a crisis, we adapt and we find creative solutions. It entails, the best real life solution which a person needs to find off. So again, it's nothing of 21st century skill. It was already there. Lots has been spoken about throughout the centuries. The methodology which was adapted by the Greek philosopher, the Socrates, the Socratic method, is nothing but the set of critical instructional tool. So it goes and it has its traces long back. It's just that it's now, we are trying to hype it and create a buzzword, critical thinkers, and this, again, adding on to what Mr. Pramod said, this was a very interesting study which was conducted by NASA. So NASA conducted a study where this leading scientist was appointed, and he was an education researcher. The study was to undertake, the component of creativity. And what Dr. Pramod shared were actually the discoveries what Dr. George Land figured out after the research was that when the kids are at 5 years of age, their creativity or their thinking ability is up to the maximum. That is almost 100%. But then when the student or this kid enters into this historic education system which was designed during the first industrial revolution, the system actually strips off the creativity or the thinking ability because of the rote learning, because of the system demands, because of the curriculum demands, because of the structure we have. That when this kid becomes a youngster of 16 to 17 years of age and he or she is about to graduate from the school, the thinking capability is almost zero. And that is the time when he is contemplating about his future. That is the time when he has to make the informed decisions. So it's not that the systems are not changing or there's not a paradigm shift in education. There is certainly a good thing, but still much has to be needed. We still have to incorporate that curiosity amongst our students. We have to ignite that curiosity. What ma'am said, that what, how, when, why, freedom should be given to the students to ask difficult questions. Education should go beyond the classroom. Learning should go beyond the classroom. So these are my actual thoughts on critical thinking.
Thank you so much, Manika. We have just now quick round. Now this is going to be a, what do they say as rapid fire round. All right. So, but before the rapid fire round, I'm going to say a little prelude. And I'm going to read this out because I don't know whether I can remember it exactly the way it's written. They say that the child starting kindergarten this year, right, 2021, will graduate in the third decade of 21st century. The child starting kindergarten now will graduate in the third decade of 21st century. All we can know about the world that she will step into, the child, will step into, is that they'll have challenges and opportunities beyond what we can imagine today. Problems and possibilities that will demand creativity, that will demand critical thinking, that will demand responsibility and compassion. So whether this year's kindergarten student will merely survive or will positively thrive in the decades to come depends in large measures on the experiences that the child would develop in the school, over the decade that they'll leave out. So, one last point and then come to the main question, which is going to be a fast round. So we ask our teachers and we ask our mentors, we ask the stakeholders of education that, are you future ready? Are you future ready to take these kindergartners who will be graduating 10 years or 20 or 15 years from now, are you making them future ready for the jobs that are going to come in the market those years? So that's critical thinking to the best of our ability. And this is something which we are not yet thinking of. And this is something which we have to think in our curriculum to make them job ready and future ready. And these are very powerful statements. And I put this question therefore to this august audience with just around a line or two. Maybe I begin from the reverse order now. One-liners. You said a lot of things, and I was going to tell you all, hold on, wait, the next question is coming up. So the next question is, so how do you think are the ways to adopt critical thinking in schools or in educational institutions? We need your one or two liners as the patting line.
I will be as quick as you want me.
Absolutely, thank you.
So two things. First, ignite the curiosity. Let the students have that freedom to ask difficult questions. And secondly, imbibe learning or education beyond the classroom.
Ignite and imbibe, that's what Manika says, wonderful.
Let them
so
explore.
Let's make a note of that.
You know, the more the students explore, we talk about holistic development, we talk about experiential learning, but all these things don't happen sitting inside the classroom. Let them be free. I know it's difficult, I mean, systems don't approve of it, but then if we want them to be thinkers or critical thinkers or design thinkers, we have to let them this approach of exploration.
Super. Couldn't agree less. Lalita ma'am.
Thank you.
Two things that you think.
Yeah. As it was said, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. And today, that type of a situation is not there. So it takes a school to raise a child is what we need right now, you know. So schools play a very, very important role, very critical role to bring about critical thinking. So what does school need to do? Give them opportunities. Simulate situations which are essential for them so that they come out with their thought processes. Or, you know, don't, and my take is never spoon feed the child. Create situations and create critical situations. Leave them and let them solve the problem. That is the most important thing the schools can do.
Fantastic. So, if I'm not mistaken, you said that you give them power of observation and give them the freedom to think. Yes. Will definitely lead to the future professions. Thank you so much, Lalita. Over to Lakshmi ma'am.
Yeah, I say accept the children as they are and then give them freedom to express their ideas and accept them as adults. So whatever ideas that they are coming up with, you just grab those ideas from them and then you become a co-learner along with the child. So, you know, instead of pedagogy, we need to bring in the heutagogy where the child as well as the teacher would learn together. Then I think critical thinking would automatically come. If we respect them as adults, they'll also start understanding what exactly is their responsibility and they'll start taking ownership of their own learning. Thank you.
It was, I think, very short, sweet and quick. So Dr. Rao said that empathize with them. Do I put the right word? Empathize with your kids. Put them in their shoes and see what they're thinking. Give them the freedom of speech and their thinking will grow. So lovely. Over to Mr. Pramod.
Thank you so much. So quick. So I was so happy to listen from rest of the panel members having the same thought. So one most important thing I would like to share, and the second thing later, we need to come out of the hangover of 1947 first of all. Because a couple of you at least understand, hangover is much more painful than the imperialism. So please come out of that, because it has been made for a different system. We need a different world and India in the coming time. Second thing is that who are the transforming agents? We are the people. Don't ever think that just a framework of new curriculum or a intelligent minister will come and change it. School is a microclimate of possibility, and that starts from us. Each one of us as school leaders or principal, we are the changing agent, and we can make that change in our microclimate, if we all put effort to make that change. That change will bring imagination, critical thinking, and creativity among our children. The 3-year-old child, a fresh life, comes to school, must go with the same liveliness at 18 years, then we have done the job.
Fantastic. Mr. Pramod, I summarize it by saying that agents of change, that was his keyword. Let's be the agents of change. So charity begins at home, and practice what you preach. I think that was your notion for critical thinking. Begin at schools. So you know where Mr. Pramod works, so you can send the kids there. Right. So over to Ma'am Amrita for a quickie.
Yes. So subjects may have an expiry date. Critical thinking definitely does not. So I think the simple way of trying to inculcate it in school children, learn to ask more. When you ask more, you know more, and you understand more. You'll appreciate more, and that way you'll be a more positive human being. And you'll understand the difference between criticism and critical analysis. They're two different things. The difference is being blurred. In the name of critical analysis, you see a lot of criticism floating around. So that component should be looked into. And along with critical thinking, let's include original thinking. It may not be extremely critical. There's a fine nuance which discriminates between the two. You should be an original thinker along with being a critical thinker. And I'll end with what may seem a little harsh, but it's been, I'll add a slight flavor or a punch towards the end, but this has been said by someone else. It says that critical thinking allows you not to blindly follow masses. And that's critical, especially today when you see psychology focused on mob mentalities. It is important that you do not blindly follow masses. English language has so many silent letters. Just imagine if that M was silent in masses, what that would make us without critical thinking. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, Amrita ma'am. In fact, you stole the words from her mouth, which was, I think you're mentioning about critique, right? So there's a difference between criticism, critique, and critical thinking. So critique is that hairline difference where you start criticizing others without knowing that you're criticizing them. So don't take it as criticism, because criticism is a negative word, whereas critique would be a very, very positive word which builds in critical thinking. With that, on this wonderful note that you ended up with, I'd like to thank all of you wonderful people for critical thinking, and I'm going to go out here with critical thinking, which door to take, which right turn or the left turn to take. And before I go out, I mean, I love humor, by the way, and love to end it with that. Before that, I just want to point out the beautiful things that are in the room. I mean, do we observe things? Do we put these observations? Do we appreciate? And there's something which we're lacking in our systems. Forget about these 4 C's and 5 A's and whatever. We are not observing. We never give, that the beautiful appreciation. I was looking at the wonderful 2 maps that are in this beautiful room. Dr. Skand Bali, it's a wonderful advantage. And I was looking at this beautiful map of Telangana. Telangana, am I right? It's Andhra or it's the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, right? And then I was realizing, oh my God, of course I've heard East Godavari. Oh, it is here. It's next to the, the sea and stuff like that. While we are waiting, wait time, what is this for? Study the place where we are all here, rooted right now. And then I saw Hyderabad. And then I saw Rangareddy. And let me correct that, now the district is Sangareddy and not Rangareddy. Am I correct? No? No, but we are not in Rangareddy district now. We are not in Sangareddy either. Okay, fine. And then I go there. Take your attention to that lovely little map there of, look at the, it's not political, but what is it called? The geography people would know that. The rivers and there's mountains and there's elevations and amazing. And then look at the things around. I thought that was a wonderful area that you provided us. Thank you, Kausar, for the 2 questions that she gave me, and then I put it across here. I must give you appreciation as well. And thank you, Pankaj, for giving us this opportunity for being here. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Something from you? You want a mic? You can take it here.
Students should not only be given the freedom to ask questions, but students also need the freedom to understand that it's okay if they fail. That's very, very important. Every time you can't win, okay?
Yeah.
So I think that's very important. They should have the freedom to make mistakes.
Fantastic. And who better than a pencil that teaches us, and an eraser that teaches us.
Absolutely.
Is okay
We
to
should
make
also
mistakes.
have the time to listen to them.
I think that deserves a nice little clap from her. I mean, she said a wonderful thing. It's okay to make mistakes. How many times we are so unforgiving to the kids? How many times are we even unforgiving with our colleagues? And how many times are the parents unforgiving their own kids? We're in that stage and we're talking about critical thinking and collaborations. God, NEP 2019-2020.
And not just teachers should give the students the freedom to make mistakes, 100%. But very often it's the peers also.
Unless and until we don't get this out of our head that it's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to do experiments, we are not going to be collaborators, critical thinkers, creative people, or whatever else it takes. But let's get on with today's forum. I'm sure it's going to be a big breakthrough in our own minds. We are stakeholders in education. We're not just talkers. We're doers. So with this in mind, thank you so much for all of us, all of you to be here. And God bless, take care, have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Anjali ma'am. Can I please invite on stage Mr. Kunal Sareen and Ms. Suprabha Jha to felicitate the panelists here. That was a very lively session. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Ma'am. Sir, are you? Miss Anjali Razdan. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am. Dr. Lakshmi Rao, Jain Group of Schools. Mr. Pramod Pillai, Meru International School. Ms. Lalita Naidu, Principal Rockwood International School. Ms. Manika Walia, Rishiwood University. Mrs. Amrita Chandra, Vice Principal, Hyderabad Public School. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everybody. Before we head out for lunch, we have a short knowledge talk by Ms. Suprabha Jha. And I would like to tell the audience that Mr. Kunal Sareen has given up his talking time. So please do take the time because we're running short. So please do take the time to go and visit his stall of Zoomer, which is there at the end. We are going to have the expo at lunchtime. Okay. So we have now Ms. Swapnil from Growth Gurukul.
Hello, can you hear me? So while the presentation is coming up, I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling? Amazing? So let's close our eyes for like 3 seconds and take one deep breath. Can we do that? And now imagine our students from morning to evening, they are taking classes, how much they feel, right? Sure. So just do Control L, please. Hi, my name is Swapnil. I am not Miss Suprabhaja. That's my amazing co-founder right there. And we have goodies for you. This is a growth kit for you. And we are not a seed company either. Please do take a look. And this is one of her books. If you want to read some thoughts, it's very nice. I've written a little forward. I'm also called Poop Guy because I've been cleaning toilets for 10 years. So what the heck is a guy who cleans toilets doing here? I'm also a life coach. I work with kids who are troubled. And 2 years ago, I came in contact with Suprabha and we've been working with underprivileged kids. And this is growth kit that we are unveiling for the world today. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you, Pankaj, for inviting us. What is compassion? Compassion for self, compassion for others. And how do we create it in our kids? And what the heck a seed kit has got to do with it? Please take a look. You would love it. Obviously, our children are like seed. And the more we nurture them, the more stronger a tree would become. As I said, I've been cleaning toilets and I met this amazing lady. She's an author, a poet, a musician. And she also has written over 50 books for early education. And when we got together, that's when we went beyond collaboration to co-creation to create this growth kit. What is it? So, the other side of COVID that we have not touched so much since morning is this. Kids are supposed to be playing with each other and they were not able to do so. So, she was working with certain schools as a consultant, transformation consultant, and she got a call from a principal saying that our kids are behaving erratically. They are having sleep issues, they are having anxiety issues, they are having panic attacks. And here I work with troubled teens who drop out of school in spite of having everything that you can imagine. They could go to the best schools, their parents are sound financially, they were doing very well academically till 10th grade and suddenly they fall out. So I work with them. So I said, let's do something. Let's understand what the problem is. So we start surveying the kids. We started asking them questions like, how do you do when you are faced with adversity? They started talking things like, we get overwhelmed. Don't we as adults get overwhelmed? Right? We started asking them what happens when the adversity has stopped. And they started saying things like, we get panic attacks, we get night sweats, all sorts of things. What about attention? We are present here, but are we present here? Are we paying attention to whatever is happening inside this room? What happens to the kids who are not in a good state of mind? Are they paying attention to the class? No matter what kind of technology or class material you use for them, they're never going to be able to absorb it unless they are present. After going through all sorts of surveys, we realized that there is something that we need to do. Not just because there is COVID, but also because we live in a complex world where our kids are faced with all sorts of scenarios. Have you seen this movie on Netflix called Social Dilemma? Do you remember that girl who is facing the peer pressure because her Instagram is not getting the likes? Right? Many of us can relate to that. I also have a 14-year-old. She is not on Instagram, but we have all sorts of peer pressures. What happens to these kids? And this is when we realized that are we preparing our kids to handle positive and negative emotions? Are we preparing our kids to handle failures? I started Samagra, my organization, 10 years ago. 3 years ago, we could not get bills paid by the government, so I had to shut down the company. That took an enormous toll on me. I realized that at 40 years of age, I cannot handle failure very well. And that's when I used certain methods to come out of it. And I became a certified life coach so that I can teach people. And with Suprabha, we have created this program for kids so that they can also become very good at coming out of adverse situations. This is Growth Kit 1.0. So what we did with this school, we took 100 kids, we divided them into 5 groups, and we started doing simple interventions. Very simple interventions, video classes, live classes, case studies, mood check. How are they doing? How are they feeling? Are they happy? Are they sad? We started telling them to do mindfulness journaling. At any point of the day, just express how they are feeling. They don't have to share it with anyone, but just write the journal. And we started giving them WhatsApp notifications in the morning and in the evening to write just one gratitude, one positive thing that happened with them that day. They started with one, but very soon we realized that they are writing 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, even 10 gratitudes every single day. And what ended up happening because of these interventions was like simple breath works, meditation exercises, simple readings that we suggested them, that in just 6 months, anxiety went down by 70%. The negative emotions went down by 80%, the positive emotions, the happiness increased by 45%. And this might be interesting for many of you who run schools, is that actual performance in the class went up by 21%. We actually surveyed all the metrics over the course of 6 months to tabulate the data. So I got very excited when the principal said that you have changed the lives of our kids. So I only work with kids one-to-one. I don't know how to work with hundreds of kids. So that is when my co-founder said that how can we design a program which can inculcate, exploration and empathy in our kids. And this is what we are doing today. We are releasing the Growth Kit to take it to the world. And this is a very simple program. There is a technology behind it. So I'm a software engineer. I did my master's in the US in software engineering. I worked for 10 years in automotive industry. But now I clean toilets and help kids. But we'll talk about that later. What this technology does is that it works with the schools. Schools purchase the kit. We give them all the information about the program. We give them a simple baseline survey because every kid is different. Every school is different. They have a different background. Once the survey is done, we analyze the data and then we customize the program for the kids. Once the program has been customized, we share the results with the school that how their kids are doing. This establishes the baseline. Because our program comes with a money-back guarantee that if in 1 year your kids do not show marked improvement in the metrics that we are tabulating, we will give you all your money back. And that's why this baseline becomes important. And what ends up happening is that after the program has been customized, we give the login to the facilitators, we give the login to the students. They simply create their profile and then the program starts. The program starts with lessons, tactics, tips, all sorts of classes, online classes, live classes via Zoom, small studies, and so on. The only requirement it has is that it has to be facilitated in school in a smart classroom by a teacher who we train ourselves. And our program is such that all the classes that are done are completely equipped with all the questions that teacher needs to answer, all the facilitation that she needs to do, and so on. And at the end of the class, every class, the kids would do group discussions, they journal their thoughts, and then they go away. This happens once a week for the whole year for 30 weeks. And what facilitator does is that they mark the attendance, they write their thoughts and remarks and submit it to our technology platform. And we take this data and start providing customized notifications to our students. Things like 5-minute meditation, 5-minute breath work, gratitude journaling, mindfulness journaling, sleep management tips. Many of our kids are not able to sleep properly. Even many of our parents actually come back and say that actually I stole few of the tips from my son or daughter and now I'm sleeping better, and so on. And this is the summary. In just 30 weeks, with 30 minutes classes, and 30 minutes in-home engagement, we see transformation of our kids from an anxious kid, a stressful kid, an overwhelmed kid, to a kid who is able to manage her emotions. And when a kid learns to manage her emotions, she is able to interact with the outside world, because what she develops is what I call self-love and self-compassion. She starts forgiving herself, she starts forgiving others. And that's why Growth Kit says that we are all about building compassionate leaders. Because once we are compassionate with ourselves, we can give that compassion to others. Not only that, the teachers who facilitate our classes actually have shown marked increase in their empathy. And the principals love us, school leaders love us, because it shows improvement in the performance. So here I end today with any questions that you might have. So we are sitting right there. We don't have a stall or anything. But if you Google Poop Guy, you will know who I am. If you Google Suprabha, you will know who she is. And the Growth Kit gets launched today. Please do check out the kit. But I'll tell you one thing. Last but not the least, I have 2 mini co-founders sitting in the back taking this course. So they are there, Avyakt and Avanish. Hi, beta. So they took our course, and they are 10 years old and 7 years. They designed a course for kids called U-Book. And you will not believe, U-Book talks about self-awareness, reflection, choices, goals, actions, and habit. And this course is available on our website, mygrowthgurukul.com. My point is that if a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old can learn how to do this, we can actually teach your kids how to manage their emotions and become a compassionate leader of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
It's now lunchtime. Please do take a few minutes before or after lunch to visit the stalls at the expo. There are many stalls at the back of the room and towards the entrance. Right? Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Kunal, once again. Please do visit Zoomer's stall right at the back of the hall. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, so this is one sincere and humble request, because the program which is being conducted today, it's because of the partners who are having their stalls over here. So my humble request to visit all the stalls, because they are having some wonderful creative products for the school's fraternity. My humble request to please visit their stalls. Thank you so much.
Session, although we were supposed to have the session at 12:50, but I think somewhere it got delayed. And when we sitting here, I was just thinking maybe I should change my format of the session. So instead of asking the panelists here some questions, I'll start with asking a question from the audience, so that at least you will smile and you will get up from your seat and feel little more better. Yes? So, Lalita ma'am, how creative are you? 1 minute, Mike, please. Can we hear you?
I think quite.
How much and in what way?
Well, I think out of the box. So that's being creative. And how much? Well, all the time, I suppose, isn't it? I have to think of ways to lose my weight. I have to think of ways to wear clothes which cover my weight. So that's been very creative, isn't it?
Right. Thank you, Lalita. Disha, how creative are you? Quick.
So, solving problems is something I do on a daily basis with kids and interact with them. So, as we all know, kids come up with very random questions. So, that's where the creativity lies in can we solve different problems on a daily basis.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Arpana?
Analyzing the situations and giving solutions to the problems, I would.
Okay, everybody is being very formal, yeah. I mean, analyzing the situation. Yes, Gauri?
Fibbing sometimes, telling you're looking beautiful at times. We are doing it all the time. We are doing creative at every corner.
Wonderful. I think that is exactly what creativity is about. It is there in our daily lives. We talk about creativity as some big word, but every day we are being creative. If I open my fridge and I find some leftovers, how am I being creative to come up with some new dish which will be liked by everybody? If I'm given a problem by my boss, and if I come up with a beautiful solution to that problem, that is nothing but creativity. In our daily lives, day to day, from morning to evening, we are being creative. As Lalita said, when she opens a cupboard and she finds a mix and match, the creativity that brings out the mindset, changes our mindset in us, and also problem solving, coming up with new ideas. If, like how Anjali was pointing out about these maps, I mean, we can be creative about something, related to those maps. So I'm so thankful to Kauser to give me this particular session, because I feel that I'm very creative. From the beginning, I remember when I used to enter the classroom, children used to look up to me and they used to, give me those look, what is she going to do today? What new thing is she going to do today? So that is what the creativity I used to bring in my classroom. I remember my principal, when she used to sign my report cards, she used to write there the best remarks from Pratima, because I used to be very, very creative in writing those remarks. So that is what we are talking about, creativity. If I see a picture, I'll find something beautiful in it. I'll come back and think about it and come up with something different, something new. So creativity is part of our lives. It's part of every day, whatever we are doing, we are coming up with such creative ideas, we are coming up with creative stories, we are coming up with creative sessions. Throughout pandemic, we came up with such creative sessions, webinar sessions. So day in and day out, we are talking about creativity. So with that note, I would like to invite our panelists. It is a common question that I'll ask each one of you. This is about your perception about creativity. So shall we start with Shalini first? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. As Pratima ma'am said, same applies to me also. I have also been very creative teacher and a person right from the beginning. And it really helps you if you put your creativity into action, whether you are doing it or you're helping others learn that creativity. So according to me, creativity is the most prized resource, and one natural resource that will never get exhausted. All other natural resources might get exhausted, but creativity won't, as long as we are being passionate about it. So creativity is all about having an ability to do something, to be passionate about it, and it brings in a lot of innovation, it brings in a lot of originality, because each individual is unique. and one, each and every individual tries to do the same activity, still the creativity is bound to be different because each individual is unique and using his or her own critical thinking, solving the problems with creativity, it brings about the best in a child. So that is my perception about creativity.
Thank you, Shalini. That's a wonderful. Actually, she's correct. I mean, when we talk about critical thinking, when we talk about collaboration, we talk about creativity, they're all very intertwined within themselves. And we cannot put them separately. We can't put them into compartments. It's all, one related to the other. So that was beautifully said, Shalini. I'll go to Veena. Veena, what is your perception of creativity?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. So creativity, as we have been talking about since morning, about 4 C's, all are interlinked, and creativity and critical thinking go hand in hand. A child thinks critically, and then he puts his thought into action, and then the creativity is born. Creativity is nothing but the freedom, open-mindedness, and not to rule on anybody's thought. So these are the things which apply to everybody, including we who are educationists, the team who works with us, the children who are there being groomed by our team. So creativity, when these 3 things come together, freedom, open-mindedness, and thought to explore, anybody can do wonders. This is what is my perception about creativity. Thank you.
Veena, what she spoke about is about open-mindedness and freedom. I think when I look into the IB classrooms, that is what they provide. They provide that openness, they provide that resources for the child to be curious, to touch the things, and be creative. So, wonderfully said. Thank you, Veena. Chakravarti.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chakravarti, principal of Pragati Central School in Kukatpalli. Well, creativity, in my perception or in my opinion, is very simple. How do we think differently? How do we set ourselves apart from the regular thought process? And how do we think differently? Now, creativity does not just end with thinking differently, but there has to be purposeful thinking. If I have to take the instance or example, that Pratima ma'am started off the session with, she said, you go to the refrigerator, you have a couple of leftovers. As to what to do with it is critical thinking, no doubt about it. How to put it together to formulate a new recipe is creativity. However, how many people have actually, loved eating it is the result of creativity. So I think, all said and done, we can start a startup with advertisements, but we can only sustain the business with creativity. So when it comes to creativity, I would say it is the soul of any single classroom, any business enterprise, and there is absolutely nothing without creativity today. So one is being as creative as possible and enabling creativity in classrooms, which again can be done only if children are encouraged to open up and spread their ideas. Many children do not stand up and tell us what they want to tell us because they do not know whether their idea is accepted or not. So if there is no embarrassment that a child feels when he wants to express an idea, then I think we are beginning to nurture creativity in classrooms. And there is absolutely nothing that we can think of without creativity, because what we have seen, the world that we grew up in many years ago is very different from the world that we are in today. And it's going to be extremely different from what we are going to set our foot towards. So putting all together, I think this is all about creativity and innovation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chucks. When she spoke about the dish, maybe in first creative, when you start cooking and you come up with that dish, maybe it was not liked by your family, but being more creative, you have to come up with new, ingredients you have to add into it. Be more creative and definitely your family will like it the next time. So thank you, Chucks. Sir, would you like to say a few words?
Hi all. My name is Sunil. I'm with Torrens Music. So I'm going to talk a little bit about creativity from a music point of view. You all have been hearing probably thousands and millions of songs over the life, for ages now. And when you think about it, at the end of it, it is all in all 7 notes, And if you divide them even further, there are 12 notes, Sa Re Ga Ma Pa Dha Ni Sa or A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Creating literally millions and millions of songs and thousands of songs every single day out of those 12 notes. It's nothing but creativity. I mean, there's no better example than that. How that can be achieved in the school, how creativity can be enhanced, all those things we are going to discuss. But, it's a simple example is, you just listen to songs and they're all different. How do you create that with just 7 notes out there in the world for any kind of stuff?
Beautiful. Initially creativity was associated with art forms. That is what initially we used to think. Okay, creativity means music or art or performing arts, visual arts. But now, as I said, that creativity is part of our lives. And we have started thinking like that. So wonderfully said, sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kunal. I'm the National Training Director at Zumo Sport. Very well put, Sunil. But it's easy for you, right? Because music has everything to do with creativity. The real challenges are for people like us who are more into physical education. For us to try and come up with something that is out of the box was a little bit more challenging. But I think in India, most of us sort of have this one skill. Most of us call it jugaad, right? Jugaad is nothing else but creative thinking. So it's very inbuilt in us. I mean, we're not like the Europeans that will sort of have blinkers and, follow things to the T. We'll always find a jugaad way of doing things. And that's creativity right out there. So I think it's ingrained in our culture, in the way we've been brought up. But if I have to give you an example of what we did at Zoomer from a creative perspective, of course, the lockdown was, it knocked down. It was more than lockdown, it was a knockdown for us, especially as ancillary services to schools. But what we did when we were working with schools is, I think we realized that children need somebody to teach them who's at their level. And so we came up with this concept and we said, none of the teachers from Zoomer we called coach, teacher, sir, ma'am. And we came up with a completely different way. So for example, my name is Froggy. It's not Kunal. When I go to run a program in a school, it's Froggy. Not Coach Froggy, not Mr. Froggy, not Froggy Sir, just Froggy. The idea was to break that barrier down between us and the kids, come to their level, and then we start. So that, I think, was something that was very creative in the way we suddenly realized that class management became a lot more simpler because kids then looked at you as an entertainer rather than a teacher. And a lot of times we tend to sort of keep that. And I feel that educators need to be actors. You need to have those dramatic skills in them. And I think that from there, for me, that's how we sort of imbibed creativity in many other ways as well, but that's a small little way of how we used it in physical education.
Thank you so much. So fostering creativity across is very important. And now we'll come down to the schools per se and creativity and education. What Mr. Kunal was just saying is how creative you can be inside the classroom as well as outside the classroom, right? How creative you can be with the fun element of it. And what I've seen during the pandemic when online classes were going on, teachers were really coming up with such creative ideas related to even simple games. So even a pillow or a cushion in the house was becoming a means of fun. So that is what I would really say creativity is. My next question, I'll go to Shalini. Shalini, I would like to ask you we had been talking about creativity. So, and education, and we are all talking about the future generation. So how is creativity now related to the future generation?
Thank you, ma'am. So now, as we all are aware, this is the age of technology. Humans are being taken over by robots. Even the surgeries are being performed by robots in quite a few hospitals. So many jobs which are present now today will not exist by the time our students in the primary section grow up and decide to take up a career. Because the automation and robots will take over many jobs. So now where exactly do our students fit in? So it is the creativity which is going to help them, creativity and critical thinking. Because the survey which was conducted by IBM, wherein from 160 countries, there were 1,500 CEOs, and they were asked to give their inputs about the skills that now the companies are looking for in their employees. So the skill of creativity came up, which was the topmost skill required for the future employment. So for that, in other countries and in international curriculum also, there are provisions where the children are given the freedom of being creative, given the freedom of being original and ability to critically think and explore ideas. But when it comes to our country, it's really unfortunate that when our children are in the primary section, they have all the liberty of being creative. Their creativity is being appreciated. They are encouraged by the parents and by the teachers. But when they reach class 6 and above, then they're all focused in all, when I say it's not only includes the students, but also the parents and the teachers. Everybody is focused on the exams and the result. So I think we need to bring a lot of change over there. If it, now when a grade 6 students or a grade 7 student starts, being creative and, thinking out of the box, which is divergent thinking, some teachers who are the, conservative, we can call it conservative teaching or traditional teaching, they do not encourage the child. Rather, they will prefer sticking to the content or the text or the ideas which are there in the textbooks. So somewhere we need to change our attitude to and our approach towards the education. So if we give the freedom to our children, to our students to explore, to experience, then only they will learn and grow and change. So we should empower our children with the liberty of being free to bring out their creativity, to bring out innovation, to bring out originality, and this soft skill will lead them later in the future to take up the new jobs which will be different from what we are having now.
Right. Thank you so much, Ali. When she was speaking, I was just remembering, as a principal, when we take rounds in the corridors, right? I do remember this instance when I heard the teacher talking in the classroom and saying that, children, please be very creative, okay? You have to be very creative of what you're writing. Does the child know what is creativeness? Now that is another question. Does the child know how to be creative? Is that teacher, whether she is creative or not? That is another question. So there is a lot of debatable points that will come across when we talk about creativity. I think ma'am had told about how critical thinking should percolate from the senior level. So I personally feel that, creativity also should percolate from the senior level. With this question, I will request Veena, your question. So with this question, Chakravarti, I'll come to you. As a leader, how do you manage creativity?
Well, as school leaders, I would say, because I don't have much experience in other leadership. In schools, I think the minute we give our teachers the handbook and say this is what you have to do and this is how you have to do, we have very successfully killed creativity. I think so. Because every individual who steps into the school, I think she steps into the classroom with a very, very strong mindset as to how am I going to impress my students today? How am I going to capture their attention today? And I think working with little children is the toughest because they don't get easily impressed. Agree or disagree? So I think it is very important for every single school leader to give ample freedom to the teachers to come out with their own pedagogy, their own teaching methodology. And once there is a brainstorming done, I think you will be surprised by the end of the session that you have a set of teachers who thought so differently and so successfully differently. I think during this COVID, there are many schools that are doing very well. There are many schools that are doing moderately well, and there are many schools who unfortunately haven't been doing well. And I would say the schools that have been doing very well are those schools that have exhibited high levels of creativity. Because only creativity can keep the momentum going. Nothing else. There is nothing else that can keep a business going. It is only schools. Only teachers and their creativity. So to that effect, unless we tell the teachers to accept children the way they are. I read this small incident, There was a small child drawing something in the classroom. A teacher goes up to the child and says, "Darling, what are you drawing?" She says, "Ma'am, I'm drawing the picture of God." God? Nobody ever knows what God looks like. Then she said, "Don't worry, ma'am. You will know in the next 2 minutes." Look at that little one's confidence. The minute a child draws a rose, we tell the color of the rose to the child. If a child paints the rose black or green, we think that the child is out of his head. Why? Is creativity not about imagination? Is creativity not about making the impossible possible? Today we have thousands of different shades and hues of roses, which we never knew when we were young. Okay? It's all about hybrid, isn't it? So I think it is about encouraging freedom of thought and expression within our own colleagues, giving them the freedom to express. And one most important thing is having an open door policy in the school where every teacher, every single support staff has the freedom to come to the school leader and discuss anything. The minute we say, you belong to this team, you have to report to that person, and that person tells me, I think we are cutting down the wings of creativity among our staff members. You never know, even a support staff can come out with a fabulous idea as to how to, mitigate a disaster. So it's all about giving them freedom, brainstorm, and once we give the teachers the freedom to think differently, I think they would give the same amount of freedom to their students to think differently, to accept ideas, and to give them the confidence that yes, you thought it right and you can do it. After all, in creativity, there has to be failure also. We cannot win the first time with creativity. All great innovations have been made only through failures, but consistent levels of confidence and creativity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chubbs. That was wonderful. Actually, I had posted a question also about Ken Robinson and how he spoke about the school skilling creativity. But let me tell you, none of my panelists took up that question. Because I feel all of us here are very open-minded. We are talking about freedom and open-mindedness and giving that, experience to the teachers to think on their own and come up with their own ideas. They say the ideas come out from the collaborative meeting. That's the best idea that comes out when you meet collaboratively and everybody's putting in their efforts. So, I was surprised when I put up that question. None of my panelists took up that question. Ken Robinson, I know that, yeah. So, Of course, Ken Robinson has written a lot about creativity, and I've read all his books, and I'm really enamored by whatever he's written. Such beautiful examples of creativity he mentions. Let me go to Veena now. Veena, according to you, a person is born creative or the skill can be imbibed or fostered? What do you say about it?
Thank you, ma'am, for the lovely question. We all know, and I feel we all believe, that creativity is nature and nurture both. The reason being, every child, when it is born, has some inner talent with him. As per many panelists who have spoken in the previous sessions, the child's maximum learning ability is till the age of 6, if I'm not wrong. So all that a child does in the early years is nothing but creativity, provided we as educationists and the parents community give them the freedom to express, which is very, very important and vital. The reason being, when a child is born till 6 years, we all are very flexible. Let it be the educationist, mentors in the school, or the parent community. The moment the child comes to the basic education, then the child has to undergo the same system of learning which has been existing from years now. So we as leaders have to change the system. The reason for that is a child has a talent, and if the talent or the ability is not nurtured, then we have killed the creativity. So these two things are very vital for all of us to understand, be it educationists or the parent community, that every individual child, we call them with different names, you know. We just now had a session with Mrs. Jha and gentlemen who had shown us how the children can do wonders. A 9-year-old child and a 7-year-old child has created some wonderful platform for children who are really struggling to have the basic education, which is unfortunately not available to them. So that is what is creativity. So I will again emphasize, every individual child is born talented. It is up to the environment the child is being exposed to and the kind of learning system he is being given really will be able to enhance his creativity to some level or the other. I also want to quote a very simple, instance from my own family. I have a very small daughter who is just 4.8. So you know how the children are in the early age group. Any toy you get for them, any jigsaw puzzle or any tool you get, it will be there only for 2-3 days. We as parents, we feel frustrated, we get annoyed that why that is broken or why that is spoiled. But it is nothing but a child's creativity. The child spoils it, and my daughter tries to break a toy which is a digital toy and converts it into a kitchen set. So that is creativity, because her thought, her imagination is totally into something else which she is very keen. We know all the young children, girls are very fond of Barbie dolls and all that. So any toy you give them, that gets converted into a Barbie doll or something. So this is what is creativity. And if we enhance what she wants to do, or let it be any child in the kindergarten which is born talented, and we are giving him or her the room to express himself, his thought, freedom, then we are promoting creativity. If we are not able to understand the expression of your thought, what they believe in at that particular age, then we are not promoting what a child should be in this modern world of education. I would also like to quote here a very important point, that in the school, we as leaders, educationists, we need to train, as Mrs. Chakravarti has also mentioned, our team to first understand the learners. Because when they understand the learners, what is the need of that particular bunch of 24 children? If the planning of those children, their liking,
what they want to learn from the teacher and how they want to learn. Then the teacher has to plan some creativeness in the class so that the entire environment is a wonderful learning experience which promotes creativity in the class. That is what we all need to focus at this point of time. Coming back to the question of ma'am, both have to go hand in hand. But I would rather prefer that when a child is born with a talent, it has to be promoted. And if it is done, the child will do wonder in his life and become what he wants to become. Thank you.
Wonderfully said, Veena. I remember that there is a triarchic theory of intelligence which talk about three intelligences, that is analytical, creativity, and practical. And all of us fall under those three intelligences. Sometimes it can be mixed also, combination I would say. And when we take teachers training, we talk to the teachers about how, in a classroom, there will be a child who will be creative, there will be a child who's practical, there's a child who will be analytical. So this is what I think Veena is trying to say, that, every child is born creative. It is just up to us to bring out that creativity. That is what is important, right? With that note, would you like to say something about it? Anything more?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. When we talk about creativity, I think if you really take the definition of creativity, if I ask around, what is your definition? Somebody will say to be able to think out of the box. Somebody will say, original ideas. Somebody will say being authentic. And I think for me, the word authentic sort of comes very strongly when I look at being creative. The question here is, do we inspire children to be authentic? Because I think creativity is a manifestation of that authenticity. And that's something that we need to think about long and hard. Do we want them to be creative only when it comes to their studies? Or do we want them to be creative in every aspect of their life? Are we willing to accept them for who they will be when they are creative in every aspect of them? So I think that we're talking about a lot of these things, but are we really prepared to go the whole 9 yards to make sure that children are going to be expressive and creative in every aspect of, and for that, I think the one thing that we need to inspire at school right at the very beginning is for children to be authentic in the way they are, because that's something that's going to be with you all your life. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So what I think Kunal is trying to say is, even if the child draws a dot, we need to appreciate it. That is what we need to do.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, a whole lot more than that, but
this is a very simple example. Even if the child draws a dot, we have to say wonderful. That is how it will come up. Sir, would you like to say something?
Sure, ma'am. I'm a little shaky right now, just sitting in front of all these principals, this being my first panel discussion. Anyways, I'll just quickly point out a couple of things in terms of the leadership and how the importance of leadership in terms of what you just spoke about. And I wanted to give a couple of examples, like small gestures within the school. It's not about bringing in just the music or the sports and saying we have this, brings in that creativity in. I just want to give a very small couple of examples of people sitting here itself. We have Skan sir here. There was a very small incident that happened, I still remember, almost 2 years ago, where Hyderabad Public School reached the finals of the band competition, All India band competition that we had in Pune. And the day the band competition was there, it was their pre-board exam for both 10th and 12th. And you remember, so it was so easy for a school to come in or the leader to come in and say, let's forget about it this year, we'll do it next year. His response was, he got all his team together and he said, this Saturday they have the board exam. We are going to move this pre-board exam from this Saturday to next Saturday. We are going to, and obviously they had exams on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. He said, we will fly them on a Friday after their exam is over. Let them participate in that. We'll fly them back on Saturday night and let's move that pre-board exam to the next week. To me...
Can I ask you a question? How creative are you?
I don't know. I mean, I am creative, I want to say, but...
You are,
ma'am,
you are from Torrance, which is a music. Now I think everybody needs to start thinking that. How creative are we? And I'm really telling you, each one of you will come up with, oh, of course I'm creative. So please start thinking like that.
Totally.
Everybody. Chakravarti, how creative are you? Quick.
As pure as my laugh just now, that creative.
To some extent, learning a lot of creativity from my kid. So definitely, I'm growing creative now.
So if you ask me about the activities, yes, I have been into theater and singing and dancing and painting. But when it comes to thinking out of the box, divergent thinking, yes, I'm good at that as well.
I would think very, no, I think, I mean, my company is an extension of who I am. So yeah, definitely very creative, yes.
With that note, thank you so much, Gslc, for inviting us and being part of this session. Again, we were delayed, but I love it when paint is on my face. I love it when I'm on the stage. I love it when I sing. I love it when I draw. I love it when I sit with people and talk. I enjoy myself, and that is where I feel I'm the most creative person. With that note, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We definitely learnt a lot. Can I please invite on stage Dr. Bali and Mr. Vipul to felicitate the panelists. Ms. Pratima Sinha, CEO Birla Open Minds. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Veena. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Shalini Singh, Gaudium School. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Chakravarti. Mr. Sunil. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. Mr. Kunal. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you, ma'am. Can I please invite on stage Ms. Kausar Saeed from Learn to Lead?
So I'll take it from where Pratima ma'am has left. Though I had a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm not going to follow the flow because I want to be creative. So we all have been talking about children. If the first three words that describe a child is, children are spontaneous, active, confident, creative, then what happens to them in the 10 years or 12 years of their schooling experience that they become like us? And then we have to spend on their professional development to bring that creativity, confidence and everything back. So is there something that is going wrong with the learning experiences that we are creating? Are we too inclined towards the learning outcomes that we give? And that's where, can you please play the first slide? We have come with a curriculum for early years, which I call Hurio. That's designed by Learn to Lead. And Hurio because it is based on heuristic method. I believe that every child is born with their own creative self. What we need to do is just give them opportunities to discover. And that's what heuristic is about. Heuristic method gives you an opportunity to discover the knowledge yourself. We do not have the PowerPoint presentation playing. I need to be creative. So I cannot create the logo right here, right? I wish I would have dressed like the colors of the Hurio logo. Hurio is basically based on 4 important elements. First, we all believe in the learning outcomes that children need to complete in their earlier education, but somewhere we have seen the lack in the developmental outcomes. And that is where we see all these lags which keep coming, and we have these issues where children when they don't get opportunities to develop appropriately, that lag is seen. And that's what we did. We simply listed the learning outcomes. We took the developmental outcomes appropriate for each level, and then we created activities which were experiential in nature, because we believe that children can discover knowledge and they retain knowledge better when they discover. And then we created it around themes to give a design thinking pattern to it. So with our curriculum, it was a well-drafted, detailed curriculum which we can integrate with your school curriculums, can be given on digital platforms as well with the books that you're already using. And many of our friends today will be talking about digital platforms that can be used. And that's about Hurio. And we have an amazing team who has worked on that. Not just early childhood educators like me, but parent educators, educational researchers who have actually spent hours and hours with children, not teaching the teachers only. So there is a difference there. And all these experiences has been drafted into a detailed curriculum which is available to you as Hurio. So I couldn't show you the logo also because there is some technical glitch, but that's okay. I will share it in the WhatsApp groups that we have. And I'm sure I've given you all the reasons to explore it more. Thank you.
Can I invite on stage Mr. Vipul to talk about Classroom Live? Thank you, sir.
Hi, very good morning. Very good afternoon, everyone. The projector is not working, so we need to be creative now. I was just thinking, what will I do now? I had certain slides, some presentation to show you, some platform, and all those plans have changed. So I'll share certain experiences with you. And I'll not take Parvati ma'am more than 10-15 minutes of yours. So I'll just take 10 minutes of yours. We have a challenge here. We don't have a presentation with us. So I just need some time of yours wherein I'm going to discuss certain aspects of education. Right now I am here in front of all school leaders. And since morning, we have been talking about thinking, creativity, critical thinking aspects, pedagogy, curriculum. But when it all reaches into a classroom, a teacher has to execute all this. And the problem starts from there. Thinking to doing changes. Do you agree with me? Absolutely, ma'am. Why does it happen?
Because when you think, you are more creative, but when you are coming to doing things, you have your apprehensions. How would it turn out, or things like that. Or maybe you're crunching on time, or a lot of things. But while thinking, you're not restricted anywhere. So you're letting your creativity flow.
So while you're doing it, there are constraints. And when you have these constraints, generally, last 8 months, what has been your constraint?
Before that, I would like to say is why we find thinking and doing very different is because we think creativity, critical thinking is beyond syllabus. I think it should be weaved with the syllabus. Then there is no time constraint. So that is one thing which I would like to. It is, what happens is when you have a C activity, we think it's away from the teaching. Teachers have this mind block. Ma'am, हमें syllabus cover करना है. If you teach creatively, you are within the syllabus. That's where the problem arises.
Exactly. So it is to be weaved. Very well said. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Anything is possible.
Correct. So you have to weave it. Now, while you are weaving it, in last 8 months, you have been executing your classes. How have you been doing it? One is you didn't have students in front of you. Second is, I will ask you a question. May I ask you all a question here? All right, are you with me, ma'am? Okay, now my question is, last 8 months, did you find you wanted to do something and you couldn't do it because you were struggling with technology? I'm struggling with technology right now. By the way, I wanted to do a presentation. So, did you find the same? Initially you faced it, right? So, while we were talking to schools, we found teachers were struggling. We did a research with IIM Indore, did this research with 30,000 students, and we found our teachers are stressed. Ma'am, do you expect creativity when somebody is stressed? With creativity. But is it they are free to do that? Do they have the freedom when they are stressed? They do not. It's upon the person.
See, some people, they bounce back during adversities, whereas some people they may feel constrained.
So, some people can bounce back, some people can face challenges. Now, what we did is, as an organization, I'm representing this organization called as Unthinkable Solutions. We are a software firm operating since 1999, 20 years, and we have dealt with best of the best brands across the globe. In education, we are operating since 2012. While we spoke with teachers, we found they were facing this problem of technology, right technology. And the stress was because they didn't had appropriate technology in the class. And that's where we decided to come up with a platform called as Classroom.live. This is India's first hybrid school platform. Now, we all know, without re-emphasizing why blended learning is required, I know all of us know that. What we do is we help you execute the structure, the environment. And with this platform, your teachers not only can go live with students, but while they are sitting in the classes, they can curate content. So, these days there's a lot of free content available. But our teachers are not able to use it. A lot of resources which teachers have. So I've drawn some mind map. But I can't show it to my students in the class, because if I have to show it, I have to click the picture, I have to download it somewhere, and then I'll show it to my students. I want to share some presentation with my students. I face problem because I do not have right resources. So these are small problems, but it's not happening because we do not have appropriate technology with us. Similarly, we have been, even in NEP, recent national education policy, government has spoken about 3 things: curriculum, government will decide pedagogy, you will decide assessments. But do we really do assessment for learning? Not because we don't want to do it, but we do not get the right resources to do it. It is impractical asking a teacher doing 200 assessments a day. It's impossible. But with technology, that is possible. So what we did is, without giving some content, we wanted teachers to curate their own content. Because teachers, when they will curate their own content, they will utilize this better in the class. We gave them the opportunity wherein on one platform, they can not only conduct live classes, they can curate content, share content with students. Students have an app wherein they can see live classes, study material created by their teachers, presentations, what they have used in the class. They can see recorded lectures of their students, so they can actually revise wherever it is available with them later on. They can see assessments, assignments. Then one very small aspect here: how are you communicating with your students after the classes? Sir, how are you communicating with your students after the classes?
I lost you in that discussion.
No problem. I do understand that. So how are you communicating with your students?
During the class, after the class?
After the class.
We have it's more of a communication with the parent rather than the student afterwards. Like class teachers have created WhatsApp groups through which they put the messages. It's a one-way traffic. Parents can't post back. We have PTMs, which is again parent-teacher meeting more rather than the student meeting. So there's no direct per se interaction between a teacher and a student apart from the classroom, unfortunately. But with the opening of the school from grade 9 to 12, they are coming in now. For the senior students earlier, we had planned a mentorship program wherein each student, in a group of about 10 students, were assigned a particular teacher. So they were having one-on-one interaction with them. So that's how we communicated.
And during your virtual classes, or otherwise, while they are coming to the school, after the classes, teachers, do they have WhatsApp groups to communicate with them, or how do they communicate?
Teachers have WhatsApp group to communicate with the parents, and teachers have the email IDs of all the students
to email them,
to email the worksheets, to email the and students can email back the work which they have completed.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. So, we are using WhatsApp groups to communicate with students, but now, as all of us are aware, WhatsApp has changed the policy. Out of 40 students, 10 of them will say we use Signal. Few of them will say we are using Telegram. How will you communicate? So we have a chat which is safe, controlled by the school on the platform itself. So this platform has everything. You can do your live classes on the platform, you can do content curation, and if a teacher will prepare their own content, they will take ownership inside the classes. Otherwise, observation is, if there is a content which is already ready, they will not take the ownership. Teachers can prepare assessments, assignments, communication can happen, and moreover, right now your school are operating virtually. As school leaders, at times we do not have the right information with us. We all are compiling information. So how this process goes is, a teacher has to take a screenshot or download the attendance, and then they share with someone, and then this someone will compile this whole data to create some attendance report for the principal. Now, in our case, this is all automatic. So while a teacher is taking a session, they need not to bother about the attendance, the reports. They need not to bother about anything else. They can just focus on their session. Now, I request my colleague Ankit, I request everyone to download an app. We'll do a quick assessment. We knew you were busy, so we'll take an assessment. How much you have? Okay, sir. So I've been given 2 minutes for this session now. We wanted to assess. So, is this working? Okay. All right. Next. Yeah, so our focus while creating Classroom.live was how can we solve the challenges at hand and how can we help our partner schools to be future ready. Next. And these were the problems which we took as priority to solve before we come up with something. So thank you so much for your time. I think we have less time at hand, and I would like to hand over this session to the organizers. Thank you so much for your attention and time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will quickly move on to the next roundtable, Citizenship Education. The moderator for this panel is Dr. Jyoti Reddy, Principal Shriram Universal School. Her panelists are Mr. Vinayaka, Director Abhyasa International School, Ms. Meghna, Principal Fountainhead School, Ms. Arunashri, Principal Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Ms. Suprabha Jha, Growth Gurukul, Mr. Saeed Masood, Principal Azan International School. Welcome everyone.
Namaste and a very good afternoon. Almost we are at 4 o'clock, so good evening, everybody. Yes, after 4 pillars, we come with the 5th pillar. that is very crucial. All the 4 pillars, what we have discussed about, are related to competence, and here we come something with character. Strongly believing that competence with character makes this universe very beautiful. So the communication skills, critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, they all add value to the society when we see that in citizenship. When I say citizenship, it's very simple. Any person can become a citizen of a nation. The crux of this panel discussion, or the effect, will be conveyed to the audience and the viewers when it becomes responsible citizenship education. It's not about citizenship education, it's about responsible citizenship education. So I tried to think little critically and become creative to change the topic as responsible citizenship education. So every country needs active, informed, and responsible citizens who are willing to take the challenges and the responsibility for themselves, for their families, for their communities, and for the nation. So it should be willingly done. That's when it becomes responsibility. And when it comes to civic society, the first agency will be the education system. Having said that, here I come with today's panel discussion on citizenship education, and we are going to be very crisp, proving ourselves that we are very good communicators, short and creative answers for my questions, okay, so that audience takes something and they don't just look at their watches to see their entrance to leave. I know it's very difficult after so many panel discussions. Without any delay, here I come with the first round. So as we discussed over our group, the panel is going to have 3 rounds. Each panelist is going to get 1 question, and you are expected to take 1.5 to 2 minutes. And for the moderator, it will be total 6 to 7 minutes to wrap up the panel discussion in 45 minutes. Here we go, it's 4:10 now. So taking the alphabet A as a teacher, let me start the question with Arunashri ma'am. This question comes in 3 parts, ma'am. What does it mean to be a responsible citizen? Who are you responsible to? How do responsibility vary based on culture and society? Before you answer, I would also like to say I'm not going to ask the question like what is citizenship for you? Or what do you mean by citizenship education? So to make it very quick, citizenship education has 5 domains to cover. One is civic knowledge, civic skills, understanding social processes, and civic predispositions, and also skills for social behavior and action, social action, right? So here you go with your answer, ma'am, for my question.
Namaste. I am Arunasri, Principal Bharati Vidya Bhavan Public School, Jubilee Hills. As we all know that education is not merely imparting knowledge to the students. We all know, and we are all doing also, we give overall development for the students. This overall development, not only giving in different cultures, we want the students to learn values along with the education also. So there we are going to produce value-based learning and value-added citizens to our country. And I just take a quotation from Vivekananda, a message from Swami Vivekananda. If a raindrop falls in clean hands, it is useful for drinking. And if the same raindrop falls in the gutter, then it is no use of using even washing the feet also. And if the raindrop falls on hot surface, it evaporates. And if raindrop falls on lotus leaf, it shines. And the same raindrops, when it falls in the oyster, it becomes a pearl. So it is the school leader's responsibility and the teachers and principals' responsibility to give a proper association to all our students, where we need to inculcate value education in our curriculum. So value education from classes 1 onwards, and then we can conduct some moral story classes, and then we can give them real life examples, and most importantly, we should make the student understand what is the right thing and what is the wrong thing. So the difference between right and wrong, if we are making them understand from the primary level, I think that the students will become the pure citizens of our country with values, and with having human values, and also with having regard to our culture and heritage. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So, ma'am says that if we integrate value education in whatever we are doing, that gives us scope to become responsible citizens in the country. Now, the question goes to Vinayak, sir. I just want you to shed some light on the benefits of citizenship education at different levels in the society.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. When we talk about different levels in society, we have a multi-dimensional level, different types of schools, different types of streams of education that schools are affiliated to. The needs of each strata is different. For example, the lower strata of the society needs to know of their rights, whereas the upper strata of the society needs to find more peace at heart. So the needs definitely differ right from the bottom to the top. And for this reason, different aspects, citizenship itself doesn't mean rights and responsibilities of citizen, but also behavioral sciences. I remember when I was in college, I opted for behavioral science as a special subject. And by the time I completed the course, there was a lot of transformation in my personality, in my outlook, basically because I could look at myself. Most of the subjects that we offer to children in education today, it makes the children look outward at things outside us. But there is no mirror to reflect their own self, their own personality. So, clubbed with behavioral sciences, a child would learn or would grow up to look at himself or herself as others look at him or her, and then a behavior modification also takes place. Today, if we just on a news channel, there's so many problems or so many issues which are arising mostly out of behavior. So if everybody learns or is taught or is trained to behave themselves, I think this world will be a much better place to live in.
Thank you, sir. So it is making children understand about their rights as well as responsibilities, and equip them with the skill set where they can understand the behavior of themselves and others, and appreciate the differences and take it forward. So now the question goes to Ms. Meghna. When it takes to social action, Meghna, what do you think are the requisite skills and competencies to be included while structuring the citizenship education?
Good evening, one and all, and thank you so much for staying back. And I see most of my other colleagues are not here. I'm not complaining, but I wanted to acknowledge all of them who have stayed back, and thank you so much for the beautiful question. I feel it is important for us to educate our children right from their childhood about their rights. And see, citizenship for me is, how well informed you are from your childhood, right? Beginning from your child rights to citizen rights. Like, as a regular citizen, what are your rights? And if that is not happening, what can you do? That is more important. So for that, I know we all have social studies as a subject, as part of our curriculum, but how many of us are creating a platform or an event where they can learn these things practically? So I personally feel like, when it comes to dispositioning or when it comes to skill set, along with cognitive skills, they need to have participation skills as well, so that they understand if this cannot be done in a particular way, how it can be done. So this is where we are answering their questions of, see, today, how many of us are actually helping our children understand what their rights are? Why do you think we, as Sir rightly said that, why do you think that the crime rate is going up? Because we never taught our children what their rights are. Once they know their rights, once they're very well informed, that is when they will be able to protect themselves and also their friends. So that is more important, I feel. And along with dispositioning, it's trying to understand where these things are coming from rather than questioning everything in a negative note. Because I can give you one example, like, where I have created a platform where our children can learn these skills by reviving a lake. So our school children, they revived a lake from the scratch. So when I reached out to people, how can I indulge them in reviving a lake? Everybody said, just take them and ask them to pick trash. What are they going to learn from that? I said, no. That is not my main motto. My main motto was to try and help them understand their citizenship rules. These belong to their future generations, all the lakes and mountains or forests or everything. And it is their duty to be able to protect them. In case if the government is not able to do so, how can they step in and set an example for the rest of the world to do it? Because today we all know Greta Thunberg for her movement that she caused and created sensitiveness towards the climate change. But just talking, do you think we will be able to solve problems? I don't think so. Morning somebody quoted that, solve things locally to solve global issues. Global warming is nothing but a local issue today. And how can we solve it? Create a platform for them to actually do it on their own. So in that process, they learn their rights. In that process, they learn how systems work around. In that process, they learn how to collaborate. In that process, they learn how to get things done. And on top of it, they learn how to be more sure about themselves.
It's very thought-provoking, Meghna. So what Meghna says is what all we have discussed in the morning. So people suggested to think critically, and they spoke about experiential learning. They spoke about taking the children beyond the classrooms. So Meghna says that to make it responsible citizenship education, we can be creative in making our social sciences classes very interesting and creative, integrate with other subjects, critically think how we can integrate all subjects, because overnight, once the child passes out into the society as a young gentleman at the age of 18, 19, if we ask them to go and vote, they don't exercise. They don't go to the booth to exercise their voting right. So speak about rights, speak about the responsibilities. So as educators, I think it's high time that when we discuss about artificial intelligence, when we discuss about coding, when we discuss about hybrid teaching, it's the need of the hour to use all these platforms to make responsible citizens. That's when I think as educators we are adding value. Because citizenship is not new. Before we got freedom also, maybe we didn't use the word citizenship as it's not a free country, but there was a lot of responsible citizenship. right? And ma'am spoke about critical thinking from the ancient times. So I think, yes, there's a lot on our shoulders. With that, I go to Ms. Suprabha. Can you share your thoughts on how we can nurture effective citizens through a systematic, intentional, and holistic approach?
Good evening, everyone.
Just 1.5 minutes, Suprabha. Thank you.
I'll cover it in 1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, it's okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, ma'am, for such a nice question. You know, I somewhere read that it takes a whole village to raise a child. What I mean by this is that what we wish our children to be, each one of us have to participate in whoever is in the environment of the child. And when we talk about systematic approach, that is when we come into planning, all the stakeholders, all those one who have the contribution in the environment of the child, whether it's a school leader or a teacher, and more importantly, the parent and the learner himself or herself. The plan has to be like that, that each one of them has a role. That is how the inclusivity has to be there. And when we plan it and we incept the purpose, you may say intention, I would rather call it the why. If we know that when we plan and we plan it for what and why we do that with the true intention, that is when we will have the effective citizenship teaching, and definitely then impact will be exuberant, whether it's nationally or it's globally. Thank you.
Thank you. So, the 3 words are used in the question: systematic, intentional, holistic. So what Suprabha has mentioned is, let's make it a collaborative effort. We cannot compartmentalize as one more subject as, okay, chalo now citizenship education, 2 periods in a week or once in a fortnight. We can't do that. So collaborate with parents, and in math class you speak about responsibility, in social class you speak about citizenship. So how many of us made these conversations about recent municipality elections and mayor selection or election in our classes just a reflection or introspection? Have we spoken? When we ask what is the difference between municipality elections and other elections, our own 9th and 10th grade children, I know 40% or maybe 80% might answer, but there are 20% of children, they don't know the difference. So when we reach the down strata in every way, like how Vinayak sir mentioned, if all 100% children can answer this question, that is what is responsible citizenship education that we are imparting. So holistic, intentional, systematic, it cannot be compartmentalized. It should become a part and parcel of life of educators. Ahmed sir, this is for you. As an educator, how do you define or simplify citizenship? At global, national, societal and family level, does our current education system enable this?
Okay, having the long sessions since the morning and having discussed about communication, creativity, critical thinking, we can link all these things to actually the purpose of education, and the very purpose of education has to be linked with the sense of citizenship. Citizenship, as Dr. Jyoti has nicely and very briefly defined, it imparts complete and equal membership. See, the purpose of education is, obviously, the ultimate purpose is to establish peace, prosperity, empowerment, and whatnot. And imagine that if people, units of society, do not have the sense of citizenship, will we be able to attain these higher goals of education? The answer is no. And the concept of global citizenship is not new. I think right from Vedic age, mankind is one, am I right? And that is the teaching of all the religions. And this continues even today in the contemporary times. The International Red Cross Society, the International Amnesty, and there are many organizations, Doctors and Borders, and all these do indicate that we are intentionally or unintentionally accepting the global citizenship, right? And so much so that in this a blessing in disguise. During the pandemic, this global citizenship concept has penetrated deep into each and every nation. The nation state was actually created around, if I am correct, around 3 centuries back. Before that, there was no nation state as such. We are segregated into geographical, linguistic, and such boundaries which are just superficial. Otherwise, if we ponder upon, all of us are human beings, our needs are one, our requirements are one, and thus it has to be understood at the global level, and that is, in a nutshell, the crust of global citizenship. Coming to the nation, can I take 1 more minute?
Yes.
Okay. Coming to the nation, it's okay. The nation has to impart citizenship on certain legal grounds, but then again, it is not the legal aspect of citizenship within a nation. There is surely a moral and ethical aspect of it, without which a person cannot remain a valuable citizen. Am I right? And if we percolate down to the family level, again, we all are aware how nuclear families have been affected, how values have been forgotten, and how we have become ignorant, and what are the repercussions of these things. So citizenship, the sense of citizenship is equally important at the family level, at the society level, at the national level, and as I said, at the international level. Thank you.
Yeah, to make it crisp in one sentence, what I have comprehended is, if first you concentrate on making a person or a student responsible for themselves and at family level, then it extends to community, then nations, then cross the borders, and global citizenship is not new to us. So many years back also we had trade. India had trade with so many countries. Now we are saying all the world has become small, but still India was connected with the other parts of the world long time back. So for us, global citizenship is not new. Somewhere something has missed in between. So I think now it's our responsibility to connect all those dots. So with that, I come to round 2. Arunashri ma'am, in only 2 sentences you have to answer this question. Do you think patriotism is an important aspect of citizenship? If yes, how can we work to achieve this?
Definitely, ma'am. Patriotism is very much required to impart right citizenship among our young generation. And for that, school must have in the curriculum various activities, starting from celebrating all festivals and the national festivals, importance of it. And as per my knowledge, CBSE used to have value-based education in board examinations since last 2 years. But now they have stopped. But that is one of the very good aspect of CBSE, imparting value-based question in the board examination paper, having some marks about it, so that children will learn for at least marks save and indirectly imbibe some values for that. So school curriculum and school program should aim joy of giving, and then sharing and caring, grandparents' day, and then festivals. All these things if we are doing in the school, automatically from the childhood, student will be learning patriotism as well as becomes a good citizen for the country. Thank you.
So ma'am feels that it is a part of, patriotism is a part of citizenship. So consciously we have to put in efforts to make students imbibe that quality. So I have my own thoughts on this, agreeing with Arunashri ma'am. Let's become role models. Let's become role models if we have to make our children understand what is patriotism. It's not about slogans, it's not about lectures, it's not about reading about national leaders or whatever it is. Take the chances and opportunities, platforms to speak that, and lectures from leaders or teachers will not impress our children. They observe everything. Are we respecting others? How are we when national anthem is sung? So how many of us close our fists when national anthem is sung and just stand still position? Are we doing that? So many things. I do not want to take more time as a moderator. The platform is for panelists. So let's become role models if we want to imbibe that inculcate that patriotism in our classrooms or in our students as a part of citizenship education. Vinayak sir, as Meghna ma'am mentioned something about what she has done in her school or through her students, something related to that, your school Abhyasa International is based on Indian culture and Gurukul ethos. So it would be wonderful to look at citizenship education through that perspective, short, crisp and short. Thank you.
Yeah. Basically, a Gurukul system refers to a residential school because essentially education in the past was always a residential system, whether even the madrasas or the public school system. It was always a residential system where the students and the teachers, they live together, and everything, there's a complete behavior modification that takes place right from the morning, from the time an individual wakes up to the time the individual goes to sleep. Every aspect of a student or the future citizen is modified in that way. And talking of culture, as the maxim goes, roots in our culture and wings for the future. So the things are changing fast, technology is changing, society is changing, needs are changing, methodologies are changing. But even though individuals may get new wings to fly higher, the roots that we have to be embedded in don't change, because values never change. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years from now, values always remain the same. So rooted in our culture actually means that we respect our own roots, because everybody is born in a particular culture, whether you like it or not. Like we are born to our parents. So just because somebody else is more good looking, we don't say that particular person is my parent. So we have to acknowledge the roots in which we have taken birth, and every culture, whichever country it may be, only gives us the right values, and essentially the underlying current of any culture teaches and preaches the same thing. So this is what we have embedded in the school system, because as one of our friends have rightly said, values cannot be taught in classrooms. It has to be a way of life, and nothing better than a residential system which imbibes those values.
Thank you, sir. What I understand is, let's give wings to our students to fly and reach global places, but at the same time, let's make them understand to be deep-rooted on the ground with their own countries or own cultures, values and culture. With that, I come to Miss Meghna. Society belongs to all of us. What we put into it creates what get out of it. So your thoughts on this, please.
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. So when we say what we put into this, so as Sir rightly mentioned, no matter however high that we help our children fly, we should help them also understand where we come from. Because there's a beautiful question that is also a similar question, which is also as part of your selection committee at the universities across the world, is like, it's not about what are you going to gain if you come to our university. They wanted to understand what can you share when you come to our university, what can you give, or what can you contribute when you come to our university. So we have to understand, when a university which is far away from ours is asking such a question, that means they are looking for a collaboration at a citizenship level. So I haven't heard a student who said that India is bad with its education system, so I want to come to your country to study. They never got a seat in the university, trust me. So what do we keep into the system is help them understand, help children understand how rich culture that we are from, and what is their responsibility is that they have to carry this citizenship on their shoulders to the next generations. And not just that, but wherever they go, they can share this with the rest of the world so that they are learning something from the other countries, and they're also giving back to them from their culture, from their citizenship thought process. So I feel it's important that, give and take is the right way to put it in. So it is important that we help our children, we help our, not just children, even grown-ups for that matter, to try and understand how that citizenship education means, or it values them, not just now, but also in their future.
Thank you, Meghna. So it's about pride in one's own heritage and culture that makes our children reach far places, right? And values like respect, integrity, compassion, empathy, courtesy, all these things again makes the difference in a person's life. So now I come to Ms. Suprabha. How does citizenship education promote agency and voice in our student population? Just in one sentence, because I got a signal that timer, though we finished just 15 minutes from the time. Being the last panel, our 45 minutes is cut short to 25 minutes. So let's wrap up with only 2 rounds, though it's a beautiful topic and beautiful conversation. Yeah.
Hello. I totally believe this is going wonderful panel because we have so much in our mind and then we have to wrap up. It looks like a good game. Anyways, thank you, ma'am. I personally believe that citizenship actually gives us the true identity, the belongingness. And when we're talking all about providing effective citizenship education, we end up honing and strengthening this identity. And what we actually make our children is that we make our children independent thinkers. Imagine India in coming decade is going to be one of the nations which is the largest youth population. If we are able to create youth in India, who each youth has an independent thinking, definitely this effectiveness is going to enlarge at national and global level both. What I believe in agency, the children will be able to use the power to choose in a most righteous way. So I truly believe if you have identity, you know what you belong to, courageously with all strength, definitely the power of choice is going to bring a lot of difference. Thank you.
Yeah, so let's make our students know about their rights. Let's give the freedom of voice. At the same time, let them be very clear about their responsibility towards the nation or the world or the universe as a true citizen of a particular country. Now, here I come with the last question because 3 rounds are cut to 2 rounds, sir. Anyhow, it's 4:39, so we used only 20 minutes. So organizers should thank us that we are wrapping up very quickly. Are there any specific skills in which teachers need to be trained to facilitate citizenship education effectively?
Well, realizing that this is the ultimate tool to attain the objectives of education, teachers do need special skills and special mindset for dealing with this pedagogy of global citizenship.
Thank you so much, sir. So here I think we are expected to wrap up the panel discussion. So there are 5 questions which I will be throwing it to the audience. I do not want answers. These are questions for all of us to reflect or think on these lines or ponder over these questions. As an educator, would you use a single subject approach or a multidisciplinary approach to develop and facilitate citizen education? Is it possible to embed values of citizenship into the education system? If yes, what is the age when it should be initiated? It would be great if we could compare, contrast, and correlate environmental education, value education, life education, and citizenship education. We make children's life complex by having environment class, life skills class, value education class, something else. But let us compare, contrast, correlate. Are they compartmentalized, or can we have something just in one event, one period, we can cover everything? Then many advanced nations have a structured approach towards citizenship education. We are a diverse nation. Does it make it challenging to implement a standard in our country towards this? If yes, what are these challenges and how do we address them? And the last question, what I was supposed to ask is, what does citizenship at the global level look like, and how can our students be ready for it? So these are the questions for all of us to just think when we go to our own schools and think something on responsible citizenship education. Thank you so much, and I really thank all the panelists for supporting me.
Thank you,
I was
ma'am.
just rushing and making you feel uncomfortable, but I am helpless. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to moderate.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and I'm really sorry to cut short the panel. Thank you so much. Can I please call Lakshmi ma'am and Deepa ma'am to felicitate the panelists? It was a wonderful session and a very interesting topic. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'm being more creative and critical thinker here. So we spoke so much about collaboration today in the previous sessions. So I am open to have a collaboration with all the school heads here on citizenship education. And I will be contacting you for the same. So I'm ready to collaborate with all of you. The way how I helped our school students, I can also replicate the same thing in your schools as well. So I would be reaching out. Let me see how many of you really would like to collaborate on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meghna ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Jyoti Reddy.
That's the reason I'm announcing. And I am known for my word. Absolutely. You can Google out Meedi Kunta Lake Revival, or you can Google out Meghna Musunuri, and you will know what I mean is, what I said is what I meant. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Dr. Jyoti Reddy, thank you so much for being here, ma'am. Yes. Mr. Vinayaka, thank you so much, sir, for being here and for sharing your thoughts. Miss Meghna, thank you. Miss Arunashri, thank you, ma'am. Miss Suprabha, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Syed Masood, thank you, sir. It was a pleasure to have you all here. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Can I please request the guests to take their seats? Can I please have the people in the corridor come back inside and listen to the knowledge talk and the last roundtable session? Can we have, next is a session, knowledge talk by Mr. Amarnath from Finto Learn. Welcome, sir. Thank you for waiting. Please come.
Very good evening. I know all those principals who are here today, I'm going to make it very valuable. I'll take a crisp 15 minutes, but it's going to be completely an eye-opener when it comes to looking at what's happening with the education when it comes to technology integration. So, without taking much time, I just want to introduce you to Finto Learn, a new organization which has come into the mainstream for artificial intelligence and coding. We have our CEO, co-founder, Mr. Shiv Kumar here. Shiv has been the front runner for actually making education possible for every school in terms of coding and artificial is concerned. Now, we'll play the video first, and then I'll take up the session. Very sorry, we'll just play it again. It's not coming?
Integrated with core subjects such as English, Hindi, Maths, Science. Artificial intelligence is all set to become the next pervasive paradigm in our lives. National Education Policy 2020 has stressed on the need for coding and artificial intelligence in the school education system. CBSE has released curriculum on artificial intelligence for schools. FutureLearn AI platform is designed to empower educational institutions, teachers and students with the knowledge of AI through intuitive content, exercises, activities and projects. Capacity building for teachers. Content to help understand the concepts of AI with projects and activities. Lesson plans with PowerPoint presentations help teachers teach students in a comprehensive manner. AI integrated with core subjects such as English, Hindi, Maths, Science and Social using teachable machines will make the learning a lot more exciting. Concepts are explained with attractive illustrations and concept books to enable students to experiment in AI. So, provide your 21st Gen students a superior AI learning experience with FutureLearn. Give your institution and students that lasting edge.
Thank you. Go to the presentation. So, citizenship education, Madam wants to integrate with the program. I think almost all the future skills are going to be part of your life and technology going forward, because we cannot envisage a world today without a mobile phone, right? Or internet. But having said that, the difference is we're talking about jobs getting lost in the next couple of years, and people saying there could be a chaos, there will be a tremendous amount of change when it comes to the world itself. How do you handle it? One of the important things why artificial intelligence has come into existence is because we wanted to enhance the quality of life, and we wanted to make sure that the human beings around can do better job in terms of their lifestyle, their problems, their issues. So you don't really need physical wars. Artificial intelligence will do the, robotic soldiers will go and fight wars. So humanity is going to be saved. Be rest assured. That's also part of artificial intelligence. Now, when it comes to the program itself, what do you mean by artificial intelligence? What do you think artificial intelligence is? Jyoti ma'am, what do you think artificial intelligence is? Just take a example. Any examples of artificial intelligence? I can tell you, everybody is holding something which has got artificial intelligence. Bali sir. Mobile phone, Mobile phone is an artificial intelligence. What else is artificial intelligence? Have you started seeing prompt on your emails? On your emails, it is creating a sentence. You don't want that sentence, but it is creating that sentence out there, isn't it? You go to Netflix. Your Netflix is actually having a data of what kind of genre of movies, series, or what kind of, likingness you have. It actually auto prompts. Your Google Maps is also artificial intelligence. It knows the moment I touch down Mumbai, it automatically says, the Uber says, do you want to go to office or home? It doesn't even understand whether I want to go somewhere else. It says, it is taken on auto record that this guy will come to Bombay. The moment I touch down, the Uber will recommend me either I'm going to the office or home. So that's how it is. Now looking at the whole potential of it, why did NEP 4.24 point which has been mentioned in NEP, it is talking about the contemporary skills which are going to be integrated with education, and not just with K-12 education. It's going till the entire, it is not just higher education. It is going through the entire process of K-12 education. And that's where we are saying, if you go through the whole process, the intelligence which human being has are these: ability to learn, ability to communicate, analyze the solution, think logically, decision making, and problem solving. Now I don't want to take away the nature from us. Your hands have senses and it has its own intelligence, right? There's something called muscle memory. You can write and sign. That intelligence gets built the moment you train yourself. You introduce yourself to another person who's a stranger, and that person knows you, and then you recognize that person next time, because not just the face is coming out, but also some ability to remember the conversations, right? Now the difference between a human intelligence and artificial intelligence is, how do you train these important aspects to a machine or a computer? So that's where all these examples which I just gave you, these are going to be your next life-changing paradigm if you go in terms of the education. Alexa, robotic teachers, all of these are going to come tomorrow somewhere or the other in the education space. We are saying, why don't we make our students get ready with these skills at a level where they're going to be calling this as a third front. What I mean by third front, alphabets and numerics were the one which is, actually talking about education as such, right? We've been teaching alphabets, we've been teaching numbers, everything to an extension of whatever the alphabets and numbers can do. Now the third dimension to education is coding, and that's where we are saying artificial intelligence and coding is going to be the third wave in education. And every child, irrespective of the child is at a kindergarten or at a graduation level, or for that matter in middle, they have to understand the importance of this entire program. And that is where we are saying the jobs which are going to be lost, there are about 75 million jobs which are going to be lost in the next 10 years. But the beauty of it is, artificial intelligence is going to take over those jobs in different forms, in different lifestyles or different kind of industries. But it is also going to create almost close to 150 million new jobs, so it doubles up. So I don't know how many of you are aware of the state government policies where state government departments, education departments have taken the first lead. We are working with closely with about 5 different state governments who want to implement coding and artificial intelligence, because those kids who may not complete school education, if they are taught coding, artificial intelligence, will create their own opportunities of jobs by virtue of innovation and creating applications across. Now that's the beauty of this program. If you go to the next slide, the board, especially with CBSE, when we've been researching, National Education Policy has created this process, but CBSE has lapped it up, the first board to lap it up. As I speak, ICSE schools and international schools are any which ways are in the foray. State board schools, majority of them follow CBSE boards, and also they have their state councils. Majority of them have implemented a course curriculum from 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, there is a 50-mark paper. They've introduced about 8 different skills. 9th to 12th, they have about 18 skills, out of which artificial intelligence is one of the most prominent skill which most of the boards are trying to thrive. In fact, that's the idea behind to meet you all. Last week, we were in Mumbai. We signed up about 70,000 students across CBSE and ICSE board schools because of only one reason. Everybody knew the power of what this can do. The children can create all the applications possible which is prevailing around. Can we give them the opportunity by making them learn this process? We teach them various subjects. We want them to grow with those subjects to enhance their potential of connecting to new world. But how do we make that happen with artificial intelligence and coding being taught at a foundational level? That's the idea of Photo Learn as an organization. So what are the aspects? There's a training for the teachers, which is a curriculum, which has video-enabled process and a lesson planning. There's a complete platform. What we mean by platform? Your Google Education has a platform. Your Microsoft Teams has a platform. Everybody around who is creating a platform are trying to say that everything can be done in that particular space. Your Facebook is a platform. Your LinkedIn is a platform for various opportunities. So we are the first ones in the, across. Right now we are talking to you in India. As we speak, in a couple of weeks, we have been launching this program in UK, which is in London, and then we are in, Dallas in US. So the same program is going standardized. So there is nothing which is different in the world and what we are going to do here. And why we are doing this? This platform is the most renowned platform when it comes to making children not just do coding, but while they do learning in terms of coding and also integrate artificial intelligence, they can actually create their own applications. And there's a native server which is given in the, the browser itself, which will help artificial intelligence process to be enabled. That's the beauty of this program. Now, as far as the process is concerned, we have 2 ways to approach this. One is we give you the program as our coding from grade 1 to 5. Introduction of coding with artificial intelligence is grade 6 to 12. And that is how we are introducing the whole program. We want you to look at our lab, which is set up outside, which has artificial intelligence, the whole process which is designed for schools to enable from preschool to K-12. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate the kind of interest all the educators have shown today. And we are here to serve you, and we'll make sure that your school becomes a 21st century school with this new skill being enabled. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amarnath. Next, we have Miss Kirtana from Kinder Dance. Please come, ma'am. Mike.
Good evening, one and all. I know it's been a long, long day, but I think it was a beautiful day with all the educators under one roof. Having said that I'm from Kinder Dance, let's just do a little jig before we start a small presentation. So can I have everybody stand up, please? And let's start with a little music. And I think this is the best way I can actually show what Kinder Dance is. So I'm going to do a little bit of ballet, and then I'm going to do one fun song with you all, and then I'll take it from there. Thank you for all. Thank you for joining. Open up your
Toy chest, toy chest, lift a magic ball. Up it goes nice and high, now back down nice and low. Up it goes once again, magic, magic ball. Bounce the ball and demi-plie, toss the ball and releve. Show a dancer here, show a dancer there, put the magic ball away. Hold the ball, drop the ball, reach up and pick an apple. Tickle your nose, 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 tickle your elbows, 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 tickle your toes, 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 tickle your chest, chest, chest. Turn around and shake your hips, 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 shake your arms, 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 shake your head, 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 and give your legs a shake. Show your waist, 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 bend your knees, 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 tickle your neck, 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 and turn around again. Faster now. Tickle your nose, 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 tickle your elbows, 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 tickle your toes, 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 tickle your chest, 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 shake your hips, 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 shake your arms, 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 shake your head, 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 and give your legs a shake. Show your waist, 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 bend your knees, 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 tickle your neck, 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 and turn around again, turn around again, turn around again.
Do you have the presentation, please? Okay, by the time he gets ready, I'm just going to say what we did from morning and how Kinder Dance encompasses every single thing that we spoke about. Dr. Skan Bali spoke about communication is the key to success, and language development is for communication. Mrs. Suchitra Raha touched about United Nations SDGs. SDGs. So I'm going to see how Kinder Dance or Learning Parachute actually touches 4 SDGs in our program. We spoke about, Shah Manohar sir spoke about happy quotient, not just for a parent, but a parent has tears in his eyes because of the child, and that child is in our classroom. Mrs. Lalita Razda spoke about critical thinking and how the problem solving comes through that. Creativity built the day from morning all the way till now. Before even this, the seed was sown by Mr. Pankaj, much before even he probably thought about it, and that was creativity. Dr. Chandrasekhar Rao enabled this entire room with his panelists, and we spoke about collaborations. I'm going to show in this program how we collaborated. And Mrs. Jyoti spoke about citizen education, and then how even we kind of are going to include this entire thing into just education through dance. Having said that, oh, it's here, is it? Okay. 5,000 years ago, India was enriched with yoga. And yoga is nothing, is also a dance form from where we as Indians inherited into our bloods. We were so creative, and that was right before years and years. But what happened to yoga and what happened to that dance? It went into saying that let the dance be only as an after-school activity. It was not incorporated in schools when we were studying. When I say I was studying, probably in 1972-73. It was never in an early childhood. But then we decided that, okay, there should be no child left behind when it comes to dance and movement education. Go to the next slide. Okay, great. I can see this better. So over the years, however, the age-old tradition was slowly forgotten. Yoga was taken back into the Western world. And what did the Western world do? They created dance forms out of it. What is ballet? What is tap? What is modern dance? Have you seen each step, each skill? It's nothing but yoga poses. The next slide, please. Next slide. And its rebirth in modern times. Adapting it at early childhood inculcates a lifestyle with infinite benefits to mind, body, soul. Today morning, all we spoke about was enriching these children, mind, body, as well as their soul. The NEP 2020 also spoke about mental wellness. So let's see how that's all incorporated within kinder dance. 1 second. Preparing children not for the university. Hold on 1 second, just the previous slide. Sadhguru said, preparing children not for the university but for the universe. We must enhance the current education system dedicated to a child's overall development, enabling them to realize their full potential physically, mentally, and spiritually. So kinder dance curriculum has all these things put together, right up from acrobatics, gymnastics, and yoga. We spoke about harmonizing the entire body for the child. We also spoke about perception. What is a perception? Can we awaken that perception at an early childhood? That was the question we had in the morning. But yes, perception can be awakened at a very early age just through dance and movement. Overall child, sorry, previous one. You're going for, Overall child nurturing, education had multifaceted and holistic ensures talented and independent individuals. So now we are incorporating all the overall child nurturing within the dance and the movement curriculum and the foundation and development. Again, it's a progressive way of learning. So the curriculum was built in such a way that it is in a progressive way from 18 months all the way till about 12 years. The kinder dance curriculum is a 40-year-old curriculum, and we have exuberant, self-reliant, and confident children across India and around the world. In India, we have about 375,000 children till about last month. Thanks to pandemic, we went online, and we had many more children actually getting onto our program. And then we also adapted our program into Vidya's, not just the children, but to their teachers and all the ladies who were actually been given the skill development. They had no communication skills. They wanted to become entrepreneurs. Where do we develop this? So dance was a form which they very easily adapted, got very excited, and they said, let's do this. We did online classes. Now we are slowly getting into their campuses as well. So we are not only nurturing children, now we are also nurturing the women who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs in their own little world. It helps children surpass their limitations, unleash their ultimate potential, and with a spark of creativity and ease. What is the vision of Learning Parachute India Private Limited? We actually have our mission of no child left behind, right up from tier 1 all the way till tier 6. So that is why we developed our in-house app, which can be given to children or schools anywhere and everywhere. And the vision is to create a national platform for early childhood foundation so every child can dream big and aim high. One of the things I would really like to quote here is, we were talking about leadership. When I was attending a session with Sri Narayan Murthy sir, he said that should start at an early childhood in your classroom. And how do you do that? Every classroom should have a leader. But the built-in concept should be every child should be a leader. So the leader knows how to choose the leader, but they also should be trained how to be a follower. We'll have a great system in the governance in future if we are able to get this into the classroom in our education system. So having said that, the scope for us was to engage, educate, empower, enable, but we need to also enrich them right up from their early childhood. Next slide, please. The challenge as per the new education policy in the Government of India was several studies have shown that school children do not seem to acquire age-appropriate skills in reading, writing, and numeracy. As educators, all of you all know that. But we are able to do that with dance. We saw over the last 12 years in kinder dance, where children, we've adapted schools which speak only Kannada in Bangalore. We have about 6 schools like that, where their complete medium is Kannada, but end of the year, each of these children, let it be an auto driver's child or it could be a bus driver's kid who was coming there, got onto the stage, narrated a story, enhanced their English, and the parents were seeing that joy. Today, what we saw in Mohan sir's eyes was that joy which we saw live with our parents because the children spoke beautiful English. So language development was one of that. Yeah, just last. So when we spoke about the entire thing, what all we can inculcate in the kinder dance program, we are talking about entrepreneurship, the STEM training, we are talking about cultural awareness and expression, multilingual, citizenship, literacy, personal, social, and learning to learn, leadership, self-reliance, and digital. This is what we give in our kinder dance curriculum when school adapts it. We design exclusive dance and movement curriculum based on the school's syllabus. So when you say we want to teach about ocean or you want to say we are talking about plant kingdom, our props, our music, and every single aspect of the classroom is built around that particular concept that the school will be adapting in a particular month. The next slide is the last, not this one. Go to the next one. This is the framework. I would like to share this presentation through Kausar ma'am, where we will show where the ECCE framework meets learning parachute and kinder dance curriculum, how we have mapped the outcomes, how we are actually taking the SDGs, that is SDG number 4, number 8, job creation, 10 and 18. So I would like to actually share this presentation with you all. Thank you very much for participating in the dance today, and I hope you all had fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can I please request the people at the back to be quiet and respect the speakers, please? People on the side corridors also. If you can please come and sit inside. Can I please have Mr. Prasad from Finance Sphere? Mr. Prasad.
Good evening, everybody. I think the crowd has come down a little bit late, but that's fine. I promise that I'll keep up the energy to the max level. The two kids they left out, yeah? I had some surprises for them, but anyway, leave it. So let's start with a question and then a story, so that I make it interesting rather than going to PPT. I decided that I'm not going to use the PPT because there were creativity session and I thought that let me become a little bit creative. First question, how many of you can eat rice plus vegetable combo with a tadka for continuously 6 months? Just raise your hands. Every day. Okay, cool. Interesting. I'll come back to that question later. Tie it down. The second thing, let's start with the story. Now, I hope there are some people here from the school side who are representing really school. Now, let's say you have a kid in your school who is brilliant. It really doesn't matter whether he is brilliant or not. Let's say one of his parent dies, right? Or her parent dies. Okay? Scenario 1. Scenario 2. Both of her or his parent dies, and the kid is not going to pay the school fees. So what you can do best for the kid? Anybody from the school side can answer voluntarily? Yes.
Provide the child with education and give a home.
How?
Ultimately.
Are you going to pay the money from your pocket?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Charity. Charity is one answer.
It's not charity, I could say. I would say it's a responsibility of the school when both parents are not there for the child to support.
Okay. Now, next question. If let's say it happens to 10 kids, then?
Then we will collaborate and still take all 10 kids into care.
Oh, that is interesting. So, you're basically...
Even if it is 100 children, it's the same answer.
Okay. Right. That is interesting. So, basically, you are going to take the hit of the school fees onto you.
No.
Then?
Heat of the school fees and also to have a home for them.
Yeah. So basically you are saying whatever the number of kids is...
I'll adopt them.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like a rich lady.
You have to be rich from your heart.
Okay. Yeah, that is for sure.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
And other things will open up on their way.
Yeah. So basically if somebody, let's talk about the numbers. Let's say even if you want to adopt 100 kids and you want to pay 1 lakh rupees per annum kind of stuff, according to your calculation, it becomes like 1 crore. Okay. So it might just look like that you can afford to pay 1 crore every year from your pocket, or probably by doing charity for whatever reason. It might not be possible if the scale is really, really huge. All right. So that is where basically FinanceWare comes into the picture, where we take care of the scalability, right? So this is not like a movie story or a question. There is a hypothetical question that I have put into the stage here. This is a real story which has happened in Bangalore, one of our schools. And FinanceWare has taken care of the kids' school fees basically for the next years, whatever the agreement that we have with the schools, right? So FinanceWare, this is not the only thing that we do. This is probably one of the examples that I've given that FinanceWare has done for the kids whose parents are no more anyway, both the parents, right? We are probably one of the company, I could say, Navis is one of our co-founders sitting there. Probably I could say that we are one of the company in this world who has basically initiated this concept starting from India. So if a lot of people don't know, we are the only company which was selected by Google Launchpad 2 years back. And the theme of Google on that year is Solve for India. Right? And this is a problem which are very, very specific to India. You can say that there are countries like Africa which has much worse problem than India. But yeah, we are the only company who started this concept in India. And right now there are a couple of South Asian companies who are trying to replicate us. So that's one thing that we take proud of, that we have started something of this kind in India, right? So there are some parents, if you go to tier 2 and tier 3, the impact that we create, this is a business where people think that we do not earn money and we do a lot of charity. As madam was saying, that in an individual capacity, there is a limit to charity. You cannot just adopt 1,000 people and give their school fees at your own cost, right? And considering a company, if I want to do it for 10,000 people or a 1 lakh people, I cannot do it even at a company level. Okay, so there are different ways and the modeling that we do with which we manage the risk and take care of this into picture, as well as we make sure that the education is ideally affordable, right? I'll give you an example when I talk about affordability. People who are there in my session in the first round table session, I talked about affordability a little bit. I have given an example of the book Vivekananda 2,000 rupees prize money, right? So if let's say there are top 10 universities in the world, if you name them, right? Probably in the world I'm talking about. One could be Stanford, Harvard, right? And none of the IITs come into picture anywhere from India, right? There are a couple of Chinese universities who have just entered into the top 30-40 universities list. Top. I'm talking about top, right? And China did it in 10 years. Okay. There are a lot of people I have met in education segment where a lot of things or basically decision comes out of emotions, right? And the definition of emotion for me is ideally a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, right? It comes suddenly to you and you start saying something, okay? That's emotions, definition for me. Practically it doesn't work, okay? Practically it doesn't work. If you talk practically, right? Why India doesn't have even a single top university in the top 20-30? The reason is very simple. People do not put money into education in India. A lot of people think education should come free. Quality education should come free. A lot of money has to come from government. Government cannot afford to do for the entire people that we have. If government would have been doing this, we would not have a lot of private schools in India, right? So there is a compromise between quality and price. And let us accept that the quality education doesn't come with lower price. Price has to be higher. China puts $4 billion just into 2 universities to bring it into the top 20. Right? Top 20 or 30. It's not a small money. Stanford's technical section, I'm not talking about the MBA, technical section is 8,000 crore rupees of investment every year from companies like Google, and there is Silicon Valley, so they put a lot of money, right? So unless you have money, you cannot do research. Unless you do research, you cannot bring your education system into high standard level. As simple as that. Simple equation, x plus y equal to z. People need to understand that price has to be put into education, right? A lot of people, and to give you an example, people like me who comes from a very poor background, humble background, right, which I talked about in the morning, it's not like that I did not have a talent to go into the top universities like Stanford or Harvard, right? It's the question of affordability. Yeah, I'll finish it in 3 minutes. So, yeah. So yeah, let me convey the message, then that will go. So it's not about people's talent. When I went into IIT Kanpur in one of the events, the mathematics teacher was telling me, India's cream is not that 7,000 people who's get into IITs, just 7 IITs. Okay? Out of 10 lakh people who are writing the entrance, 7,000 people is not the cream. The cream could be 12,000. The cream could be 14,000. The cream could be 15,000. It's the student-teacher ratio which is the problem. If I can teach 30 people, add 10 more people to the same class I can teach, and the IIT cream level goes from 3,000 to 4,500 across all IITs. It's a mind-boggling statement. We don't know why we are limited to the IITs to 3,000 during those days. Now we have more IITs, of course. The government is putting more money. Right? So it's not that people do not have the talent to go into a certain place. There is a hindrance in terms of number of people that can get into the institute, and then fees is an basically problem where they cannot afford. So FinancePair as a company, we come here to basically make the education affordable. That is the main message that I wanted to convey. I had a lot of things to say also, but I will not say. Yeah, of course. But you can play the video for 1 minute. It's a 1 minute video, and then we are done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While the video is being played, can I call my panelists on stage? This is our last panel where we will consolidate the 5 C's that we have been discussing all through the day.
This is Vivekanand Oberoi. A very warm welcome to you from the FinancePair family, to all the students, parents, teachers, and of course the staff. Through FinancePair supported mentorship, your child will secure the most holistic learning experience like no other. May it be scholarships, higher education, additional education, sports, entertainment facilities, or anything else in the curriculum within and even outside the country. FinancePair as a family secures education for your child. FinancePeer's schooling insurance will ensure complete schooling education for all years, no matter what happens in the case of some unfortunate or unseen incident to the bread earner. FinancePeer will support you throughout your child's education journey. You can pay school fees in absolutely zero cost monthly installments. That's right, no interest is ever paid by students or their parents. No security charges, no hidden costs, nothing extra. Use your fee savings to provide additional education and skills to your child. Another feature is the complete use of experiential knowledge and technology. FinancePeer Family brings to your child mentorship and career guidance from top-level executives, celebrities, and sports personnel to give your child the edge in the real world. Get your child access to scholarships, academic and skill-based exams along with their coaching to ensure success. Be part of the FinancePeer family and your child will get free access to top technology learning platforms and advanced learning courses like artificial intelligence, sports technologies, latest coding skills to boost your child's career growth and focus. All this is just the beginning when you are a part of the FinancePeer family. More than 100,000 parents, yes, 1 lakh parents from 320 top schools in India are already a part of our FinancePeer family to unleash the fullest potential of their children. Before you pay your next fees, please register, become a part of the FinancePeer family. Avail free insurance for your child's education for all years and make a smart choice of zero cost EMI options for fee payment. That's right, zero cost with no hidden charges, no hidden payments. To have a conversation with me or to become a FinancePeer family member, register with FinancePeer or contact the FinancePeer team in the school.
Thank you, FinancePeer. It's certainly a solution in these pandemic times. So can I now call my panelist on stage? Mrs. Arpana Saxena, Principal, Sultan Ul Ulum Public School. Mrs. E. Kameshwari, Principal, Unison School. Mr. Vipul Sopti, Classroom Alive or Live, Classroom Live. Mr. Amarnath, Futulearn. And Mrs. Gauri Sarkar, Principal, DPS, Miapur. So the theme for the day was set around the 5 C's. All these years, we have been talking and discussing about these C's to be inculcated in pedagogical experiences that our children grow through. And when I was asked to curate the program, I thought, why not reflect upon how we as school leaders have been using these C's in our schools. And just when this pandemic happened, we have been teaching our children the 5 skills. We have been planning to inculcate it in their curriculum, thinking that these are the future skills. But did we ever realize that when we were thrown out of our own normal or out of our own comfort zones, this was intrinsic in us. All of us took to these 5 C's to bring about ways and means in which our schools were running. And that's exactly what we wanted to reflect through this session today. And with this final panel for the day, we will quickly collaborate on how we have successfully done it in our schools. We'll open the panel with Gauri ma'am. The first C being discussed today was communication. But it was certainly challenging because this was the time for digital communication. And the lack of human touch has a lot of meaning to it. Can you share some of your practices?
Yes, I could completely agree with you, Kausar. You brought out the very important element is the human connect. All of us initially, use communication to dispense knowledge. We used FAQs, we used, all those survey forms, webinars. So that was set. But as a leader, what I felt was to work with the emotional and well-being of all my stakeholders. It was just not my teachers, students, my parents, my support staff. So I started this program called the Freedom Series because we started it in the month of August 15th. I called it the Swast DPS, Must DPS Freedom Series, where, we sent videos with keeping with the Fit India program together. So we sent videos home where my students and teachers had a different videos along with recipes made by my teachers, and we sent it home and we asked them to send back all those pictures where the parents also practiced that and sent it back on Padlet. So I got the family together. Then we sent videos for various festivals so that again the human and emotional connect was made. And for teachers, I had fun meetings. We always had the serious meetings. I had a color theme done. I had, a mocktail. All of them brought a mocktail. We had online games for my teachers. Because, we do all those studies part was done. This is what. And for children, what we did was, we had breakfast with buddies. So where all the children had breakfast together, and also what we did, Children's Day, Teachers' Day, all we celebrated together, not in isolation. All of us came to the Zoom platform, and with YouTube link, YouTube Live we went, and all of us enjoyed the programs together. So, and also I got my support staff to school to celebrate Batkama. So I felt all stakeholders were communicating to each other, felt a sense of family, and brought the human connect.
That's nice. I'm glad that you spoke about support staff. Since morning we have been speaking about the staff, children and parents to some extent, but not the support staff. And I'm glad that you covered all the 4 levels in your school. And then you have creatively used the opportunity of digital communication to reach out to masses.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that. With this, Kameshwari ma'am, since morning we have been talking about collaboration. Suddenly we have seen collaboration taking the center stage today. But being a part of a group school, how do you feel that, what is the thin line between collaboration and effective collaboration?
So, Unison group of schools, already we are very close-knit and we have been collaborating many works. But during this pandemic, what happened, suddenly we have to come to online platform, and through Zoom, through Google Classroom, Google Meet, we have started working upon. First, we have to relook to our year plan that we have done online. Then we have gone to curriculum, again reframed the curriculum, again then year plan, then lesson plans. All these things happen. These things were happening in online, and I have seen lot of collaboration, lot of concern for each other, interpersonal relationship developed, and even with me, few days, if you see, up to 5th of October, I was at home. I have asked not to come to school, so sit at home and manage everything, but I have seen wonderfully the admin staff and other people, they have cooperated, they have sent messages, they were in touch with me, they have used app, and even from top to bottom, as she said, from top, the director level to the bottom, sub-staff, they have all helped us, and we have collaborated in many fields, and all the activities we have done, as she mentioned, that whether it is Teachers' Day, whether Independence Day, whether Batukama celebrations, as well, we are also about assessment structure also. We have many brainstorming sessions we have taken for all the teachers, so they have done very well. So this pandemic has given an amazing collaboration opportunity for the group of schools. Thank you.
That this effective collaboration is here to stay?
Yes, it will stay.
And that is because of the digital platforms that we are using?
Yes, digital platform, because here in this pandemic, if you say we were socially connected, but physically we were disconnected. So this physical platforms really, we have done something, and if you say more than normal cases, we have attended many webinars. So we have lot of skill development happened for teachers as well as for school leaders.
I agree with you on a lot of skill development happening and knowledge sessions, which we were able to connect with people from across the globe. Yes. With this, we come to the third C, which is critical thinking, Amarnath. And I would like you to speak about that. Understanding that this problem came to us without a manual, and we had to take to critical thinking to come out of it. So, you have dealt with schools across India. Did you see a pattern in which everyone have come out winners in their own ways?
So, as an organization, we've been working with a lot of schools across 4 states. One of the important things about critical thinking is it's just not critical thinking, but there are traits which are associated to critical thinking, which we figured out that teachers, principals, almost parents also got into it. So a couple of things which I saw as a pattern is teachers started seeing how pedagogical intervention when it comes to online process has focused children who were not attentive inside the class. So they figured out certain ways to understand what are the good things which are working with them. So effectively getting them to engage on certain activities, the way they are being made to do projects have actually got them into a level where the focus has constantly getting increased, and that's the pattern which we could see. The second important critical thinking, which I don't know how many teachers would like to agree with me, but what I have seen in schools across is the syllabus which is there. Teachers were able to happily complete a lot of work because it is focused and very well designed through the critical process of, what are the priorities which they need to set in. Because the planning went into a super highway. The way the planning has gone into execution with teachers across, they were able to come up with some fantastic ideas of how do we bring in, PPT-based presentation to make their own videos. Figure out what new technologies can be used for plugging in applications which can be used by children. So there is a lot which has happened as far as critical thinking. In schools, especially with principals, I could say that all of them have now transformed into digital principals. So nobody will say that, we don't know anymore any of these, technology platforms. So that critical thinking has also played a very vital role. Having said that, today we can comfortably say that our school will become a hybrid because there is a phenomenal work which is done on virtual space, but you can never replace a physical school. I sincerely believe that, and we work with schools and we promise that, because emotional and social learning only can happen at a far higher effectiveness when it comes to classroom. So that's what I'd like to conclude.
I totally agree with you that though hybrid learning has evolved, but it can never take the space of physical school, but we can certainly look at reaching out to children in the regional areas because now we are digitally connected. And the pattern that you have mentioned is the focus have shifted from the learning to the learner, that is children, and you have seen that the focus have shifted from how of the teaching to the teaching. So that's the pattern you have seen across India. With this we come to Vipul. Vipul, I need to ask you about creativity and understanding that yours is a learning platform which is online. And we were with this notion that learning platforms curbs the creativity of teachers. But this was the time where we had to be creative in that short duration of time. And how have you made your platform effective so that we keep the creativity of the teachers as well we give it out on using your platform?
Hi, Kaustubh. Thank you for asking me this question, and I think I'll start from where our last speaker left this whole thing. We all know we are all going hybrid after this. It's not only schools, it's the entire environment. Our courts are going hybrid, our banking system has gone hybrid long back. Now it's the time at schools, we are at right juncture. Why? Because we already have the ecosystem. We have availability of devices, internet at home. Plus, last 1 year, the amount of training which has happened could not have happened in 100 years. Now, I think we all are ready. It's the time to take next step. It's the time to take our education to next level. Now, as an organization at Classroom.live, what we did is, we realized that, at times people would like to be creative, but they face technological problems. The technology is not appropriate, and that becomes a hindrance. So why not, as a software organization, we solve this problem for our teachers, reducing their burdens so that they are free. Taking an example, a teacher can create content on the go, on mobile. So they can contribute, they have a digital diary at hand, they are creating this content and using this content in the class. For example, a teacher evaluating assessments on the go, a teacher getting remedial advice by the system. We can further use AI, which is referred by my colleague speaker here. There is a lot which can be done. This is the first step which we have taken. Fortunately, we are at the right juncture. As far as the manpower training is concerned, it's the time we should take next step and give our people the opportunity to take this next journey from here.
So you say that your online platform is creatively built to equip teachers to make their pedagogical process more creative and engaging, and it's not just a service provision or just a blank platform. And you have taken the educational needs of the children and the teachers into consideration.
See, while we started all this, initially 19th of March was Janta curfew, and after that all of us realized that we are in a lockdown, we can't meet everyone. That's the time while we all saw creativity of people in school. I think whatever amount of appreciations we have for teachers, that's less. We can't explain that in words. Not only they are working hard, but they were creative to find a solution to connect with their students. Initially they connected using Zoom, then they connected using Google Classrooms, then they connected using Microsoft Teams and all. But while we went to schools on ground inside classroom, I mean, being in this, I would say in this space, we get the opportunity to visit schools, sit inside classrooms, see class happening, see what is the problem teachers are facing. Ground level problems, what we have seen is, the platforms like Google Classrooms and Microsoft Teams, one, they are not meant for a classroom, they are not meant considering a school in mind. Two, the process is not mapping with educational needs. It's cumbersome. We did a detailed research, we found it is cumbersome, teachers are not liking it. And hence, we created Classroom.live. The purpose of creating Classroom.live is, can we reduce their burden? Can we give them tools to be creative? Give them the flexibility. They will be creative. And we found teachers who created a lot of content out of the curation tool which we have, which they themselves were never sure of creating before this. We came up with cases wherein students contributed to the learning process in the class because the platform enabled all this. So we are enablers. You are experts on subject matter. We are enablers. And with Classroom.live, we have reduced the burdens across and we have collaborated everyone. We spoke about collaboration, we enabled that.
That's interesting, but you have to understand one fact, that the change is very difficult when it comes to schools. So if you're expecting schools to take that change of the platform, are you ready to give that platform for us to play?
Now we do understand.
I need a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Reply to that.
We do understand that this is very difficult to explain a platform. This is an experience. Till the time you travel in this whole journey with us, you will never understand what we are talking about. So what we are doing is we are giving a complimentary access, especially for schools who are here in Gslc. We are giving a complimentary access of the platform. You can use the platform at your schools. You can use it and see how it is adding value to you. By now, wherever we have given complimentary access to these schools, this platform has been able to add value.
Thank you for that, Vipul.
Thanks, Kausal.
With this, I come to the last C, ma'am. We have understood that when we were out of form, and maybe because we had less of human interaction, there was a lack of empathy, more so towards the nation. As responsible school leaders, I'm sure there are certain activities that we all must have conducted in our schools to bring about civic sense in children. Yes. Can you share some of your experiences?
Yes, Kausar. Actually, as a school leader, immediately I took up that the children should be engaged somehow. 9th and 10th, of course, online classes were going on, but something has to be done for the other classes. So immediately we planned some activities based on the civic sense, like citizenship education. I had taken 3 aspects into consideration, divided the school into 3 groups, and 3 aspects were taken into consideration, and then based on those 3 aspects, that is the character building and then developing ethical standards as well as value education. So these 3 main aspects I focused upon, and accordingly we planned, our staff and everybody planned out some activities through performing arts plus debates, discussions and all. So that is how I could imbibe some qualities in the students to develop civic sense.
That's interesting. So civic sense in schools is a part of citizenship education. Seems important now. So with this, Gauri, we have seen that there was a paradigm shift in the role of a school leader, having to cope up with the 5 C's within themselves, in the school culture and with their teams. So would you like to share your experiences of how this has brought about that paradigm shift in your leadership?
Oh yes, first I think all of us have gone through this. From being a sheer pedagogical leader or an instructional leader, I think we all became lead learners because we had to learn it all. So when I took to phones to learn about Zoom, and then afterwards kept back the phone and took to Zoom like anything. And we should not be at sea with the 5 C's. I think we are very good at it. We have learnt it all. So the first point was lead learner. If I have to give instructions to my staff and I don't know anything about it, we cut a sorry figure and our staff will see through it. So it's first for me to be very equipped before I instruct. So for this, I'm not a sole expert. So what I did was I had a core team which is an eclectic mix of teachers who have the expertise. So when we created the core team, they were built to think, and together we thought to build new strategies, new plans, and that I had to now percolate it to my teachers. And when it came to teachers, I was just hearing some of them telling, teachers don't take to it. The problem is we just give instructions to teachers. So what we do is I share my vision. I share even a simple thing like we have this, subject enrichment activity. Often teachers do it to just fill the marks in the mark sheet. But I feel if you share why we do it, what is the vision behind? We do not invest our teachers in the vision. Moment they know the vision behind our activity, I am very proud that I have an invested set of teachers. So then the learning is huge because they are invested. Because many of the conversations that we were having, all of them were talking about students being critical, principals being critical, but we forgot that we need to make our teachers creative. So we have to make them learn and unlearn. So I had to facilitate that process. So what I would do is shower praises for good question papers. And now, I have question papers that addresses all the Bloom's taxonomy, because that is the investment that I got out of my teachers. And the most important things as leaders, we should know that education is no longer binary. It is not teacher and student. It is teacher, student and world. And once we learn this, then citizenship comes naturally. So when we have this binary, a 3-level, connection, the citizenship issues come very easily, can be resolved, because we are preparing children to an ambiguous world. The world is very complex and it is in a state of flux. So when their children should not fear to jump into this ambiguity. So for that, we need to prepare our children. And these are the points, and once we do this, I think all of us here as leaders should do it as a CSR activity to adopt. Now we have a repository of lot of knowledge with us, which is on, live, on the digital platform. If we can share it with one of the government schools beside us, then I think each one take one school and we'll make a huge difference, is my vision. That's it.
Thank you for consolidating the panel for us, Gauri. But I would like to consolidate the panel by saying that a long day, we kept discussing about the 5 C's. Do we all accept hands down that we are done and dusted with C's? Are we going to find more R's, B's, and Z's by the next session? So let's collaborate, let's come together, and let's find more ways. Thank you so much. And we have been talking about creativity, but we have forgotten the fact that our education system per se, where everybody, I would say, they were more resilient also during this time, not just creative. That can be covered under citizenship. So let's do away with C's now, because we know that it was ingrained and we have done, and let's move on and find more futuristic skills. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you especially to all the principals who are present now till the end of the session. Though we have short out of time, Pankaj, would you like to come onto the stage and thank our partners? Thank you so much. Yeah, do it. Come quickly. Give those and then I'll... So I tried to make it as quick as possible and crisp. Kept it. The stage, let's take a group picture together with few of us left. Can we get someone to arrange some chairs here? Or we pull the chairs ourselves?
Can everyone join for the group photograph, please? Come. I think we can stand down, Kausar. Stand up and down.
I would like to thank all my partners who made this program possible today. A big thank to all my partners, and I'm expecting the same association for the coming events also. Thank you so much. And thank you all the school leaders, those who took out the time and those who stayed back actually. So thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And we actually are expecting you, ma'am, in our future programs, all of you in our future programs also. And thank you, a big thanks to Iskan sir, who has given us opportunity to conduct this program in this school, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.